second. So we'll be with you in 1 second here. Got a little bit of a delay. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and do just a little bit of severe weather coverage here. This is coming to you from Texas Weather Studio. And my name is Mark Myers, coming to you from our Dallas studio. So I want to just kind of give you an overview of what's going on. Been looking for some TV stations that might have some coverage. Not finding a whole lot at the moment, unless somebody has a recommendation. So with that in mind, we'll just go ahead and give you what we have at the moment. We've had a tornado watch that's been issued earlier this afternoon. Actually, we have another one down into Arkansas and down into northeast eastern Texas as well. But in terms of where we stand, we have an enhanced risk of severe storms today, and it goes all the way from southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, all the way through into Tennessee today, and portions of northern Mississippi and northern Alabama as well. And then around that is a slight risk, and then beyond that is a marginal risk. And then there's another area of storms we want to talk about. This is in the Carolinas right now. This is all the way from Raleigh, where there is a tornado warnings right now. This is going to be to the east of Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have one tornado warning that's in effect right now as well. So I want to make you aware of that. I'm trying to pull up the information, but my computer at the moment is not allowing me to do that, so I'm not sure if I can. Let's see if I can here. Okay. No. So that's kind of where we stand in terms of the warnings. One tornado warning across the Carolinas today, but we're really kind of covering back into across the Mid-South and down through Arkansas, northeast Texas. Again, we do have the one severe thunderstorm warning that's pretty impressive on radar with a possible tornado. This is going to be to the area east of Jackson, Tennessee. And then if we go into the radar control mode and change it up to the precept type, there you can see it again. So we're going to keep an eye on the storms. These storms are going to be moving off to the east-northeast today. Let me go ahead and put it in motion for you. So northeast, and the threat of severe weather is definitely there today, so we're going to keep a close eye on the storms. And then also we'll go all the way back into northeast Texas again. We do have a severe thunderstorm across southern Arkansas. This is going to be southwest of Camden, Arkansas right now, a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, here we go. Finally, I'm able to pull it up. Moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Hail to 1 inch in diameter and winds up to about 60 miles per hour. So we'll keep an eye on all these storms today as they continue to move across the region. So again, thanks for watching our channel. We do have our moderators in the channel to keep you apprised of what's going on as well. And if anything breaks substantial, then I'll come back in with more breaking weather coverage for you. So thanks for watching our channel. Also, let me make you aware of the fact that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be near the Columbus, Mississippi area. 1 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds also moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip as well, moving north at about 51 miles per hour. So that's a fast moving storm that we'll keep an eye on as well for you. So going to be a fairly busy afternoon, and we'll keep you advised here at TNS on the latest in severe weather coverage for you. So we'll talk to you soon. This is Mark Myers, and I'll talk to you when we get more breaking weather for you. Take care.
Your customers. They still wake up early, sometimes too early. They work out, sort of. They still practice their presentations. They still give their presentations. They're still out there. And when you market on LinkedIn, we help you reach them in the frame of mind to do business. Do business where business is done.
Alrighty, let me go back in here for a second and see what we got. Maybe not. Hang on one second. Alrighty, I think we're back right now, so let me go ahead and give you the latest in the weather update. Of course, we have a tornado warning right now. You've seen it on screen for just a bit. And this tornado warning is going to be east of Jackson, I was going to say Mississippi, but Jackson, Tennessee. This is east of Memphis. And this is, as far as I know, radar indicated. So this is going to be moving east or northeast at about 43 miles per hour. And according to their notes, at 4:34, Doppler radar indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was near Milflin, I believe, or 9 miles northeast of Henderson, moving about east at 45 miles per hour. So it's a pretty fast-moving storm and a potential tornado that we want to make you aware of. And again, this is east of Jackson, Tennessee. This is well east of Memphis. And this is kind of south of Interstate 40 and well southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. So again, that's what we're looking at right now. A tornado warning that's in effect across this area of the country right now in Tennessee. Otherwise, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings across Arkansas and then across north of Birmingham, Alabama right now. But these are not tornadic, but they are severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching, and then also across eastern Mississippi as well. And then, let's see, again, we also have the storms across the Carolinas right now. There is still a tornado warning with this storm. This is east of Raleigh. and that's radar indicated as well. And it's moving off to the east at about 30 right now. And still radar indicated on that storm, but it's still pretty dangerous according to the wording. And that'll be around Wilson by about 6:10. That's Eastern Daylight Time, so I want to make you aware of that as well. So again, pretty active afternoon, and it should ramp up a little bit more as we continue on. And now it looks like my software has frozen, so whether or not you can hear or see me, I have no idea because... Okay, there we go. We'll see if it can't go back in here. When you have a lot of graphics, it tends to move around, but that's kind of what we're dealing with at the moment this afternoon across the region, and we'll keep you updated again. But the real activity we're monitoring today is going to be back across Tennessee and into Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and northern Alabama for the rest of this afternoon and this evening. And of course, there is a tornado watch that's in effect right now across the area as well. The tornado watch will be in effect, I believe, until let's see here. That's going to be until 9 o'clock tonight. Several tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes are possible. So that's what they're saying. So don't let your guard down on this tornado watch. This is something that could produce not just a regular old tornado, but a significant tornado. So you want to keep a heads up in this region today. And if you look at the temperatures, it's plenty warm out there, generally in the upper 70s and low 80s. Haven't looked at the dew point. Let's look at the dew point. I'm sure those are high as well. And let's go ahead and look at the dew point temperatures. And yeah, very warm, juicy air out here today with temperatures and dew points near almost 70 degrees even with the dew point. So this is very sticky air as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me see if we have any other. Somebody says that we might have a tornado on the ground right now, and that's going to be across Mississippi. So let's go ahead and take a look at the storm and see what other information I can have. This is getting more significant, so we need to increase this now. We do have a damage threat, considerable tag on that. When they issue that, that means something's going on. So let me get the latest information. Usually from our social media is a great place to find this type of information. So let me double check some things and give you the latest updates. Tornado warning is going to continue. Let's go ahead and see about the reports that we're getting at the moment. Let me see here. So I'm working on that for you. Let's see if we have a, tornado on the ground. This is going to be south of Lexington, Tennessee. About 120 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on the storm. So a very dangerous storm that we need to make you aware of right now with this storm. So let me double check some more things with you because that's getting pretty busy right now. Here's Reed Timmer. Intense lightning with the storm as well. So let me double check. And where you can see the radar here, that we're looking at the reflectivity. And then let's go back into the velocity that we've done so many times. And we'll give you an idea on the velocity. And yep, you can clearly see the rotation. This is south of Lexington, Tennessee right now. So we're going to keep you updated on this. The threat tag is considerable, 2-inch diameter hail. And then we'll look in the correlation coefficient. It's a little hard to tell at the moment, but we'll keep a close eye on that. That needs to be updated anyway. But a very significant storm, tornado warned storm that we're watching. You can clearly see the rotation within this storm and some large hail. So this is going to be south of Interstate 40. And this is near Lexington, Tennessee, for those of you that are wondering. This is, again, well east of Memphis, Tennessee. So it's between Memphis and roughly Nashville, Tennessee, about almost halfway through. And we wanted to give you the breaking information. And as I've said before, Texas Weather Studio kind of covers, or I should say, it doesn't only cover Texas, but it covers the South in general. So I kind of like to open it up with a larger range and a larger audience than just Texas. And there are people that want to know about weather in surrounding states, so we kind of like to do this. So we're going to usually cover these events from Texas through Arkansas to Tennessee, probably end it usually about Georgia. Don't cover the East Coast that much, or even the Carolinas as much, but kind of from Texas to about Georgia, and then on up to, say, Missouri, and over to about, Kentucky, that type of area. So that's what we're doing. While we're at it right now, I want to make you aware of the fact that we have a severe thunderstorm watch up from southern Missouri up to the southwestern western portions of Illinois this afternoon. Not as much of a tornado threat, but certainly some strong storms up in that area. So keep an eye on that part of the country. If you're up there today, you have a severe thunderstorm watch. That's up in the red. And the big cities will be St. Louis. It's just west of Cape Girardeau and east of Springfield. So keep an eye on that area. But again, we're focused in on today from northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, a good chunk of Arkansas, and also a good chunk of the southern portions of southwestern portions of Tennessee. And right now with one tornado warning, with a tornado apparently now on the ground to the east of Jackson, Tennessee. This is, again, south of Interstate 40. This is a very dangerous storm. It's a very isolated storm, so all the conditions favorable for an intense storm that could be maybe even long track this afternoon. So everybody needs to be taking their severe weather precautions very seriously today. So we're going to stay with you on the storm as we go on. So with that in mind, let me go ahead and see what other information I have about the actual, hang on. Do have the report now of somebody, and this is not confirmed, but we do have a report from Aaron Rigsby, and I believe he's a storm chaser. I think he's fairly reliable. Says houses destroyed at my location at Highway 22 southwest of Lexington. Houses destroyed, and he's sending that to NWS Memphis about 4 minutes ago. So that's what I'm getting right now on that. More rotation just east of Liberty, Tennessee could produce a tornado soon. Seek shelter now. So let's just take a look at this a little bit closer right now. So a very dangerous storm. Possible damage now with the storm. Not surprising at all. Let's see if our correlation coefficient's showing up at all. And again, it's a little hard to tell, but let's just go back to the rotation. That'll be the best thing for now. Clearly see the rotation south of Lexington with the greens and reds, kind of northwest of Scotts Hill, and that's going to be tracking off to the east. A very dangerous, maybe even violent storm that's beginning to take shape now across this part of the world, across just east of Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to keep on saying Mississippi, but Tennessee, south of Interstate 40, and just south of Lexington, Tennessee. This will be coming up on Parsons a little bit, and again, the tornado damage threat tag is considerable. So this is a serious storm that means business, tracking south of Interstate 40 in Tennessee this afternoon. So we're going to stay with this storm, which could be a very long track storm. Right now it's staying south of the interstate, and we'll go ahead and put it in motion and let you know. Probably going to parallel the interstate probably for quite some time, because you can tell the motion is kind of east-northeast, but the interstate's also kind of east-northeast. So this would see how it tracks, but it would be coming up toward the Nashville area. It wouldn't necessarily impact them, but will be getting closer at least to the Nashville area. So we'll keep a close eye on this. This is moving at a pretty good speed as well. So we want to make you aware of what's going on. So thanks for everybody for watching our channel this afternoon. We're keeping updated for you here at our studio here in Dallas. And of course, again, we cover a large area and the country, as I mentioned earlier. And that's what we're doing at the moment. With that in mind, let's go back out and cross the rest of the region. And you can see that's the tornado warning at the moment. As a matter of fact, the only thing we have other than maybe the one in the is the Carolinas even up anymore. Let's go over here real quick and see. There's that tag just in. No, there may be still one left. So there's one in the Carolinas right now. This is going to be east of Raleigh, near the town of Bailey right now. Tornado radar indicated on that storm. So if you're over in the Carolinas, you do have one tornado warned storm, but the environment over here is more conducive for severe thunderstorms and not really as conducive for tornadoes. The bigger tornado threat today is going to be across Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, a good chunk of Arkansas, extreme northern Louisiana, portions of northeast and east Texas this afternoon. My location here in Dallas does not have any watch. and probably won't. Most of the storm activity will be probably firing just east of the metro. But we'll keep a close eye on it this afternoon. I haven't really looked at the models real closely. You can see the front coming up as well off to the northwest of us. So we do have cooler air across northwest Texas today, but not too bad. So we'll keep an eye on the storms, but the main focus right now is across Tennessee with the tornado warning storm in effect right now. And looking at it, this is a significant storm, tornado warning storm. Damage threat is considerable, 2-inch diameter hail, and moving off to the east-northeast. So with that in mind, let me go ahead and check back in on our social media. And also, while I'm at it, I need to make you aware that the National Weather Service in Huntsville is also monitoring storm activity. That'll be across extreme northern Alabama, but really into southern middle Tennessee. Tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds are possible, so they're watching that as well. So a very explosive afternoon for severe storms. Now we're looking at potentially life-threatening situation for Tennessee right now. Let's just keep on monitoring this a little bit more right in through here. We do not have a tornado emergency yet, but we do have a tornado warning that's in effect right now. Let me read the latest for you. Here's what I have right now. This is more significant, so I need to make you aware of the upgrade on this. Tornado warning is in effect until 5:15 for central Henderson and central Decatur counties. At 4:50 this afternoon, a large, extremely dangerous tornado is located near Reagan or near Lexington, moving east at 40. So a particularly dangerous situation. It's a PDS warning now. Hazard damaging tornado. And they're saying that's a life-threatening situation. So as we've been talking about, I repeat, a large, extremely dangerous tornado, potentially deadly tornado is developing. And that's their own wording from the National Weather Service. So we need to make you aware of this very dangerous storm that is occurring at the moment. We may have an additional storm that's formed and with another tornado warning. This is going to be near Decaturville or 15 miles south of Linden, moving northeast to 40. So we've got a storm out ahead of the main storm that may be producing a tornado as well. Let's go in velocity on that. And it's not as pronounced, but I believe that's a separate warning. Maybe down and through here, we'll keep an eye on. So keep an eye on these storms this evening as they move off to the east-northeast. Very dangerous, potentially deadly, severe storms across this part of the world. So while we're working in these storms for you this afternoon, remember these storms are moving at a pretty quick pace, generally between 35 and 45 miles per hour. So they're meaning business here. But I want to look at the social media accounts and see what we have in terms of information, in terms of damage coming in. Getting more reports in from storm chasers. But let me go ahead and see if we can pull up anything more recent than just a... So we do also have a tornado confirmed large and dangerous on the ground west of Scotts Hill. So let's go back in on this storm. That's the same storm we've been monitoring right in through here. So that's our large tornado. Damage threat is considerable. And then here's our velocity again. So if anybody that's in this area needs to be taking your tornado precautions right now as it continues to move and grind across the countryside, moving east-northeast. Okay, we do have reports coming in from Aaron Rigsby. He's a storm chaser, and I have a visual on this now. There has been damage now. This is going to be near the Lexington, Tennessee area. some pretty good damage from a tornado that just happened moments ago. Climber over wall of destroyed home and rescued neighbor's dog. That's what he's saying. Residents are okay, but natural gas leaking on Highway 22 southwest of Lexington, Tennessee. So we do have confirmed damage. I'm seeing it on our Twitter feed at the moment. So there is damage right here. It's pretty significant that I want to make you aware of. Without copyright strikes, we won't put that up on our air, but just make you aware of what's going on here right now with the storm. With that in mind, let's go back to our feed. Also looking at structure on a supercell near Graysville, Alabama. Let's go in through here real quick. let me go back out. Let's go back out through here. Yeah. So we're not done with. I mean, we're just getting started this afternoon. I'm not sure where that was reported, but the storms across Alabama will need to be watched as well. Matter of fact, all these storms that are developing, a couple of them east of in eastern Mississippi, these are isolated. A couple of them three of them up north of Birmingham are dangerous looking now. I mean, they're at least isolated. One near Coleman, and but again, the ones back in Mississippi. So we got a lot of development this afternoon, and any one of these could be a problem a little bit later on. Again, the storms back in Arkansas are not as impressive at the moment. They're a little bit more linear looking at the moment. So you can see them kind of lined out from just southeast of Little Rock. And that line that we're seeing right now would not be the best formation for a big tornado out area at the moment. But again, there is a tornado watch in effect. But you generally want to look for the more isolated cells. If anything develops or becomes more isolated in nature or overtakes that, then we will certainly let you know. And then we have the one severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be well east of Arkadelphia down in southern Arkansas this afternoon. This is going to be southwest of Pine Bluff, 60-mile-per-hour winds and some 1-inch diameter hail. But for the most part, those are not really storms that we're concerned about. Again, the only tornado or two tornado warnings we have are across Tennessee right now with a very dangerous, potentially deadly tornado. This is going to be near and east of Lexington, which has already had damage right now. The tornado threat is considerable, and we have a tornado warning out ahead of it as well. So we're still monitoring, but I've already seen reports already of damage with the first tornado, and we may be getting more hook echoes from some of the other storms up in northern Alabama as well. So we're going to stay with you here, let you know what's going on. Also, I need to come back into the Dallas area because this is where I'm at. We're also monitoring a couple of areas of storm development. The East Texas storms are much more likely to be strong to severe. A few storms are also trying to get their act together closer to the Metroplex. They can produce up to quarter-size hail if they continue to intensify. It's coming from Pete Delkus at WFAA, so we'll keep an eye on the storms. But again, like we've been telling you, the bigger threat of severe weather will be across East Texas and Northeast Texas this afternoon and this evening. Those will be more likely to go severe. Here's another update here. John Castle confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornadoes located near Reagan, 7 miles southeast of Lexington, moving east at 40. Radar confirmed tornado now headed toward Decaturville, Tennessee. So we want to stay with these storms for you. Very dangerous storm. Let me see if we can get a better radar update. I think we got the radar site. Need to get another closer one. That's Memphis. Kind of hard to say. Let's see if we got another radar site. We could go either Memphis or Nashville. I don't know if we have one. Do we have one out of Huntsville? I believe we do. But they're pretty far away. We'll stay with this radar site for a little bit longer. But just keep in mind, very dangerous situation across Tennessee this afternoon with damage already reported near Lexington Two tornado warnings right now south of Interstate 40. This is southwest of Nashville, Tennessee, moving off to the northeast. So we'll keep you advised on these few moments with more breaking weather information. Stay with Texas Weather Studio for the latest in severe weather coverage. And did that just freeze up? Oh. So we're probably having a little bit of a problem with the computer here. We're really overloading things, so I'll do the best that I can, but you may have lost some of the audio for a second. But we'll be back in just a few moments with more breaking weather coverage. So we're back here at TNS again, watching the tornadic storms move across southern Tennessee this afternoon. The tornado considerable tag has been taken down a little bit, but we're still looking at tornado and ping pong ball size hail. There's still reports of damage coming in around the Lexington area. Trying to get more, and could be some people trapped in their homes. So we're working on trying to get information on that. But again, still a dangerous situation. And remember, these things can cycle back up again in terms of their intensity. So don't let your guard down, even if it doesn't seem that bad right now. Again, the storms are tracking off to the east, to east-northeast. This is going to probably stay south of Nashville, but be pretty close. So we'll want to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to move off to the east. Across the rest of the region, I don't show any tornado warnings at the moment. I do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is down in northern Alabama, northeast of Coleman. This is 1.5-inch diameter hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds on that. That's north of Birmingham. Another severe thunderstorm north of Birmingham as well. A good isolated storm that we'll probably want to keep an eye on west of Reform here in Alabama. And then there's another one up in northeastern Mississippi near Aberdeen that's isolated. Want to keep an eye on that cell as well. And then going back across western Tennessee into eastern Arkansas, you can see the line of storms from Little Rock to Memphis, but there's nothing that impressive yet. We do have one storm that is intensifying, though. This is going to be just east of Little Rock near the town of north of England, and I would keep an eye on this part of it. This tail end storm could be a problem. If you're going to get a tornado, it's usually on the tail end of a line. So that would be a storm that you would be watching closely. And then you can see the isolated cell again from Sherrill down through Sheridan. That's severe, and also a little storm developing near Sparkman. And we are beginning to see now a storm that's developed, and that's new north of Texarkana. With this potentially has some very large hail. Look at that 2.75-inch diameter hail on this one. And this is going to be near Ashdown, moving northeast of 50. Very dangerous storm on that one. So we'll want to look at these storms. Matter of fact, let's just go back in here, because I don't want to get our off guard about some of the storms that are further down to the south, could be equally as dangerous this evening coming up through Arkansas. So as soon as our radar loads up, I want to check this storm out north of Texarkana. So let's look in this storm real quick, get an idea of what we're looking at. It should load up in just a second. We'll have an idea of what we're dealing with. Okay, that's kind of a conglomeration. Here's more storms developing across eastern Texas, northeast Texas, and then here's a pretty good storm down south of Palestine that we'll keep an eye on. Again, any one of these storms could cause problems a little bit later this afternoon. So, again, don't let your guard down. But, again, a complex of storms near Ashdown. Right now, not necessarily the best for a tornado because of the layout. But that could change, at any moment. Don't let your guard down no matter what. But very large hail with a storm near Ashdown, Arkansas. Otherwise, we have the storms again kind of right along the Interstate 30 corridor, going all the way up through Little Rock, and then the tornado warning storm back in Tennessee. So we'll go back out now. Let's go to a different radar site. Focus in just on the tornado warned storms. And again, that will change. We may have more warnings back in Arkansas a little bit later on as well. So this is where we're at. Let's go ahead and load up the storms. And here is the latest radar update. And then here's our velocity. We've still got some pretty good rotation now. The latest rotation that seems to be fairly intense is going to be to the south of Linden and maybe to the west of Linden, maybe two areas of rotation with the storms. And that's moving off to the east near Hohenwald if it continues, and somewhere between Mount Pleasant and Centerville a little bit later on. So again, dangerous storms continuing this afternoon. And again, we'll keep you updated here at Texas Weather Studio. So we're going to go back into our social media right now and give you an idea of what's going on. We also have a fire now that's going on here in Dallas where I'm at. Appears to be in an industrial park. We'll keep you updated on that. Also, we'll keep an eye on the storms across northern Alabama. There's about 3 of them. They're in a favorable environment. So keep an eye on the storms across northern Alabama. And what else can I tell you? So we're going to keep a close eye on the storms with a severe weather threat this afternoon. Here's another one. This is severe thunderstorm warning for Woodruff, Arkansas at the moment. Then coming out of I believe the Tennessee storm, this is going to be a weak rotation in a severe warning storm near Wilson. So we're going to stay with you again and keep on watching the storms for you. Again, the rotation is still there with the storms south of Interstate 40, southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. And now my computer just went down again, so give me just a second. There we go. So I'll be back with you in just a moment with more breaking weather information. Alrighty, the tornado warning continues for Hickman County, Tennessee, Perry County, Tennessee until 5:45. So that's what we're watching with the storm again. And let's see if we got any more new updates again on the storm. And as you can see, the tornado warning has gotten, the box is quite a bit smaller than it was. But the overall storm, it's still a strong storm right in through here from Lobeville all the way down to east of Linden right now. Again, the tornado warning is right in through east of Linden, Tennessee. And if we go into the velocity mode, it's not as pronounced as it was, but you can see that generally where the greens and the reds are touching, there could still be some rotation. Remember, this could also ramp back up again, so don't let your guard down across portions of the Middle Tennessee this afternoon. This is tracking, probably will still track south of Nashville, but it'll be close. You can see the general direction will be up in that area, but it probably will stay, at least the rotation part of the storm, hopefully at least will stay south of Nashville, but we'll keep a close eye on it because it is moving up in the general direction. And the tornado watch technically runs out as you move. And if you look at the temperature, it does start cooling down quite a bit the further east you go and northeast you go. So it's only in the mid-60s, 64 degrees in Nashville right now. But if you look back off to the west, it's still in the 70s and even upper 70s to low 80s right along the Tennessee and Mississippi and Alabama borders. So definitely cooling off the further northeast as you go. So with that cooler air, it's definitely tending to weaken the storms a little bit. So it's just not as warm up and through here. So we'll see how that plays out. But the tornado watch is not even technically in Nashville. The warning may or may not even extend by the time we get out of the watch box. But we'll keep an eye on it. Back beyond that area, let's go back in through Arkansas this afternoon. And we can see that we have multiple warnings that are beginning to take shape across Arkansas from south of Little Rock to east and northeast of Little Rock right now. These are all, I believe, severe thunderstorm warnings, but they are definitely gathering steam, and we'll keep an eye on these storms and see how they pan out. But again, that's all I have right in through here. Strong storms in Texas, but nothing on the severe side yet. The large hail that's up north of Texarkana, and then multiple storms between Little Rock and Memphis. But these are all severe thunderstorm warnings and not tornado warnings at the moment. Again, that could change, but right now these are severe thunderstorm warnings. And the reason we're not getting a good radar presentation is because I'm looking at the Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, for the tornado warned storm. Looks like we got a bigger warning box now that just popped up. So let's go look at this. And this is a tornado warning that was issued at 5:33, about a minute or so ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado is 7 miles east of Linden, moving east at 45. Tornado and quarter-size hail. That's radar indicated rotation at the moment, so we'll keep a close eye on the storm. This is still a significant storm that we're watching moving east of Linden right now, which probably will stay south of Centerville, Tennessee, but we'll keep a close eye on the storm. Radar indicated at the moment. I don't have any reports of a touchdown, but we'll certainly keep an eye on the storms. So with that in mind, we will keep you advised here at Texas Weather Studio on the latest in severe weather updates. And again, tornado warning for northern Lewis, east central Perry, southwestern Hickman until 6 p.m. Take cover now. Tornadoes possible with the storm. And that's what we're watching. This is new and running until 6 o'clock tonight, so just keep you updated on that. Let's see if we have any more damage reports coming in across the region this afternoon. So I'll stay with it. I haven't seen anything quite yet in terms of any more damage. Remember, there was damage earlier this afternoon near Lexington with some damage to homes. Lexington, Tennessee, that is. So we'll keep an eye on that. But the main threat, the main danger right now is off to the east now across areas generally kind of the southwest of Nashville. The storm is tracking up closer to Nashville. Hopefully this is going to stay south of Nashville, but we'll keep an eye on it. Also, again, as I showed you, you can tell the temperatures are cooler across this region, so it'll be interesting to see if the storm does weaken a little bit as it goes into the cooler air, because further to the west, it is quite a bit warmer with a bit of a front coming right in through here. If you look at the upper 70s and lower 80s across just south of that storm and along that warm front, definitely warmer air, but it is cooler now on the north side. So we'll see if that stays and or weakens, but we'll keep an eye on it either way for you. Across northern Alabama this afternoon, we do have one severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Coleman, Alabama. This is well north of Birmingham. It is south of Huntsville, Alabama. Little storm near Decatur, Alabama. And then again, we mentioned earlier that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be northwest of Tuscaloosa, but that's not in the tornado watch area. So the better dynamics are further to the north. And then across Arkansas again, storms that are severe south of Little Rock and now north of Texarkana. I don't have any warnings for Texas other than a tornado watch, which means conditions are favorable, but that does not mean anything, but nothing is occurring at the moment, and we'll keep you advised on that as well. So that's kind of where we're at the moment, folks. We're going to keep an eye on the storms. Also, going further out, there is a severe thunderstorm watch across Missouri and Illinois this evening. So if you're traveling up on Interstate 44, you'll be running into some storms. This is near and east of Rolla and around the St. Louis area, from west of St. Louis to east of St. Louis. These are for generally hail 1.75 inch diameter hail right on the north side of St. Louis, 60 mile per hour winds, and then some more strong storms with 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch diameter hail off to the west and southwest of St. Louis this afternoon. Then going further across the country, across the Carolinas, we are still have a tornado warning storm, pardon me, in the severe thunderstorm watch, and we've had several of them today. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be near the Goldsboro area of the Carolinas. Let's see where this is exactly. This is in North Carolina for Wayne County in central North Carolina and southeastern Johnston County in central North Carolina. That'll be until 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're out in that part of the world, you do have a tornado warning out here. Again, I don't have the radar up because we're looking at a radar by Nashville, but you get the general idea with the polygons of where things are at. But we're covering mainly this area of the country right now with the severe weather threat from Tennessee through Arkansas, with the threat of strong storms. And right now we have the tornado warned storms to the southwest of Nashville that we're working at the moment for you. Again, these are radar indicated. It is not quite as bad as it was a little while ago when we did have a tornado touchdowns and damage again to a town. This was a town called Lexington, and I have reports of some damage to homes, maybe some people trapped earlier from, I believe, a fairly reliable storm chaser. We'll get more information on that. Let's look at the latest tornado warnings right now. Again, the most recent one is right in through here, and this will be until 6 p.m. But let's go back into the velocity mode, get a better idea. This is a reflectivity. Here's our velocity, and you can see areas, a few areas, one maybe several areas, I should say, of rotation, one to the southwest of Linden, one off to the east of Linden and northwest of Hohenwald, I believe, rotation. These are radar indicated. I don't have any reports yet of a tornado touchdown, but we'll keep you advised either way on the storms. And now my computer has frozen again, so we may not be moving for a second or two. And I don't think I have, there's no volume or anything. Alrighty, we're back. Sometimes the computer completely freezes And when it happens, you won't be able to hear me. The map doesn't move. It's just frozen till we can get it unfrozen, but we're back live again for you. So again, we're staying with the storms this afternoon across Tennessee. These are the most dangerous at the moment with tornado warning storm, this complex of storms. This is generally south of Interstate 40. This is to the southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. And the storms are generally moving off to the east-northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. If you look at the storm motion, it does look like it's tracking up in the general direction of Nashville, but hopefully this will stay just to the south, or at least the tornado warning part of the storm. Probably be tracking up between Spring Hill and Franklin if it continues, but we'll keep an eye on it, or Columbia. Either way, it'll be a close call, but we'll keep an eye on it no matter what, and to let you know what's going on. And as you can see in the pink box right here, the big the larger box, that's the tornado watch. It does not include the Nashville area, and of course part of that is because it's quite a bit cooler in through here. The warm front has not made it through, so it's still on the cool side of the air. So these storms may, the operative word may, weaken a little bit. If they do, then we could see some of the warnings disappear on this a little bit later. So either way, we'll keeping a close eye on the storms no matter what. But these are the only warnings that I have in terms of tornado warnings with the storm. So let me go ahead and double check all this now. Oh, we do have a new tornado warning that I need to make you aware of. This is now on the north side of Memphis. So we do have a tornado warning right now for the areas north of Memphis, Tennessee. You're going to have a radar indicated potential tornado over the Tyronza, moving northeast at 40. So again, this is a tornado warning up on the north side of Memphis, or this is a little ways up north of Memphis. Actually, this is up near east of Mark Tree and north of Terrell. And this is going to be until 6:30 tonight. This was issued at 5:42. But we do have a new tornado warning in through here. And this is going to be across eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee, right on that border of Arkansas and Tennessee, right around Interstate 55. Tornado warning up north of Memphis right now. So if you're driving up and through here, you do have a tornado warning. Storm's moving at 40 miles per hour off to these. Radar indicated, but we'll keep an eye on that storm. As you can see, again, it's isolated, so that would make sense why we could have a tornado warned storm with that. So we'll keep an eye on all these storms. Also, we have more storms tracking to the west of Memphis. So, and again, I've frozen up on my computer, so we're not going to be doing anything. You probably can't even hear me. So we're having some problem with my computer here. It'll freeze up every so often. But we're going to do the best we can on the storms to keep you advised. So that's where we're at the moment. Stay with TWS, Texas Weather Studio. I'll be back in just a few moments and keep you updated on the storms. Alrighty, let's go back in because we do have a new tornado warning that's going on now. So the area around the Memphis area is really beginning to heat up. These are storms developing northwest of Memphis. This will be until 6:30. This is for south central Poinsett, northwestern Crittenden, and central Cross County in eastern Arkansas. Radar indicated storms near Vandale or wind moving northeast 20. This is a tornado and quarter-size hail. These are radar indicated again. So off to the northwest of Memphis, we do have tornado warnings. So we're going to keep an eye on the storms, and I want to go back before we start kind of shifting focus. We're going to focus in a little bit longer on the area near Nashville, but if the storms weaken because of the cooler air, I think we may be focusing back more toward the Memphis and western Tennessee area a little bit later on. So once we kind of wrap this down, we'll probably go further west tonight and be focusing in. You can see it just kind of has that look like if anything is going to develop, it'll be further west where it's quite a bit warmer. If you look at the temperatures, Little Rock, very warm air. Although let's look at the dry line position as well, and let's look at the dew point. We'll get an idea where our front's at. So we're still a little ways away from the dry air. The dry air is kind of moving down across northern Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, where it is drier up and through here with a northwest wind. And let's see if it's more southwest across Arkansas, the western side of it. So that's not really the best low-level flow for surface winds, but nevertheless, we'll keep an eye on the storms. But these are generally southwest winds at the surface that I'm seeing at the moment. Now, down in Texas, some south winds. So we'll keep an eye on the storms. Very moist still air still across the region, and we'll just have to see how it pans out. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings and now tornado warnings across eastern Arkansas and into Tennessee. And again, the threats all the way from southwest of Nashville to the northwest side of Memphis. Tornado warnings in effect right now that we're looking at from Linden over to Homewald to south of Centerville, Tennessee. These are radar indicated at the moment, moving east at about 40. So we'll keep a close eye on the storms as they continue. It's certainly capable of producing a tornado as they're moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So they're saying east, maybe slightly north of east, but it probably will stay south of Nashville the way things are looking at the moment. So with that in mind, let's go back into the social media and see. Here's Reed Timmer. Within the last minute, 2 tornado warnings just northwest of Memphis with the next mode of this event on the way, inbound for intercept. So he's probably looking more on the west side toward the Memphis area for the severe weather threat. So we'll, like I said, probably be focusing in on that area in a little bit. So we do have some severe weather coverage that we'll do, and maybe pull in a couple of stations as well, let you have a little bit better severe weather coverage. So stay with the TWS, I should say, for the severe weather here. And while we're at it, let's go back into our chat and see kind of where everybody's at. So let's go ahead and get this going on here. Yeah, so let's go back over here now and let's look at the tornadoes in off of Memphis now. So let's go back in through here. It's going to be a busy night, but I know everybody's focused in. I'm going to go on the Memphis storm, and we're going to get the local radar up out of Memphis if I can. And also, my computer, my weather has frozen, so I can't move it. You may or may not be able to hear my voice. So give me a second here. Don't know if we're having any luck or not here. No, it's not going to work. All right, we're back now with the latest weather map update in through here. Well, let's go ahead and take the dew points off. Give me just 1 second to reset, folks. So again, severe weather across the Mid-South. And we do have the tornado warnings now beginning to develop off to the west and northwest of Memphis. And we want to make you aware about that. The storms appear to be moving generally to the northeast. They are not really directly impacting the Memphis area, and these particular storms will not, at least these particular tornado warnings will stay off to the northwest of Memphis, but eventually this whole area will be training into the Memphis area. You can see it's a bit of a train right now. It's not really moving off to the east that fast, so they're moving more northeasterly, so they're going to take their time before this pulls in. So you're going to see a lot of action on the northwest side of Memphis and the north side tonight before it eventually moves in. So we're going to just let you know that Memphis is not in the path of the storms quite yet. Over time, that will eventually happen, but these storms are tracking northeast, and these particular tornado warning storms will not impact Memphis at the moment. Over time, though, there will be more movement down to the southwest, and those storms eventually could make it into the metro of Memphis a little bit later on. So that's what we're looking at the moment. But you have a train of storms off to the northwest of Memphis right now and west, but they're not really impacting the area yet. There's not a lot of eastward movement. So that could mean that there'll be one storm right after another. It's called a train effect, training of storms. And that's the way it's going to be. Eventually it will push off, but not right now. So while we're at it, we are still looking at the storms, to the southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. They will be shortly going into cooler air and may tend to weaken a little bit more, but not right now. Again, this is to the southwest of Nashville. So let's go back into Murfreesboro, and we're going to let you hear some of the local coverage because, again, this is going to be out of my area where I'm going to be able to give you information. So if you want to stay tuned for a little bit, we'll go ahead and get some other coverage in here, but it's going to take a second. But going back in through here, you can see the storms. As it continues to push east, they're going to run out of the tornado watch, and the air will be cooler. But that still doesn't mean there can't be a tornado. It just means that the storms are weakening a little bit. The Murfreesboro area, if you want to know, I would be watching this storm off to your west very closely. That is a very dangerous storm, and don't want to let your guard down. Now, whether that tornado warning will continue all the way to Murfreesboro, I can't tell you at the moment, but you'll definitely want to keep an eye on that storm off to the west of Murfreesboro because it does have a trajectory that would take it generally in the path of your area. So let me go ahead and get the latest from the radar up in Nashville and kind of get you an idea. And again, my computer is freezing, so we're going to have problems with this, so there's not much I can do until it unfreezes. So give me a second here to let this all update. And now I have a black screen, which will be of no use to anybody. So we'll see. Yeah, this is just not going to work. So let me go ahead and try it again, see if we can pull up the graphics again in here. Here we go. So we're going back in. This is again across Nashville. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in right now. But as I said before and mentioned, the storm appears to be weakening a little bit. Don't let your guard down, Murfreesboro. But it does seem to be weakening a little bit. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. At the very back end of the storm, we still do have a tornado warning in effect. That's radar indicated. And that'll be until 6:15 for eastern Perry and southwestern Hickman counties. It's capable of producing a tornado. It's moving northeast to 25. So we'll keep you advised on that storm right in through here. So I'm going to stay with you. So that's where we're at right now, south of Nashville. The tornado warning is still there until 6:15. Right now it's 6:02. So keep an eye on this storm. This is going to be tracking generally south of the Nashville area, maybe heading over toward Murfreesboro. So we want to keep an eye on the storm for you. But be a close call. And again, look at your local National Weather Service for the latest information as well. Let's go back into the storms back toward Memphis. And we do have tornado warnings in effect right now on the north side of Memphis and to the northwest side. These are radar indicated tornado warning storms that are going on. Let me go into social media and see if we have anything at the moment. So we're going to stay with the storms here tonight for you at TWS. Let me go back over to the Nashville area again and see what we're dealing with again. So we're looking at a very dangerous storm, and this is going to be focusing in rotation in an area near west of Spring Hill. So this whole area needs to be monitored still very closely. And the reason why my computer is freezing up and why that image now is frozen, because this computer's been running all day long. So it's in all night long. So it's just not really able to, I don't even know if we're going to broadcast anymore at all now. We'll have to probably reset. Yeah, this is not going to work. So I think we're back for however long, I don't know. But again, as I said before, the computer's been running all night long, and sometimes when you run them this long, it's getting fairly warm in the room. It's just not able to handle a lot of complex graphics going back and forth all the time. When we're switching radar sites and doing what we're doing, it's really hard to do that. So you have to bear with me. But again, we are watching the storms southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. They are moving off to the east. Again, the only good news I could tell you is the air is a little bit cooler as you move toward Nashville. It's quite a bit warmer to the southwest, and it's cooler as you move off to the east. So we'll see if that trend continues. But again, want to watch the storms very closely tonight. The bigger threat may be further west across Tennessee, across the Memphis area tonight. Between Memphis and Little Rock, perhaps will be a little bit better for severe storms tonight. So if you're in this part of the world, you'll definitely need to be watching the severe weather across this part of Tennessee this evening. So we're going to look now across, I want to go into East Texas real quick. We got a long ways to go. And we'll use the composite radar right now. I believe we even have a warning down. whereas where I'm at. So let's double check this, and I believe now we have our first tornado warning down and through here. So we're going to switch gears now. We've been focusing in across Tennessee and Arkansas, but our primary focus down is going to be now down in Texas, where I'm at. So let's get the radar up, and this one would probably be closer to Shreveport right now. So I'm going to use the Shreveport radar and get this going. So we'll see if it pulls up or not. It looks to be frozen again, but we'll see. So we have a tornado warning right now. As soon as my computer and my software updates, we may be able to do something with this. We may not. It's just been a really hard time tonight with this. Now we can always do a reset, which is fine. We may have to, but give me 1 second and see if we can't reset or get this going again. If not, we may have to do a complete reset on our live stream. So we're back again, I think. And now we have a tornado warned storm down here in Texas. This is going to be around the Rusk area. So for those of you that are near Rusk, Texas, that was where I was at last weekend. There is a tornado warning right now. This has developed and come up real fast. Tornado radar indicated. Let's go ahead and look at this storm. So for many of you that are looking down here in Texas, this is going to be a tornado warning for central Cherokee County, northeastern Texas, and that'll be until 6:30 tonight. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles southwest of Maybell or 9 miles southwest of Rusk, moving northeast at 30. This tornado and quarter-size hail. So it's going to be down there the Texas State Railroad, for those of you who don't know where that's at. And this is going to be moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. We also have some 1-inch diameter hail, but the main threat right now is the tornado threat with this storm. Now, this is near the town, or will be coming up on the town of Rusk, for those of you that know where that's at, and Highway 69. So right now what I'm going to do is go into the velocity mode of this radar and see if we can kind of get a look at what's going on. And we definitely do have some rotation with the storm to the southwest of Rusk, Texas. Very impressive now on radar. This is going to be to the north of Alto, coming up on Highway 69. So again, near the Rusk, Texas area, we have a tornado. Radar indicated at the moment. Also 1-inch diameter hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds with the storm. While we're at it right now, let's see if I can get anything on social media with this tornado warning also for Arkansas, but that's probably up near the Missouri and Tennessee border up right there. Classic tornadic supercell northwest of Memphis, Tennessee. Note the inflow notch. So they're really watching these storms now up and through there. We got a lot going on, and it's going to be probably a pretty busy night. But again, we're watching the storm down here in Rusk right now. Other people are talking about the Arkansas storms looking good now. So I think we're going to be pretty active now with these tornado warnings. So we got a lot going on with the weather tonight. You want to stay with our channel, or whomever you want to watch for that matter, giving you the latest information. But if you're down here in Texas, we do have a tornado warning. It's in effect. It's near the Rusk area, and it'll be moving off to the northeast tonight. Now, this is the velocity mode. This is going to be coming up in a little bit on Highway 69 and moving off to the northeast. So if you're down driving on 69 south of Tyler, down through Jacksonville and Rusk, you're going to be running into a potential problem with a potential tornado. You can see other cells developing now down through Crockett as well, and generally on the north side of Houston, or well north of Houston. So keep an eye on these storms tonight. This is moving into the tornado watch as well. So just firing up everywhere that we're looking at the moment. And then obviously more cells that are developing across northeast Arkansas, eastern Arkansas, and right on into the northwest side of Memphis at the moment. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, these are staying on the northwest side of Memphis. Over time, though, this whole area and system will be moving in. So expect a long evening tonight. Don't let your guard down. I also have the tornado warning again, although weakening southwest of Memphis, but it's not nearly as large an area as it was. So we're covering a lot of territory tonight, letting you know what's going on with these warnings. So one tornado warning southwest of Nashville, another group of them northwest of Memphis, and then one down here in Texas right now. We're watching as well. So the storm near Rusk, Texas, is definitely impressive. We really want to keep a close eye on this storm as it moves off to the northeast tonight. So this is a tornado warning that'll be in effect, and we have some. Again, this is going to be 9 miles earlier, at least. It's closer now, but it's moving near Rusk and moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation with a storm on this, so we'll keep a close eye on it as it moves off to northeast. And I'm looking at our chat right now. We can see we got some more people coming in right now with their channel. So we'll keep an eye on it for you tonight. And some of our spotters within our chat can tell you what's on the ground, what's not, because I'm going between a computer radar screen and the social media trying to work it all at once. So maybe just a little bit behind what we're doing. So again, that's the one down in Texas. And then the other storms are going to be working up through Arkansas tonight. Well, you can see a conglomeration of severe thunderstorm warnings right now coming up on Interstate 30. These are very intense storms from Prescott through Gordon and Arkadelphia. You can really see a good hail core right in through here. And so some pretty good hail with these storms going off to the northeast. But that was probably the group of storms that were had the big hail near, near Ashdown earlier. And then here's the storms up near Little Rock we'll keep a close eye on. And then we'll go back up to Memphis right now. We'll go to the Memphis radar, and I hope we don't freeze the computer again, but we very well may. It looks like it's still holding in there, so give it a minute to update the screen, and hopefully it won't freeze. So here's our radar indicated tornadoes, and again, these are all radar indicated tornado warning storms, tornado warned storms. This is to the northwest of Memphis, and moving off to the east, northeast at a pretty good clip, about 20 to 30 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour inch, 1 inch diameter hail, and that's still old warning though. I have not had any new update on that. Here's our next tornado warned storm. This is going to be up near Wilson. You can clearly see a good hook on that storm now. Very well defined storm. So we're going to look at that one that's moving northeast at 25, radar indicated, and that'll be going on until 6:30 tonight. So let's see if they updated any on the text of the warning right now. And don't see any update yet. The last info I had was at 5:42, so it's been a while. But let's go ahead. You can see clearly that's right along Interstate 55, north of Memphis, just east of Dias and west of Wilson. Very pronounced hook on that storm. And if we look at the velocity mode, again, pretty impressive, or impressive enough at least on the radar. So this is going to be between Joyner and Marie and Kaiser and Dias, that green and red area with the rotation. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, moving off to the northeast. And again, pretty impressive on the radar. The little hook is just to the near the Bassett area, between Bassett and Marie and Dias, and just west of Wilson on the radar right now. So a very impressive supercell hook on that one. So we'll keep a close eye on it. The other ones to the northwest of Memphis. And then there's multiple severe thunderstorm warnings coming up as well kind of all along Interstate 30 right now tonight from northeast of Texarkana through Little Rock, right on up, and then up on Interstate 40 to the northwest and north side of Memphis tonight. And then did we lose our warning near Nashville? I believe we did. So the only thing I can tell you about the storm down near Nashville is it's an intense storm with a lot of hail in it. You can see the core. We're using the Memphis radar, and we can see an intense storm this far away. So that's an intense, strong storm with a lot of lightning in it as well. Don't let your guard down on that. But right now I have no tornado warning. I just have a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and some ping pong ball size hail with that. That's all radar indicated at the moment. So that's what I showed, but I don't have a tornado warning at the moment on that storm. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Further down in across Alabama tonight, the tornado watch goes across the extreme northern part of the state from Florence over to Huntsville, but the severe thunderstorm warnings are out west of Birmingham, but there's not a tornado watch in that part of the state. Keep an eye on it, though. And then the Mississippi tonight is mainly clear. Don't really see much going on at the moment to be concerned about. And then Louisiana, you're okay in the clear at the moment. And then we're going back to the tornado warning storm down here in Texas. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. It's kind of a big overview. One tornado warning in Texas, and then some right near the Memphis area. That's about it in terms of our tornado warnings. Then across Illinois and Missouri tonight, you do have a severe thunderstorm watch and a couple of warnings right now across the warned area. There's a warning now east of Springfield, Illinois, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some 1-inch diameter hail, and that's about it. I think that's the only warning in the entire watch box. So that's not too active at the moment up and through there. And then here's the entire United States view. You can see the entire region north of the front that's cooled off in the 50s. And then across the west coast tonight, it's in the 80s, 79 at LA, and 81 down toward San Diego. And even warm across San Francisco, 75 degrees up and through there. So fairly warm across California tonight. And all the action then is generally along and east of our front tonight, or is along and east of the front tonight. That's where our severe weather threat is at and where it should be right now. So we'll keep an eye on the storms. What else can I tell you? We're going to go back into social media and check and see if we have any new reports of damage or anything else coming up. Let's see here. Still looking at the possible tornado on the south side of Rusk. Got a tight and strong rotation on this storm. So I'm going to go back down and look at the storm that's down here in Texas, well southwest of Shreveport. Let's go ahead and look at that and see how it's looking now. So again, to get your bearings straight, this is going to be to the northwest of Lufkin, Texas, to the south of Tyler. This is generally south of Interstate 20. And we do have a tornado warning in effect, radar indicated, but I want to make you aware that that does have some potential strong rotation with a storm. So keep an eye on the storm tonight. This is now crossing Highway 69 and moving off to the northeast tonight. So this will be generally moving up toward the Mount Enterprise and Henderson area if it were to continue on. But that's the general direction that I'm showing at the moment. This is south of Tyler and Jacksonville, but you do have storms all up and through here as well. Let me update the reflectivity, so give it a second here for it to update. It's going to take just a second to get the reflectivity up. It's not there yet. So we're going to go ahead and double check a couple things before we pull out of this storm. So that's the latest in the rotation. Let's go back into the reflectivity mode. And again, a very intense storm we're watching right now down across eastern Texas tonight. It's going to be down toward Rusk. Keep your eye on that storm as it continues to push off to the east, east of Highway 69 before we head back on up to Arkansas. So with that in mind, we're going to go back. We have storms developing now across the northeast of Shreveport, but nothing severe. And then going on up into southern Arkansas, right along Interstate 30, and then all the way on back to the northeast. And here comes our tornado warnings again. This is going to be near the Memphis area, but let's go ahead and check the latest on these warnings here. Give the radar a second and me to update this. Tornado radar indicated according to our tag, 1 inch diameter hail. Let's see if we have anything new on these storms. So we're looking at that at the moment. We're monitoring social media. So we have 2 tornado warnings on the north side of Memphis right now. We do not have any tornado warnings near the Nashville area, only a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. So that's kind of where we're at, but I'm monitoring all the storms for you. Don't let anybody out of the picture on this yet. But let's go back to our social media and get an idea of what's going on in terms of our latest reports. So let's be back in just one moment here. Alrighty, so we're back right now. We're monitoring the severe storms right now. I want to go back and check the storm down here in Texas real quick for everybody. And we're going to look at the storm near Rusk again. And again, I've had some problems with the computer. Let's go ahead and look at this. Of course, the tornado tag says tornado possible with the storm. Let's go back into the velocity mode at the moment. And we're still looking at a storm. And our priority first is always going to come to Texas. And we cover a large area. But if there's something going on in Texas, I'm usually going to come back to this area first. So you got to kind of need to bear with me on that. So the storm now is off to the east-southeast of Rusk. It's going to be heading up toward the area of Reclaw in a little bit, and then heading up eventually toward Well, if it holds together up toward Cushing and maybe Mount Enterprise, we'll see. This is going to be generally along highway, I believe that's 84. So if you're traveling up through there, you'll want to keep an eye on the storm. Again, that's a tornado-warned storm. Radar indicated at the moment southeast of Rusk, Texas. So if you're down that way, and this is going to be to the north of Lufkin, or northwest of Lufkin, and to the northwest of Nacogdoches. The spinning is a little bit more intense right now, so we want to keep an eye on this storm. Don't let your guard down on this. I'm going to see if I can get any other reports while I'm at it of anything else going on. And we've got a lot going on the. This is going to be maybe this is coming off a central confirmed tornado now for I think this is eastern Arkansas. So let's go back in through that. So we're going to keep on watching this storm. Let me see what else we got going on, because I believe we may have a confirmed tornado up through Arkansas right now. Let me go ahead and put this back into the reflectivity mode and see. Also, keep an eye on this storm south of Arkadelphia. That's a mean-looking storm near Gordon right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That's moving. Got some very large hail in it, maybe 3-inch diameter hail just east of Interstate 30. It's 3-inch diameter hail, probably around the Gordon area, and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got some large hail tonight with these storms. So let's keep on going up the line here. Now we got the warnings across Memphis right now. These are radar indicated, but we have a tornado observed now. This is going to be to the north of Wilson. So let's go to the Memphis radar. Assuming I can get this up and right in through here. And I'll give you the latest information. It's pretty busy here. We're trying to get the latest social media for you. I'm going to have to go also back to Texas, because we do have very strong rotation, possible donut hole of a damaging tornado on the ground, possibly near Reclaw, Texas. That was the one near Rusk. But I know we have a potential confirmed now tornado, or at least observed tornado. This is going to be, because we mentioned earlier, this is very looking pretty good on radar right here. Good wrapped up supercell with a hook echo on this storm north of Memphis right now, near Wilson, and moving off to northeast. But we have an observed tornado on that. Let's see if we have any other information here. This is they're saying damaging tornado. Confirmed tornado was located over Marie or near Wilson, moving northeast at 35. So that's tornadoes on the ground. That's from the National Weather Service now. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions with that storm. And heavy rainfall could also cover that storm up, so you wouldn't be able to see the tornado. But that's a confirmed tornado. Very dangerous storm near Wilson. Marie moving northeast. This is on the well north of Memphis right now. And we don't have the tornado warning that we had earlier has expired off to the northwest. But that's a very dangerous storm. And while I'm at it right now, we do have these were linear earlier. Now, if you can see, they have a more isolated look to them. So the threat of tornadoes will be increasing now that these are more isolated in nature off to the west of Memphis. So for those of you that are watching us near the Memphis area, we want to make you aware that the isolated nature of these storms could be a problem later tonight. But right now, we have only severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. But keep an eye on those storms. We're kind of moving back and forth. We're covering a very large area tonight of severe weather, all the way from Tennessee down through Arkansas and down into Texas. For those of you that are worried about the Nashville area, that storm is a severe thunderstorm warning. The earlier tornado warnings have gone away, and as we expected, with the cooler air, probably not as much of a threat of a tornado now, at least hopefully, but more of a severe thunderstorm threat with low 60-degree temperatures. That's fairly cool for a significant tornado. So let's go back further west, but we really probably need to go back down into Texas now. We'll keep you advised on the storm around the Memphis area if anything changes, but we're going to stay with the storm tonight. Again, that's your tornado warning north of Memphis right now. Very wrapped up cell, supercell with a not good, easy to see hook echo on it. You can just see how it bends around right in through there. Very easy to see up on a radar. That's just the old reflectivity mode. And that's the way it used to be for weathermen. They would only have this mode to look at and not a velocity mode. Now, if we go into velocity mode, we can see the greens and the reds and kind of this blue area right in there between Marie and Ocala in north of Wilson. So keep an eye on that area. That's now east of Interstate 55, and that was a confirmed tornado. Could be damaging with that storm. Now let's go back down into Texas, because we need to focus back in Texas. We're going to be working a lot of territory tonight, and let's see if we still got. We do have a tornado warning. Matter of fact, 2 now. This is going to be to the northwest of Nacogdoches and to the east of Palestine, to southeast of Jacksonville, south of Henderson. Let's go to the Shreveport radar and work this storm for a little bit as soon as I can. And there we go. So here's our radar, and here's the latest update right in through here. This is a very dangerous storm. One big long polygon right in through here, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour or so. And that's going to be a tornado warning with radar indicated. Near Russ, moving northeast at 35. That's tornado and $half size hail with that storm. So you want to take cover on that storm immediately if you're near the Rusk area and off to the northeast of that between there and Mount Enterprise. This is a very dangerous storm looking on radar right now, and I want everybody to I need to let you know we need to escalate this a little bit. We now have a large and damaging tornado located near Sakal, or 9 miles east of Russ, moving northeast at 30. It's a particularly dangerous situation. You want to take cover now. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. It's large, it's on the ground, and it's doing damage. So I want to make you aware of this one as it moves off to northeast. You can clearly see on radar with this last update. So we're going to be working this for a while now. This is the most important storm that we have, at least at Texas Weather Studio, locally, is going to be this storm. So if you're down near the Rusk or east of the Rusk area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now with a tornado warning. And this is going to be heading up in the general area just near or north of Cushing and up toward Mount Enterprise. This is now east of Highway 69. Let's see if we have some more information on our social media here. So we're going to stay. We got a lot of activity going on tonight for Mount Enterprise, Reclaw, and Laneville, Texas, and all the way up through tracking. Jeff Petrowski's tracking a tornado northwest of, or earlier near Parkin, Arkansas. It was rain wrapped. Let's see here. So we're looking at this right now, live for you, and I'm going to continue the coverage for you, but be aware of the fact that we have tornado warnings across Texas and then also across north of Memphis right now, or one tornado warning, I should say, here in Texas. This is a large tornado on the ground just east of Russ that we want to make you aware of. Again, so if you're out through this part of the world, you need to be taking your severe weather and tornado precautions now. We're staying with you on the storm. It's going to be heading toward the Mount Enterprise area. And let's go back into the velocity mode for you. And you can clearly see this thing is really a very dangerous storm that everybody needs to be taking their precautions on. This is very wrapped up, good rotation. So we're going to stay with the storm. This is going to be now near the Reclaw area. Tornado observed. Tornado damage threat is now considerable. So this is going to be probably just north of Cushing. And this is going to be near Highway 84, if you know where that's at, just near and east of Reclaw. So this is not really, this is still fairly sparsely, it's not dense, I should say, population out through here, but still, there are some towns that will be in the path of this tornado. So if you're on Highway 84 between Reclaw and Mount Pleasant, you should not be on that highway right now because you have a tornado warning right in the way for you. So that would not be good to be on that road at the moment. So what else can I tell you? We have storms up to the north. It's all thunderstorm activity all the way from that area all the way up to Kilgore tonight. But I don't have any warnings on any of these storms. This goes all the way up to Interstate 20 but things could change. So be on your guard tonight on Interstate 20. But on the south end, like a lot of what happens a lot of times, the south end of these complexes, storms or lines, is where you get the tornadoes. They're not impeded anymore by the storms that were going on earlier. So this is on the south end, and this is very dangerous. So we're going to keep a close eye on this storm for you tonight. So again, this is down here in Texas. To get your bearings, this is going to be up to the northwest of Nacogdoches, and this will be not impacting them. This will be moving off to the northeast. The general direction will be Carthage. It's the next major city, and then we'll see if it goes beyond, how far it goes beyond that. But that would be the general direction if it were to hold true. Now, while we're doing that, let's go back out and let you know that we still have severe weather all across Arkansas tonight, and we do have the one tornado warning across north of Memphis tonight. So we really only have 2 tornado warnings at the moment in this entire complex of tornado watches, or tornado watch, I should say. But there are several severe thunderstorm watches, or warnings, I should say. The main threats with these storms are going to be some hail. Earlier, up to 3-inch diameter hail. It's come down a little bit to 2.5-inch. Some large hail near in south of Arkadelphia right now, and near and east of Gordon, and near coming up on Sparkman, some good size hail. But the main threat right now that we're working back is in Texas, and this is going to be to the north of Nacogdoches with a tornado warning. Tornado is a large tornado on the ground that we're working at the moment for you here. And otherwise, we have tornado warnings continue for Osceola, Arkansas, Luxura, Arkansas, Tomato, Arkansas until 7:15. And what else can I tell you? Not really getting any reports of anything at the moment in terms of damage in Texas. But again, this is fairly sparsely populated out through here, so we'll keep an eye on the storms for you tonight as they continue to push off to the east. But like I said, this was, or at least reported earlier, as a large and damaging tornado. Tornado damage threat is considerable. Also, about 1.25-inch diameter hail with the storm. And looking at the velocity, this is very dangerous just to the north of Cushing, Texas right now, northwest. Very dangerous. It's going to be coming right near between Reclaw and Cushing. Tornado here, potentially large. So we're still working at the radar and the information for you, so stand by as I try to get some more information on the latest in this severe. We also have some reports now and some power lines popping and up in Arkansas, maybe a little bit of damage up and through here. Still looks like a donut hole on the radar heading just north of Cushing. Confirmed damaging tornado on the ground with that storm. All right, so let's look at the latest on this. Again, very dangerous tornado that we're watching near Cushing, Texas. And we're going to stay with this, but let's go back here we go. There's the latest update on this. Probably just near the town of Cushing, unfortunately, right now. It's moved on up a little bit. Still holding its own, so keep your eyes out on this particular tornado-warned storm as it continues to move off to the northeast tonight. This is going to be heading up in the general direction of Mount Enterprise if it were to hold together. So we'll keep a close eye on the storm. We're also a little ways away from the storm still, so we're not getting the best view yet. As it gets a little bit closer in, the view will get even a little bit better, but still a very dangerous tornadic storm down here in Texas tonight. Otherwise, going across Arkansas, we have severe weather occurring from Arkadelphia. These are severe thunderstorms right now from Arkadelphia, complex of storms, but this is mainly just a hail and wind threat, really more of a hail threat than anything else. A lot of lightning with the storms. You can see in the lightning. We have some severe thunderstorm warning storms near Cabot and up near Searcy and just south of Newport and Walnut Ridge right now. And that's kind of where the tornado watch ends. And then, pardon me, we do have the tornado warning that's still going on up north of Wilson. Now they're saying the damage threat is considerable with that tornado warned storm. I don't know if that confirmed large tornado was located near Osceola, moving northeast of 30. Particularly dangerous situation. That was as of 6:37. So we want to make you aware of the fact that the tornado warned storm up in Memphis is a PDS tornado. It's not a tornado emergency, but it's still significant that we're watching up through here. So anybody up north of Memphis tonight have a very dangerous and damaging tornado in progress up through here. Now we can go ahead and change the radar out for you, and let's take a look at the storm again. We took a look at it a little while ago, and this is coming out of the Memphis radar. It's going to take a second to do its thing here. So we're going to stay with you. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Supercells may produce tornadoes for a few hours, along with large hail and isolated damaging wind gusts. So we're going to still have it for a few more hours tonight across East Texas, the southern half of Arkansas, extreme northern Louisiana, and into at least western Tennessee. So keep your eye out tonight, especially across Arkansas, generally along and kind of south of Interstate 30. We'll have this severe weather episode going on for a while now. Then we have 81 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, solid inflow with the storm near Stuttgart, Arkansas. Let's go on that one. Let's double check this one right in through here. And I believe we're frozen at the moment again, so let me see when we come back. So I think we're back now. The computer got frozen again for a second. So this is going to be something we'll keep a close eye on. But Stuttgart, Arkansas, where is that at? Anybody know? Here we go. I'm sorry. We're right down here. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm as well. We're watching that one very closely. That has some good inflow. We really want to watch this storm very well. This is south of Interstate 40, and this is coming up to the southwest of Memphis. So I don't want to let that one go. We want to keep a close eye on the one near Stuttgart, Arkansas, okay, and see how that develops. It's also got some large hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and a lot of lightning in that. So that thing could be intensifying as well. So don't let your guard down. That'd be heading up at least on the southern side of Memphis if that were to continue on. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Still watching the tornadic storm, which still has a tag on it of considerable. This is down here in Texas, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Let me go ahead and see if we have any other social media reports going on at the moment as well. And just as an overview, we have a very active radar tonight across the United States, but across basically the southern portion of the country. So you're going to want to take your be weather aware tonight as we continue to monitor these storms across Texas. And here's another update right now. Tornado on the ground. What looks like a TDS. Very strong rotation. This is south of Osceola, Arkansas, now in Tennessee. So that's the one that we're talking about up north of Memphis. And so we're going to keep an eye on the storms. Be with you in just 1 second here. And we got, what do we have right in through here now? So we got a lot going on. Be with you in just 1 second. We're going to update things. Another severe thunderstorm warning up southwest of Texarkana. And then, again, we're watching the areas near Memphis right now. So I'll be back with you. We're just taking 1 second for a tiny bit of a break. I'll be back with more breaking weather updates in just a moment. Stay with Texas Weather Studio for the latest in severe weather information. Alrighty, we're back again. So was out just for a second here. We'll be catching up with the latest in severe weather. Again, thanks for watching our channel. So right now we do have a tornado warning right now. This is going to be the one that we were talking about just a minute ago. So we got a lot going on. I think what we're going to do now is just actually take the watch box off and let you know what's going on with just the warnings only. So we do have the tornado warning now that we were talking about concerned earlier. And this is going to be near Stuttgart, Arkansas. And it looks pretty impressive on radar right now. So tornado, 1.25 inch diameter hail with a little bit of a hook right now. And that's radar indicator rotation at the moment. So keep an eye on that storm tonight. You're going to want to be taking your shelter on that storm as it continues probably to ramp up. The general direction is going to be probably on the south side of Memphis. But we'll keep an eye on it no matter what. It is generally moving, and the whole storm is moving in a northeasterly direction. So, really, honestly, don't let you down at all on Memphis, folks. That's heading up generally your direction. If that were to hold together, it's too close for comfort. Going to be heading up in the direction of Mariana in a little bit. So, don't let your guard down at all. So that's one storm we're watching. And again, the other tornadic storm is going to be up north of Memphis right now. This is south of Blytheville. There was a tornado observed. Some pretty good rotation. Not quite as impressive on radar, perhaps, but still pretty good. They've still got the tornado damage threat considerable on that one as well. So stay alert with all these storms as they continue to move off to northeast. So we're focusing in generally across western Tennessee, Arkansas. We also are looking at the tornado warned storm down here in Texas right now. This is coming up, and we need to talk about that one now. So let me go ahead and do this. Here's our newest warning right now. This is southwest of Shreveport. Like I said, coming up on the Carthage area. Still have a damage threat of considerable. Let's look at the latest warning. And on this is a warning that came off at 6:54 2 minutes ago. Still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is 7 miles south of Minden, or 7 miles south of Henderson, moving northeast at 45. Is a particularly dangerous situation, and you'll want to take tornado precautions now. That's going to be Carthage, Pine Hill, Minden, Mount Enterprise, Gary City, Dodson, Lawsonville, and Lauraville, and Fairplay. So keep an eye on that tornadic storm. Now I'll go ahead and put it up on radar here out of Shreveport. Let's get an eye on this one. So give it a minute here to update on the radar. And it'll update in just a second here, and then we'll have a better idea where we stand on the storm. So here it is. Here's our tornadic storm. Damage threat tag is considerable on that. So let's go into the velocity mode. And here it is. And this is right over the town of Mount Enterprise. My goodness, this is very dangerous right now with a tornado right on top of the Mount Enterprise, Texas area. So while we're doing it, I'm going to go ahead and look at our social media for this. So this is another terrible situation that's going on. Let's keep an eye on this. Tornado warning continues. So we got a lot going on tonight. These are classic supercell structures tonight that we're watching. Here is, yeah, there's that one. Here's Jeff Petrowski riding through here. Let's double check him.
Tighten up now.
This is going to be up in Arkansas near Gilmore.
I'm going to go up the interstate because I don't want to be south of the tornado when it comes across the interstate. Guys, I'm going to put you in the cradle. Just stand by. I'm going to put you in the cradle here. Zoom out. You can see what's going on. Just a minute. I've got to get up here and get ready for the tornado across the interstate. It's coming. Looks like it's on the ground. going up and down again. Have tags up and down. This thing's flying. It keeps changing shape right where the tornado signature is on Doppler. It keeps changing shape rapidly. It's up and down. It's up and down. It's got to go just north of Birdsong. It's going to head up toward Bassett, Joyner, and possibly very similar to the other track that just tornadoed up here. So also I've got tornadic storms back southwest coming up out of southeast of Little Rock. Those will be heading, coming out of Stuttgart. They'll be tracking toward in south of Memphis or near Memphis shortly. About an hour or so. Okay. Doppler's weakened again. It's doing all kinds of things. It's going up and down. It tightens up and you got couple cones on the down and then back up again. It's accelerating northeast. Large bowl, very large bowl. Looks like the tornado is going to be on the northeast head of the ramp, the wrapping bowl on the northeast side. This is going to take a very close path to the previous tornado that just went through here about 30 minutes ago.
Alrighty, let me go ahead and interrupt this now. So let's this is going to be a large and violent tornado. This is where just east of. Hang on one second. That was where Jeff Petrowski was indicating right now. So that was east of Osceola. It was a large and violent tornado a few moments ago. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Let's see if we have any other. But we got a lot more going on as well. We got a lot going on tonight. This was, but let me, pardon me. PDS tornado. This is going to be near. Let me be back in a second. Clear my throat. Alrighty, we're back, I think. So we have a large tornado. This was near Osceola. This is a PDS, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. We're located near Fort Pillow State Park, moving northeast at 35. That's Weather Spotter's confirmed tornado, and I did get a look at it on social media. And at the time, that was a big tornado right up and through here. This is north of Memphis, Tennessee, and the threat could be considerable on this tornado. But I need to let you know of new warnings that are out right now. We already talked about the one southwest of Memphis. This is near and east of Stuttgart with 1.25-inch diameter hail in it. And then we have a new warning right now. This one is going to be to the south of Little Rock. That's radar indicated tornado. This is going to be east of Arkadelphia. And this will be coming up on radar indicated at the moment. That will be coming up on that 530 interstate here in a minute, I believe. So keep an eye on that storm. This will be coming up, I should say, on Pine Bluff. And then further down into Texas, again, we do have the very dangerous storm with a threat considerable tag on this tornado that'll be heading up in the general direction, pardon me, of Carthage, Texas. So a very dangerous night tonight. With a large tornado that's going to be heading up in the direction of Carthage, and it's moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So I want everybody to be paying attention to this weather tonight. This is going across multiple states from Texas to Arkansas into western Tennessee at the moment. So let me go ahead and check the rest, and let's go ahead and look at social media while I'm at it. So we're working a couple of different angles to keep you updated on the severe weather threat tonight. There's another tornado forming east of Sparkman, Arkansas. Very strong rotation, clear inflow. Seek shelter now on that one. A lot going on, and these are significant tornadoes that we want to keep you apprised of. The tornado that passed by Osceola moved into Tennessee via river barge. So we got a river barge of this tornado, and it was a good-sized tornado coming across into Tennessee, Arkansas, Tennessee tonight. So all these are meaning business tonight, and that's why we're on the air staying with you on these tornado warnings. See if we have anything else going on. Got another tornado warning near Turl and Joyner. I think that's back in Arkansas. Let me double check this one now. So we got another one. So it's very busy tonight. We're working multiple states that I need to make you aware of. Now we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be coming across Arkansas into Tennessee, right around Turl, north of Jericho in Arkansas, coming toward the Mississippi River again. This is another tornado warning we need to make you aware of. There was 7:03, a Doppler radar indication of a tornado was near Gilmore or near Tyrona, moving northeast of 35. That's tornado and quarter-size hail. So we want to make you aware of this particular tornado warning box as well. Now, right now, I'm not showing you the radar itself, just the box, but that's where it's at. This is all. We actually have 3 tornado warnings up north of Memphis right now, from Wilson all the way to Osceola over to Ripley tonight. And they're all moving northeast. Beyond that, we have a tornado warning now that's southwest of Memphis, near Stuttgart, east. It's radar indicated. Does not look as impressive, although I'm looking at a different radar, so that's kind of hard to say, really. Stuttgart's looking maybe getting interesting again. I should say Sparkman down in through here. That's looking interesting. East of Sparkman. This is Carthage, Arkansas, not Carthage, Texas, but Carthage, Arkansas. And a very dangerous storm there. And then, again, the storm down here in Texas that is a large tornado. At least earlier, the damage threat was considerable. Still holding together as it makes its way toward the Carthage area. So, again, very dangerous tornadic storm on here. Let's go to the velocity mode and see how this is checking out. And right over Mount Enterprise, there's some damage probably being done right now. This is a terrible situation that's occurred near the Mount Enterprise area. So we want to make you aware of what's going on. If you know anybody down near Mount Enterprise, Texas, there's been a tornado doing something down there. We'll keep you apprised. I've had no reports of damage yet, but certainly something that was near their town just a moment ago. Also, we have a tornado warning now up in Illinois. This will be for Highland, Illinois, Troy, Illinois, Maryville, Illinois until 7:45. That's a long ways away. But we want to make you aware of that. So really spun up pretty quickly. This is up near Troy, Illinois. Hook echo and very strong rotation. So stay, if you're up in there, you'll need to be taking your tornado precautions as well. So a lot going on tonight that we're keeping an eye on for you. Large hail also across Arkansas. And so let's see if I got anything else. Still, we're watching the tornado down in Texas, and again, that was a large tornado that we have down here. I'm still looking for reports of any damage or anything, but again, we're looking at this very closely. Staying with you here at Texas Weather Studio. Stay with us. Give us a thumbs up if you like what we do here, and we'll keep you updated. And if you're not subscribed to our channel, that would be great if you could do that. So I really would appreciate if you could subscribe to our channel. So with that in mind, let's go back. We're working on a number of states tonight. So we got the one near Texas, near Mount Enterprise that we're watching, which is very important that we cover down here. But we're also going to go back up through Arkansas and Tennessee, let you know what's going on. Have a large area, large range. Don't let your guard down across northeast Texas, although these are generally linear in nature, but something could still pop up at any moment. Have the storms, tornado warned storms south of Little Rock right now, and then east of Little Rock. And then also 3 tornadoes, or I should say 4 tornado warnings now, west of Memphis, north of Memphis, and northeast of Memphis. These are all radar indicated except the final northeast one, which still shows a damage threat, or I should say the second to the last one, tornado damage threat considerable. So a lot going on in through here. I know everybody wants to know about that. Actually, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them from the, eastern Arkansas into western Tennessee. So let's go ahead and look at the radar up and through here now. Now we kind of have an idea. Actually, yeah, there's actually, if you go all the way, that would be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not even including Texas. So we have 7 total, actually more than that. There's an active warning up near east of St. Louis, a total of 8 tornado warnings across the region. One of them is not even in the tornado watch box. That one up there is in a severe thunderstorm watch box. And so we got a lot going on. Here's the latest radar for you. You can see the tornado warning east of Blytheville right now. It's coming up on southwest of Dyersburg, west of Friendship. Radar indicated. Here's our other tornado warning coming up across Arkansas into Tennessee right now. I don't know about these other boxes because I don't even see the image for that, or I don't see anything there in the box. So I don't know about that one. Here's our other tornado warning storm. This is going to be north of Forest City right now. And keep an eye on that. This is, again, all radar indicated. So a lot going on. If you look at velocity, looks like there could be something on the back edge of that tornado box. Right in through here, you can see it. Northeast of Hunter, Arkansas. Right in there, could have a tornado that could be causing problems. This is going to be north of Interstate 40. And that will be moving in the general direction of the northwest side of Memphis if it were to hold together. Again, you'd also have another tornado warning to the southwest of Memphis right now. Perhaps not as impressive on radar as it was, but certainly something to keep an eye on as we work through the evening hours. So this is the velocity mode. Then we go back into reflectivity, and there's a lot of lightning and a lot of hail with that storm as well. And then, but again, the tornado warnings are just lined up on the northwest to western side to north side, northeast side of Memphis. Just the whole side of your town is lit up with tornado warnings at the moment. But nothing impacting the Memphis area directly. Nothing at the moment, but that could change. But there are multiple tornado warnings around the Memphis area, generally on the north, northeast side, north side, and northwest side of town. So we don't want to let everybody forget about the fact that we're covering tornado warnings further down into Arkansas, east of Little Rock, south of Little Rock, and then the other big tornado warning is the one down here in Texas. This is the one that's coming up on Carthage right now, and the damage threat on that is considerable. So there's your box right there. Give you an idea, this is well east of Dallas and southwest of Shreveport, southeast of Longview. Coming up on the town of Carthage is a tornado warning at the moment, right this second going on. This is going to be heading in. Let's go back into the radar. But while I'm at it right now, we're going to keep a update on our social media and see if anything else has changed. So the Rusk County, Texas scanner just reported several houses without roofs. They are checking on the Mount Enterprise. On Mount Enterprise, a large tornado appeared to go through Mount Enterprise roughly about 20 minutes ago. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to go into our Broadcastify and see if we can pick up some information about some breaking events right now when it goes up. And then now we're getting more reports in. The emergency managers reported notable structural damage in Mount Enterprise from the tornado that came through just a few moments ago. We were just talking about that. So we got to make you aware of that as well. So we got a lot going on. Here's another one. Confirmed large and damaging tornado heading for Gary City, Texas. 150 to 160 mile per hour of gate-to-gate shear. So let's go back into this. Let's go ahead and put the Shreveport back on and get you the latest update on this one. Very dangerous situation, unfortunately developing right in through here. This tornadic storm has been going all the way from Russ, Texas, and moving all the way northeast, now heading toward a fairly populated area. There has been reported damage near Mount Enterprise. The damage threat tag is still considerable. This is now north of Highway 84 and coming up on the town of Carthage. So that's a very dangerous storm. There's nothing, this is bad. And here's our rotation. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm. Again, if you're down here in eastern Texas tonight between Henderson and Carthage, you have a tornado warning that's in effect at the moment. This is going to be coming up in the general direction of Gary and Carthage, Texas, if it holds together. So we want to make you aware of this. So while I'm doing that, we're going to be working our social media and Broadcastify feeds to see what else we got going on for you here. So we're monitoring everything. We're monitoring the people that are in our chat. And if you'll give me just a second, I will try to get up some information. See if we have any information on the damage down in Texas tonight. So here's our top feeds going on. Let's see our top feeds at the moment. Okay, so it's not pulling up yet in our top feeds, but we can also go by the state. So let's go ahead and just go into the state feed. But we're working a lot of different things right now. Not sure what county these are at.
Hey, it's Megan Trainer for Profile by Stanford. Life's really full these days with rehearsing, performing, writing music, and balancing family. I need a nutrition plan that's easy to follow. I need one-on-one nutrition coaching. With nearly 200,000 members nationwide, Profile is transforming lives with one-on-one nutrition coaching and customized plans.
Well, we got a lot going on, so we're not going to listen to Broadcastify right now. We want to make you aware of the fact that there was a large powerful tornado across the Mississippi River near Osceola, Arkansas, and Wepfer Marine. That was earlier tonight. It was a big tornado that occurred. So got that on. And we're still watching the tornado near Carthage. It has 160 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. This is a very volatile situation. Need to make you aware of the fact this is a very, very dangerous storm coming up on the Carthage area right now. This is a very dangerous tornado that we need to stay with you on tonight. So we're going to just stay with you. We got a lot of stuff going on in the weather department tonight. We got multiple tornadic supercells south and east of Little Rock as well, and we're covering a very large area. This is a something that we're keeping a close eye on tonight. So stay with us. Try to give you the latest updates here at Texas Weather Studio. So stay with us here. But that's a very dangerous situation. So right now we do have the, let's see the latest warning on this. The latest information I had was 6:54. Quite a while ago now, so let's double check this. Sometimes with these boxes, they may not update, so if I don't see the right box, it may have not updated, but I believe this is current on that. We're going to stay with it though, so let me keep on looking on our social media feeds. looking at strong tornado moving through Panola, Texas, about 160 mile per hour of shear at 2,700 feet, indicative of a strong mesocyclone. So again, this is a very dangerous one. Let's go back and zoom in if I can with this storm. Here's Gary riding through here. So coming up on Carthage. This is southeast of Henderson, Texas. This eventually will be coming up on 59. So want to make you aware of what's going on with this storm here. Very dangerous. So we're going to be with this storm because it's, let's see what else we got in right through here. So for those of you just joining us, we are focusing in on a tornado-warned storm. This is down here in Texas right now. This is southwest of Carthage, Texas, southeast of Henderson, Texas, where we do have a large tornado on the ground heading in the general direction of Carthage, Texas right now. So we have a very strong gate-to-gate shear up to about 160 miles per hour, and this is moving in the general direction of Carthage, somewhere between Gary, Texas, and Carthage, Texas, affecting the Highway 59 in a little bit. So we want to make you aware of what's going on right now. This is a very strong radar-indicated display of a tornado doing damage. We even have the mesoscale strength of a 12 right now. So this is a very dangerous storm that we're watching very closely tonight. The threat is considerable. And it's always possible they could up the tag on the storm to something else. So we want to make you aware of what's going on with this. So if you like what we do here at Texas Weather Studio, if you'll come in and just give us a thumbs up or say you're watching or something like that, would that be helpful? We see about 67 people watching our feed right now. So again, if you like what we do and if it helps you out, let us know here in the comments below or within the chat itself. Also, we have two large tornadoes that occurred across the Mississippi River this evening. This was near Osceola, Arkansas. So we got that in. And we're looking at, a violent situation, violent tornado. It's heading toward the Carthage and Gary City, Texas right now. We're looking at about 150 to 180 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. So you really need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. And for those of you who know, this will not hit Dallas. We're not going to be looking at anything like this here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. So we're watching this very closely on the radar. Here's the latest update on this. We can see the reds and the greens and all this coming right north, probably near or north of Gary right now. This may come across right on the south side of Carthage the way it's going. And again, very dangerous situation. Let's look at the reflectivity mode, and then we're going to go into the CC mode in a minute and see if we can see the dropout any debris on the ground right now. So again, a very dangerous situation developing just southwest of Carthage, Texas. This is well southeast or well east-southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, southwest of Shreveport, but coming up on the Texas-Louisiana border in a little bit, coming up on the town of Carthage, Texas right now. Unfortunately, a very dangerous situation developing that we want to keep a close eye on for you tonight. Here it is. So we're looking at our correlation coefficient, and it's still a little hard to tell, but just be assured that there is a very dangerous, potentially damaging tornado right in through here. We can see the little bit of a hook again, just to the west of Gary, coming up on the town of Carthage. This is not letting up at all. So a very dangerous display that we're showing. I don't want to let everybody forget about the rest of the the country right now. You got tornado warnings up across Arkansas from south of Little Rock right now, with some very large hail, tornado threat. This is going to be near also a town called Carthage, but it's Arkansas. And now the computer just froze, so now we're frozen. So whether or not you can hear me or not, I don't know. So now we're frozen. So we're back. Sometimes the computer freezes up on us here, so we want to make you aware. So again, that was the one that there, and then here's the storms, tornado warning storms. Now west of Memphis right now, we have 1, 2 on the west side of Memphis, 2 on the north side right now. These are all tornado warning storms on it. These appear to be radar indicated tornado warnings. They don't have a considerable damage tag or anything on them, but we'll keep an eye on those. But the big one is down here in Texas right now, coming up on the town of Carthage, Texas. A large tornado, apparently on the ground, doing damage. It's already done damage near the town of Mount Enterprise, Texas. And we want to make you aware of what's going on. So again, let's see if we have any new reports coming in while I'm working the radar here for you. Stay with us here. Looking at maybe a 1 to 2 mile wide debris ball heading for north of the Gary City area. So again, we'll keep an eye on the storm. We want to take shelter now on that. This is going to be north of the Gary City, Texas area, coming up on Carthage. This is a very bad situation that's developing right now. Tornado warning continues for Carthage, Texas, Gary City, Texas, Clayton, Texas, until 7:45 tonight. At least a little bit over 20 minutes to go. We got a debris ball now southwest of Carthage. So this is very bad. A situation that's developing right in through here. Very bad. And a little bit of a debris ball. Let's see if we can see it up on the CC quotient or not. So give me a second. Pardon me. Couldn't cut off the mic quick enough for you, everybody. So let's go into the velocity mode. Still hanging in there. And then let's go into the correlation coefficient. And there definitely could be something there with damage right in there. The storm is going to be coming up near or just south of Carthage. So certainly on the south side of town, you're going to be looking at damage. And just expect this to be a very dangerous and damaging tornado, unfortunately, unless it lifts or weakens right now. So this is the way it's looking at about 7:27 tonight. And this is a very dangerous tornadic storm coming up on that city, unfortunately. So everybody's talking about the Carthage, Texas tornado right now. So stay with us here. Hang on one second. And let's see the latest warnings on that. I'm going to look at the latest damage tags on these and see where we stand. They're not updating the tag yet. They may in a little bit, other than just to say it's considerable, but there's been no official update from the Weather Service yet. I don't have a tornado emergency or anything like that on it yet. 2 tornado warning storms continue west of Memphis, with one heading in the direction of downtown. That's from Reed Timmer. Everybody needs to keep an eye on the Memphis area tonight, with tornado warnings heading in the general direction, at least one of them, toward downtown Memphis. So we want to make you aware of what's going on. A monster wedge in eastern Arkansas earlier tonight. So this is a very dynamic situation out of an enhanced risk today that got going, and we're watching this right now. So stay with TWS, I should say, for the latest in severe weather information. So I'm working as fast as I can for you here. Got about 101 people watching our channel right now. Again, a large tornado on the ground damaging southwest of Carthage, Texas right now, We're watching the radar live for you to give you the latest updates. Nobody needs to be driving on these highways near the Carthage area right now, as you do have a tornado, potentially large, in progress, coming up on you right now. So let's go to the velocity mode, and you can see it's looking just as strong as it did earlier. So a very, very, very bad situation coming up closer and closer to the Carthage area right now. It's coming right up on Highway 59. This is very bad, unfortunately, and we're watching it very closely here at TWS. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. It's a little harder to pick up, so we're just going to work with what we got with the velocity and the reflectivity. But this is the rotation area just coming up on the southwest side of town right now. So again, coming up on Highway 59, you're going to be looking at a large tornado. I've had no reports yet other than it was earlier on the ground with a large damaging tornado. You can see in their little tag the tornado damage threat is considerable. So what we're looking for right now is reports coming in about this. There has been reports of damage in the Mount Enterprise area from this tornado earlier. We need to give you from Steve Lookner. Scanner is reporting significant damage in Mount Enterprise, Texas, after a large tornado apparently passed through. So this is staying on the ground. Debris and velocity signature shows it heading directly toward Carthage, Texas right now. So we got a very bad. There's also a large mobile home park over the southern edge of Carthage. You got to get out of there now in that type of situation. So a very dangerous situation here. We're staying with you here at Texas Weather Studios. So we're letting you know what's going on tonight here as it continues to move right in the direction on at least the southern side of Carthage, Texas right now. The tornado threat is considerable. I do not have a tornado emergency tag. I have no new update from the Weather Service. The last warning came off at 6:54, and Shreveport has not done any new updates on this tag at the moment. So that's the latest I've got for you. But we can still look at the radar and tell you that the rotation is getting closer and closer to at least the south side of Carthage at the moment. So again, we're coming to you live. The time is 7:31 at night. If you're just joining us here, we're watching a large tornado here in Texas right now, to the south of Carthage, Texas. And to get your bearing straight, we'll go back out to reflectivity mode. You can see it very clearly on radar. So this is generally well east of Dallas right now. This is southwest of Shreveport. This is south of Interstate 20. This is in part of a larger tornado situation developing across the Mid-South today. It's kind of the western end. Also, right now, we do have another new tornado warning that's developed. This is now on the north side of Interstate 20, on the north side of Marshall, Texas. So now you have a tornado warning near the between Jefferson and Marshall. We'll see how bad this is. And we got a tornado warning now. It's radar indicated. Let's go ahead and read the warning tag for you real quickly. This is going to be a tornado, at least it's capable of producing a tornado near Woodlawn, moving 9 miles north of Marshall, moving east at 30. This is a radar indicated rotation, so keep an eye on that one, but it's not nearly as bad as the one down in Carthage. So we're not going to spend very long on it, just long enough to let you know, north of Interstate 20, tonight near Marshall, you have a tornado-warned storm. But that's not the main problem. The one that we're looking at, although that could change too, but the one we're looking at right now is going to be the one down here near the Carthage area. This is a large tornado. Damage threat is going to be considerable coming up on the Carthage area, almost on top of them now. Let's look. You can clearly see the hook. You can see the look of this storm. It's very dangerous. Let's look at the velocity mode again. You can see the rotation on it. Probably going to get a new sweep and give us an idea in just a second about where we stand with the progress of this. But I want to make you aware of what's going on here. So let me go ahead and look at our social media feeds while we're at it and give you some new updates. Reed Timber is talking about it too. Large violent tornado just southwest of Carthage, Texas. A life-threatening situation in the path of the storm. Southern mode goes nuts as well. Outbreak has begun. That's according to Reed Timber. So there's we're going to be watching these tornado warnings for quite some time tonight. But he's talking about it as well. Large tornado apparently on the ground that has been doing damage at least since Mount Enterprise tonight. And a lot going on. We're looking now for damage reports coming in. There will be damage reports probably coming in. Latest update within the last 30 seconds. Still a confirmed damaging tornado, but the gate-to-gate shear is coming down a little bit now. We're looking at about 60 to 70 versus about well over 100 earlier. Got a lot of lightning. So this could be cycling a little bit as well. May weaken a little bit, thankfully, as it comes across town, but it could weaken. Now you're looking at the latest update. It looks as though it's just about right on top of the town. The way it's looking right now, the northern side of the city will be probably spared, hopefully, but or a part of it. But no part of the city is ever good to lose. But again, the southern part of the town is certainly taking some more of a impact from this, at least tornadic circulation. And we're looking at this continuing to move right across Highway 59 tonight, moving off to northeast. But again, at least the southern portion of the city of Carthage is being affected now by this circulation. I have no reports yet of any damage reports, but there were reports earlier down toward Mount Enterprise, which is off to the southwest of town. Now it's right on top of Carthage, rotation, and we'll keep you advised on this. The tag on this is still the same, threat considerable, and they've not updated anything about the warning, although it says, it was observed earlier. So again, it could be cycling, could have weakened just a little bit, but it's continuing to move off to the northeast, and we'll keep you updated on this. I'm going to stay with this for a while longer before we move off to some of the other warnings to let you know what's going on. So we got the tornado warning right now. It is 7:35 right now, and we are staying with this for you tonight. Again, we have a tornado warning down here in Texas, but there are other tornado warnings across Arkansas and Memphis tonight that we're watching near the Memphis area. We also have tornado warnings now, including Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Sulphur Springs, Arkansas, Altimer, Arkansas until 8:15. And that's going on at the moment. So new warnings out there. We're looking again for damage reports coming in. There were damage reports near the Mount Enterprise area earlier, but I've had no reports. So we're going to stay with this, but let me go ahead while we're pulling back out for just a second until I get some more information. Reminding you that we have a tornado on, at least threat rotation near the town of Carthage, just on the south side, coming across right now, Highway 59, moving off to the northeast, and that will continue to move up toward not really sure exactly where that's going to go next, but this is going in the general direction of Shreveport if it were to hold together. While we're doing that, let's go back into some of the other warnings, let you know what's going on. So that's a very dangerous tornado down there. Here's another tornado warning out west of Shreveport. This is north of Marshall right now. That's radar indicated. It's not as impressive on radar, but I want to make you aware of that storm as it continues to push off to the east. And if you look in again at the velocity mode, we can see the greens and the reds riding through here with a little bit of a notch northeast of Nesbitt and south of Jefferson. That could be something to watch, but not as impressive, but definitely there. And then if we go further on up the road, we can see we have more tornado warnings now. This is a new one. This one is going to be a tornado warning east of Camden, Arkansas, near Hampton right now. Tornado is radar indicated, so that's another one. So we just got a lot going on in terms of multiple warnings across the region tonight, from eastern Texas across Arkansas and into western Tennessee. Let's look at how many warnings we got in Arkansas alone. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 that I can tell across Arkansas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then here's the ones near Memphis right now. So we have one on the north side of Memphis, and then we have 2 on the west side right now. And that could be causing problems, especially the one near area Mariana. That's radar indicated, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. That could have a tornado and golf ball size hail. So again, we're watching that. And then there's another one just to the west-northwest of Memphis. That will probably track just to the northwest side. So it's mainly the southwestern storm that we might be worried about the most for the Memphis area. So that's what we got going on in through there. And now we're going to go back and look. And so here's the overview. You can see all the warnings. I could put the watch box up now and let you see. Here's our tornado watch in the pink and the severe thunderstorm watch in the reds. So we have severe weather basically all the way from Illinois down through Missouri, down into Tennessee, Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and eastern Texas tonight. So a very large area with a lot going on, severe storms tonight. But our focus right now is really down here in Texas with the severe warned storms going on. Here's the new warning right now, still with a new box. Looks like we got a new box out. Let's read this one out to you. This is 7:39, and this is going to be coming into the Louisiana area, eastern Texas. So let's confirm large, extremely dangerous tornado was located over Carthage, moving northeast at 30. Particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. So damaging tornado. Repeat. A large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Protect your life. You're going to have to take cover now. So that's what you need to be doing with that. But that's a new update on that tornado warned storm near Carthage. And it's moving off to the northeast. It's going to be moving northeast at about 30. It's going to be affecting areas for west central DeSoto Parish, northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Cato Parish in northwestern Louisiana, and eastern Panola County in northeastern Texas. So stay alert with this storm. You do not need to be here. This is very dangerous again, still holding together as it's about ready to go past Carthage and eventually into Louisiana tonight. This will be coming up near, unfortunately, the Shreveport area in a little bit, and certainly Interstate 49 if it were to hold together. And there's really no reason that it would not. So I'm becoming concerned of some part of Shreveport, or at least the southern side of it, being impacted by this system. So we need to keep a close eye on this one to impact potentially a larger area a little bit later tonight. So don't let your guard down on this one at all. So that's a very dangerous situation that's developing. Now we're also monitoring our social media, letting you know what's going on with the reports coming in of damage. Somebody else is reporting about this. We got a TDS up to about 16,000 feet with this storm. So a very sad situation developing right now from storm chasers and meteorologists to kind of know what they would be talking about. So a very sad situation developing across Carthage and off to the northeast and to the southwest tonight. From what I'm seeing, plus damage reports coming in near the Mount Enterprise area. Tornado warning including Carthage, Texas, DeBerry, Texas until 8:30. Although probably Carthage will eventually be out of that in a little bit, but that's the warning till 8:30 tonight with that. Let's go ahead and see the latest damage reports coming in. We also have a tornado warning continues for Parkin, Arkansas, and Vandale, Arkansas that'll be until 8 o'clock tonight. So very active tonight all the way from Arkansas down into Texas, also Tennessee as well. We're looking at a damaging tornado now that's near the Carthage area. It seems to be cycling up again, regaining its strength. Gate-to-gate shear is about 110 miles per hour. Very dangerous situation. So let's go back into this and let you know that you have a very dangerous situation that's holding on. And these are long-lasting systems now. So I don't see anything to stop this thing from continuing to move off to the northeast. And now we're just going to be looking at the trajectory of this to see how far this makes it. And does it make it up toward or near the Shreveport area over the next hour or so? Because this will be coming up their way in a little bit. Now, doesn't mean it's going to come into Shreveport, and it certainly could weaken. But I want to make you aware of the fact that that this is heading in at least on the south side of the Shreveport area. Certainly, it's a possibility. But it could turn right. It could weaken. There's all kinds of things that could happen. So this is the latest radar, and I'm going to go back into chat. You can see the clear hook echo on it. It's cycling back up again. Very dangerous, very impressive on radar. 1.75-inch diameter hail. So you got large hail, a violent tornado. Let's go into the velocity now. And here it is, and it just really shows up clearly with a rotation. This is kind of off to the east-southeast of Carthage right now. Fairly I wouldn't say desolate, but it's not sparsely populated. And this appears to be on Highway Is that 79, I believe, out of Carthage? So this is going to continue to go off to the northeast and eventually cross Louisiana or Texas, Louisiana, and into Arkansas, eventually even impacting Interstate 49 if it were to hold together. So I want to make you aware of the fact of where we're at, what's going on. Also, the computer has frozen again, so I may not be able to get you audio. I'm down now. So let's okay, we're back now. I want to make you aware that sometimes the computer freezes up. It also freezes my mic up, so I don't always have it. Also, we need to let you know that there's maybe a significant tornado forming southwest of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So let's go up to Pine Bluff. We just got a lot going on tonight. So we're working a lot of different radar sources. Let's go back into the velocity or reflectivity mode, let you know. So that's the storm southwest of Shreveport. But I need to make you aware of the fact of, first off, don't let your guard down north of Marshall, Texas. There's a tornado warning up there. It's not as impressive on radar, but it's there. And there is something to it between Marshall and Jefferson, east of Highway 59. Tornado radar indicated on that storm. So that's one. Also have a severe thunderstorm now east of Texarkana. And then the one near Pine Bluff is really ramping up. We got 2 tornado warnings, one southwest of Pine Bluff, one on top of Pine Bluff. And we could go up to the Little Rock radar and get a better view of that. So let's get the radar up. Give me a second. Let's look at this one, hopefully without it going down. So we're going to look at look at this now. So we got a lot going on tonight, folks. It's going to be a long, long night. But give me a second to observe. Here's our social media coming up here. Supercell with History of Strong Tornado. They're doing a special SPC mesoscale discussion 289 on that one. So that's what we're going on. They've also upgraded, I believe, to a moderate risk on the... Oh, I'm sorry. That's the weather prediction for rain. So we're really watching this very closely with a low-level jet beginning to pull up tonight. This is just a very dangerous setup tonight. So it's going to be a long night. Here's the one near Pine Bluff that we're watching. Anybody near the Pine Bluff area, especially just south, maybe even a couple of circulations, but certainly south, that could have problems down through here. So that's a circulation that's worthy of watching. And then here's another one near Tinsman, Arkansas. That's where that box for the tornado warning down there is. And then let's go back to the reflectivity mode again. And here's our warnings again around the Memphis area. We got a little bit of a hook developing southwest of Memphis. This is south of Forest City. And there's a little bit beginning to develop in through here. We want to watch that storm very closely. It's got 1.75 inch diameter hail. And then we also have another tornado warning, at least radar indicated northwest of Memphis right now. It's getting perhaps a little bit messier through in here, but let's keep an eye on all this tonight. Eastern Tennessee, you've really weakened down quite a bit, but we do have some warnings, and I can't don't want to let you be unaware of the fact that we even have tornado warnings now up in Illinois, east of St. Louis. We have 2 tornado warnings way on up here. This is south of Interstate 70 and west of Interstate 57 right now across Illinois. These are radar indicated tornadoes. So a lot going on tonight, severe weather-wise. Matter of fact, too much. So we're going to go back down and work Texas tonight. We're watching our channel here, and a lot of people are coming and watching our channel from different parts of the country. You may be in the Mid-South. You may be across Arkansas, Tennessee. There may be many of you down here in Texas. We're doing the best we can to cover the severe weather threat. Here's the tornado warning, though, now. Southwest of Shreveport. Again, very dangerous, and very much of a damaging threat. It's really wrapped up now east of Carthage. You can clearly see it on radar with a hook in it. Damage threat is considerable. Very impressive on radar, reflectivity-wise. Then if you go into the velocity mode, but again, a very dangerous look on the velocity mode. This is where the circulation is generally at. and that's going to be going across the state border between Texas and Louisiana real soon, then moving up in the general direction, at least the south side of Shreveport. So we're going to have to be talking about how close this gets to the Shreveport area. It looks like it will be close, maybe too close, but it probably will stay off to the south. Let's look at the general motion of this the storm. And here it is in motion right now. And I would say it probably the tornadic part of it will probably stay south of town. If you look at the polygon, though, you can see that there's a wide area enough that covers that would go up toward near Interstate 20. So, but it will probably be south of town, maybe heading up in the general direction of Stonewall if it were to continue. But if it were to continue tonight, it would come across Interstate 49. So we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know that it'll actually hit Shreveport, but would stay south of Shreveport. It's going to be close. Keep an eye on it tonight. Very intense, very dangerous looking tornadic storm. And then if you look at the other cells, not nearly as impressive. Nothing really going on further west. Let's look at our dry line right now and see if or the front, I should say. And let's look if that's pushed on through. Will give us a better idea. We're not quite out of it yet. We're still in the moist air across the metro where I'm at here in Dallas. Our dew points are still fairly high. But here comes our front off to the northwest. That's eventually going to blow everything out, but not for a while, and cool things down. But right now, it's very tropical, very humid. Our dew points are at least in the mid-60s all through here. So it's significant. It's good for, and then with a low-level jet kicking up a little bit later tonight, certainly unfortunately, a very dangerous situation developing just southwest of the Shreveport area tonight. We'll keep a close eye on it for you. So I'm going to keep an eye on it and see how it looks in our chat real quick. Again, if you like what we do, give us a thumbs up and support our channel. The one thing you can do is simply to subscribe to our channel and help keep us on air here. So I would appreciate it. And again, my name is Mark Myers. I'm coming to you from Dallas, coming from our Dallas studio here. So again, all I ask is just subscribe to our channel. That would really appreciate it. We've got about 542 subscribers. We've been growing quite a bit, literally over the last couple of days. We went from less than 200 to now pushing nearly 550. So your support by subscribing us helps us out and helps us out in our viewership and our live stream and everything else. So again, appreciate that. Here's looking at chat right now, reporting structural damage. This is coming from Lynn, one of our moderators that I'm looking in chat. I want to give Lynn a thumbs up for reporting tonight, and also let you know from him that they're reporting structure damage and tree damage in Rusk County. So that's coming from one of our moderators here in our chat, and I want to appreciate all of our moderators and people giving us weather information about the latest in severe weather. Alrighty, let's see what else we can tell you here. I'm going to go back out real quick and look at some of the other warnings. So again, let you know we have another warning in Texas. It's going to be up north of Marshall right now. It's not as impressive on radar, but it's radar indicated. So again, it's moving off to the east. You might get some 1-inch diameter hail. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings east of Texarkana. We have some warnings for tornado warnings across near Pine Bluff and southwest of Pine Bluff, but these are radar indicated right now. Then Little Rock looks like you're beginning to kind of wind down now, so it's kind of pushing off to the east. This is affecting now. The other areas we're looking at are near the Memphis area right now with a couple of tornado warnings. But again, these are radar indicated, and there's some pretty good hail with that storm as well. 1.75 to 2.2 inch diameter hail southwest of Memphis right now. Another tornado warning northwest of Memphis. And I believe that's about it at the moment. I don't see anything else other than the ones I mentioned earlier up in Illinois. So, again, a pretty busy night. But the low-level jet could really ramp up tonight. So we're not out of the woods by a long shot. And we're looking at basically two large cities that could be affected in some form or fashion or near there by tornadoes. So the one near Shreveport and the one near Memphis. Both of them may track south of town, but can't really give you the all clear yet until it passes by, basically. So the one near Memphis, it'll be close. Keep an eye on that storm. So we'll see how it tracks. Not going to give you the all clear yet. And then we'll go back down toward the Shreveport storm And here it is down here. This is going to be getting ready to come across the Texas-Louisiana border in just a little bit. And again, we're getting damage reports coming down as well across Rusk County and others. I've not had a chance yet to look at all the other damage reports coming in, but we're going to stay with this as well. This is a very intense storm. It's not let up at all. It will cycle, though. It'll come up, it'll come back down. Right now, it's been kind of in an up pattern, but it could come back down again. And this is going to be tracking probably just south of Shreveport, but it's going to be close. So we'll keep an eye on it. If you look at the storm motion of it, I would say the rotating part of the storm, or where it's probably has it, will stay south of Shreveport. It would probably be heading over toward Keachie and Stonewall and stay south of Shreveport. But that polygon may extend near the Shreveport area, at least the northern edge of it, no matter what. So remember, the polygon is going to cover a larger area. The tornado is more on the south side of that polygon, but they're always going to give you a little bit of a range of error as well if it veers off one way or the other. Now, if we look at the next red velocity mode, we can see that the rotation right now is on the southern side of this polygon. So that's going to take us up toward Keachie, or north of Keachie, and maybe eventually Stonewall. And that will continue. It's going to stay south of Shreveport. But that polygon will probably come up very close to it, or stay just south of Interstate 20. So again, don't let your guard down about this. It'll come close to the Shreveport area, but probably stay south of town, the way it's looking right now. So, that's why the Weather Service is going to only issue these polygons so far out. They're not going to tell you all the way out for hundreds of miles how far it's going to go. So it would be irresponsible for me or anybody else to tell you exactly how it's going to track, other than a little bit of past history. You can tell how it's done in the past, and it seems to be tracking in northeasterly, really even a northeasterly path. But even going northeasterly, I don't know that it would make it right up into Shreveport. I think it would be on the south side. So we'll keep an eye on it. We're just going to take it one step at a time here. You can see the motion of the storm and the general direction of the way it's going right now. But that's the warnings that we have for you. And then here's the other warning up north of Marshall right now, and we'll keep you advised on that. So that's what we got here. And we're just going to watch the storm. I'll be back in just a minute or two with some more updates. So stay with Texas Weather Studio, and thanks for watching our stream. Talk to you in just a few moments. Alrighty, folks, I've been away for a little bit. Let's go back and cover the severe weather. So give me 1 second to reset things here. And hang on 1 second. We're going to do this. And while I'm at it, we're going to look at the social media feeds and see what's going on. So, not hearing anything yet. We're delayed really bad then if we're not up yet. Let's see. Alrighty, folks, I've been away for a little bit. Let's go back and cover the... So there we go. I think we're up now with the microphone. So I want to give everybody the latest updates of where we're at. And I was monitoring social media here. And couple things. More than 8,000 are out of power in Arkansas right now. And then let's see here. Let's go ahead and get back into the radar and work this for a little bit and let you know what's going on. So we've been monitoring the storms that came out of Texas and out of Carthage and Mount Enterprise. This one right now is coming south of Shreveport, right on top of the interstate highway right down here with a tornado warning radar indicated. It's not as looking as dangerous as it was, but still looking at a tornado warned storm radar indicated apparently right now on this. So we'll keep an eye on it. Remember, this could cycle back up again, but right now still clear and got a good pardon me, hook echo on this, staying just south of the Shreveport area right now, but a very intense storm with a hook echo on it, moving north to the northeast. Now that's the one storm. We also have another tornado warned storm now crossing out of Texas and going into northern Louisiana. This is up north of Shreveport. This is going to be between Oil City and Benton and Gillum, and that's continuing to move off the northeast. Radar indicated at the moment. And then let's go up across Arkansas right now. We have storms east of Texarkana, even a little bit of perhaps a bow echo, a little bit east of Ralston right now. So keep an eye on that, as there could be a little bit of bowing maybe, or just the structure of the storm. Other tornado warnings now south near Star City, and then up another tornado warning storm near DeWitt, Arkansas. These are moving off to the east. These are radar indicated. And finally, the tornado warned storms up across the Memphis area right now. Some of them weakened. There's one tornado warned storm north of Memphis, and now another tornado warned storm, or is that it now? That was kind of died down a little bit from where we were earlier. So we were concerned about the tornado warned storm southwest of Memphis, but appears to be a severe thunderstorm warning instead now. So we can died down a tiny bit, but these things could cycle back up again, and don't want to let your guard down because this could continue going on for several more hours tonight. Otherwise, let me go back into the... here's our front coming up on the northwest side of the metroplex of Dallas right now and cooling on down with some cooler dew points in the 40s back behind it. I'm here in Dallas where we're still 75 to 77 degrees with a muggy, nearly 60-degree dew points in through here, and I can feel it here. But here's our severe weather along the Texas-Louisiana border and moving off to the northeast tonight. And here we are in late March. This is not unusual to have this type of severe weather across the south. And eventually in April, we'll start ramping up across North Texas and then into Oklahoma. In May, we start hearing about the big outbreaks in Oklahoma and Kansas. So we're kind of expected to have this severe weather across the south, across March and April. And eventually it's going to transition across northern Texas and Oklahoma as we move more into April and into May. So that's where we are right now. These are the warnings that are in effect right now across the region, but nothing earth-shattering. I'll continue to monitor the latest in social media for any updates on the situation near Carthage right now. I've seen some video. There definitely was a tornado that was strong. We're just monitoring for reports of damage right now, so we'll keep you updated on that. Monitoring everybody in our account or in our YouTube here. Let's see what we have right now. Anything new? Tornado warning continues for DeWitt, Arkansas, St. Charles, Arkansas, Tichenor, Arkansas till 9 o'clock, which would be another 20 minutes or so. And the tornado south of Shreveport, nothing seems to be stopping this thing, so we'll keep an eye on that, but it's going to be going for quite some time. And also we have real tight rotation near Star City, Arkansas right now, and this is going to be rotation of nearly 110 miles per hour. So if you're up in that storm near Star City, let's go up and look through here. Right down here, I believe. And I'm not looking at the right radar, so let's go out of the Little Rock radar and let's get a better view on this. So we're going to go down in here, pull up the LZK radar, and look out at Star City, and we can see the I don't think it's updating at the moment, so let's get a better frame. That's not the right one we want. We want the level 3, level 2. Here we are. We're going to update the radar now. Give it just a second in here, although I don't know if did it stall out. Here we go. So here's our radar. This is the reflectivity mode that we're looking at. Now let's go into the velocity mode and see the rotation in through here. And we got some good rotation now, again, like you're talking about, south of Star City, Arkansas. So right in through here, northwest of Winchester, Arkansas. Very dangerous right now. Keep your eye tonight. If you're south of Star City, you have a tornado warning storm that could be producing problems. And then the other storm we're looking at is near Witt, Arkansas. Again, there's good rotation in here as well. That's moving off to the east-northeast. So keep an eye on that as well. So we're covering a lot of territory. We've been working these storms since this afternoon, and we're trying to keep you updated here. Remember, Texas News Studio or Weather Studio covers a large area of the country, but right now we're working both all the way from Louisiana all the way up through Mississippi tonight. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and pull back out. This is the overall view. This is the low-level moisture that you're seeing in the green right now. So very moist air across the eastern half of the country right now, all the way from eastern Texas and Arkansas all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. This is very juicy, moist air with dew points either in the 60s to nearly 70 degrees out there. So this is very humid air. Here's a line of storms developing now all the way from with a tornado warning in southern Illinois all the way down east to St. Louis and into southeastern Missouri tonight. More of a line of storms, it looks like. And then the tornadic storms down through western Tennessee and into Arkansas. These tornadic storms, though, in Arkansas will eventually be moving into Mississippi. And let's go back in now. Let's go ahead and take the dew point off, and we're going to go and look at the risk area tonight for the Storm Prediction Center. See if they've changed anything up since then. We've had an enhanced risk, and that risk area is about the same, although I assume that eventually we'll update that a little bit. But that enhanced risk goes across northern Mississippi tonight, so places up toward Tupelo will be probably under the gun later tonight. WTVA, Matt does a pretty good job with the weather up there. You might want to watch that live feed a little bit later on. I don't believe the Birmingham, Alabama, and James Spann would be under as much of a threat tonight. So we're going to be probably looking at the northern Mississippi area tonight. But don't be surprised if some of this wraps back up again and things get going, especially with a low-level jet developing overnight as well. So a lot going on, and we're going to keep you updated here at Texas Weather Studio for a little bit longer. It's been a long day here for me, so won't be doing this forever, but we'll do it for a while. And if I'm not here, then we'll have the radar up and some music or something going on along with the moderators giving you the latest in weather updates. So we're also trying to improve our graphics. So if you look up on the screen here, we have the severe weather threats and the latest, at least in the SPC outlook for the day. So if you look off on your left side of your screen, you see the severe weather threat where it was an enhanced risk for tornadoes and probably a moderate risk for wind and hail. Then down at the bottom, you can see the SPC outlook, which was an enhanced risk today. And we covered a couple of the major cities. So I did Little Rock and Memphis. So You'll know on the screen at least a couple of big cities that would be affected by the weather today and enhanced risk. So that's kind of where we're at. Didn't cover them all. You can always ask for improvements on our graphics and what we do. But we try to provide you both the analysis and the graphics the best we can and give you the latest in weather updates. So give me just 1 second here as I kind of take a look at the latest in observations and looks. Earlier, tornado sirens were activated in Memphis tonight. Let's look at the Storm Prediction Center. They have a new mesoscale update here. Supercell tornado wind and hail threat to persist. That's going to be across northern Mississippi and southwestern Tennessee tonight. So if you're east of the Mississippi River tonight through just north of Jackson up through Tupelo and the Memphis area and just south of Interstate 40, you're still going to be under the threat for some storms tonight. That will be a tornado threat and wind threat and hail threat. So don't let your guard down. Even if we go to bed on you tonight, we'll have the radar up. A replacement tornado watch is going to be issued for this area as well. It's going to be further south into northern Mississippi. So this is the latest discussion that we're showing from the SBC. Numerous storms persist over from southern Arkansas into Tennessee, with supercells approaching northwestern Mississippi over the next 1 to 2 hours. The mid-level Cape is over 2,000 joules, remains over the region owing to a very moist air. Strong southwesterlies aloft are resulting in long hodographs with southerly low-level flow aiding supercell potential as well. The area VWP show effective SRH generally averaging 200 to 300 M2S2, which will support a continued supercell threat. While cellular storm mode is likely for a few hours, the eventual arrival of the cold front as well as merging outflows may result in a linear mode later tonight. All modes of severe weather will be possible. So the bottom line is still going to be a threat of tornadoes, at least during the part of the overnight hour. So don't let your guard down on that. And again, this is going to be moving into Mississippi a little bit later on this evening. So that's what we got going on from the SBC and their analysis at the moment. Significant rain-wrapped tornado may also be on the ground near DeWitt, Arkansas. A lot of lightning with it and 120 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. So very dangerous around the DeWitt, Arkansas area as well. And the strong areas of rotation are in eastern Arkansas near Star City and DeWitt. And then I mentioned up east of Shreveport now. So we're going to stay with us tonight. It's been a long day and a long night, but this is not unheard of for this time of year to have these type of outbreaks and severe weather. This was not considered anything like it was the other day, but this is still significant severe weather and tornadoes this evening. So let's go ahead and go back into the weather here real quickly again and give you another analysis and update in here. This is severe tornado warnings continue just south and east of Shreveport right now. These are radar indicated. They're not like they were. And I don't have this on the Shreveport radar, but I can in a little bit. But those are tornado warning storms coming up on Interstate 20. Then the other tornado warning storms are going across eastern Arkansas right now. They will eventually be coming across the Mississippi River. This will be generally north of Jackson, though. So the bigger cities are going to be Oxford and Tupelo a little bit later tonight if they were to hold together. And then we got a conglomerated mess now around the Memphis area, but we have no tornado warnings. It's not really looking that impressive now on radar. So probably a little further south tonight is where we're going to be focusing in on across eastern Arkansas and the northern Mississippi area for tornadic storms, and maybe across northern Louisiana is the way it's looking at right now. So still going to stay busy tonight. Got a lot going on, so stay with Texas Weather Studio as we watch the storms tonight. Monitoring everybody in chat. If you like what we do here, please give us a thumbs up And if you're new to chat, come on in and say hi. Give us some feedback on our coverage, what you like, what you don't like, what could be improved on. So that would be helpful to me. We're coming to you live from our studio, or my studio here in Dallas. And we are giving you the latest. Everything's live, real time, with the latest in the weather conditions. The radar updates is about as live as you'll find. So, but we're always looking for feedback and ways to improve our weather forecast. So if you like what we do, just keep on watching our channel and come on in and say hi. If you haven't said hi all night long, and if you're in chat, I see about 90 some odd people. Come on in and just say a quick hi, and we'll appreciate that. I'll be back in a few more moments with more information, and we'll be talking to you soon. Take care.
Thank you for everybody letting me know, but there's no power outages just yet. There is damage from tornadoes, but those have been mainly up into DeWitt. We showed you that tornado video and picture. There's confirmed damage, as we told you earlier. And so we're playing the safe than sorry right now for Drew County, but I don't have any word. They're going to continue this tornado warning?
Well, that was at last, but they continue to monitor it there. Yeah, so we'll continue. I think the one thing that Todd said, though, the telling thing is that no power outages in Warren or in Wilmer or in Monticello at all. And it appears that this thing was putting out a lot of wind, but the wind wasn't apparently strong enough to produce widespread power outages or any. I've seen zero. And it doesn't appear there was a tornado as well, but it is a tornado-warned area. And then the storm scan shows the wind, as Todd very aptly put it, blasting out of this. And it just, that is not somewhere where you would likely see a tornado, I don't believe. But the wind, if the winds are gusting to 65 or even 70 miles per hour, that's as strong as a weak tornado and over a broader area. This is what it looks like on radar, and that is just rain and rain and rain. And the rain falling pulls that and cools the air and pulls that air down, and that's why you have straight line winds when you have such a volume of rain there, and I think that's what we're seeing. Now, there's still warm, humid air down to the south of it. There is still wind coming toward the radar on the leading edge of this. It's a long way away from the radar site, and there may be something to the northeast of Monticello as far as rotation is concerned. Certainly doesn't look strong, but it is heading towards Selma. Selma, you're not technically in a warning, but be warned, there will be strong winds that are going to be associated with this as then it heads over toward southern part of DeShay County. Earlier we had that probable tornado move through the Mitchellville area north of Dumas and then on up into the northern part of that county. And so that's something we're going to continue to watch. But this looks like the storm that we will be watching until it's gone. Then we'll watch Ashley and Chico County and another storm coming out of Louisiana, but it has not been tornado warned, and we're getting deeper and deeper into the night. It'll be a severe thunderstorm warning now, they are saying, for this in Drew County, not a tornado warning, and completely undercut the primary updraft. That's good news. Tornado threat in the short term is lower, and a lot of things are really indicating that it's going to struggle to keep an updraft and to keep a rotating column of air going. But wind, yes. So again, this will be a new severe thunderstorm warning, James.
Yeah, it sure is. And I wanted to show everyone the tornado watch. It is still in effect for areas back into Mount Ida, Hot Springs, Little Rock. None of these areas have a tornado threat right now. It's just the far southeast part of the state. And this is going to be canceled very soon. Tornado warning also canceled soon here shortly. Todd?
If you just go into there and take out go to the U.S. watch warnings, because I think that they have dropped a few of those counties. So we'll come back to me real quick. We'll stay with this until that new warning gets issued.
We are out here
We
in
are
Central
out?
Arkansas.
Yeah, so there it is. It disappeared
Go back
there.
to James here. There's the updated version.
Yeah, the updated version. So more of these counties are going to be dropped here shortly. Grant County, Pine Bluff, the 20th threat is over. The severe threat now just encompasses a small area in the far southeast part of the state. And as we look at the radar, a wide view, we do continue to have a little bit of severe weather in the southern part of the state, but we're about to have two severe thunderstorm warnings. One from Drew County eastward into DeShay County for high winds, and then the other one into southern Union County for the storm coming out of northern Louisiana. And we'll watch that as it comes across Ashley and Chico counties over the next hour to hour and a half or so. But we're getting to 10:30. Hopefully this severe threat is beginning to wind down, and back towards the northwest there's still quite a bit of rain. But Todd, it's about that time where we're about to start gathering damage reports. And
well, we've seen pictures of it. The damage there, power lines. Just to let you know, we're going to let our crew know we're going to be able to start a late broadcast. Thank you so much for staying with us. As always, we work no matter what to earn your trust. We have in the past, we are today, and we will again in the future. We don't take that for granted, and we know that things get pretty scary especially southeast Arkansas, we've had damage. And thankfully, we haven't had any reports of injury or fatalities, and we hope it stays that way. But we're going to have a newscast here as soon as we can get the all clear here from the tornado-warned storm.
Yeah, and I don't know if they are, Todd, if they are going to quickly drop that warning or not, but it does appear that they will be dropping it as the storm exits that polygon, and we will, as you said, have a 10 p.m. newscast. I think what we will do on this is go ahead and go to our 10 p.m. newscast. We will start out with coverage of this storm until that tornado warning has been issued. But again, as Todd said, thanks for trusting us with your weather information all evening long. So now we'll have our Channel 7
If
News.
you have little artists in your house, tell them WTVA Severe
From
Weather
the station
Authority
that's on your
meteorologist
side,
Matt Lovehawk
this
wants to
is
put their
Channel
work
7
on the
News
air
Weekend
with Color
Edition.
Your Weather. Just stop by Chick-fil-A at Thompson Square.
Good
and
evening.
ask for
Tonight
a
we're
Color Your
following
Weather coloring
several
sheet.
developments.
Drop
The
it in the
Hogs
mailbox at the
just
restaurant,
punching their
and you
tickets
can
to go
see your
eat
work
the
on
eight, and Kyle brings us our
WTVA
Hog
News.
Central coverage.
No matter what the
Those
weather is
hazes
doing
in
outside,
downtown
stop by
Little Rock
Chick-fil-A
with
at
fan
Thompson
reaction
Square
that you
and
just
color your
have
weather.
to see. But first, our team of meteorologists has been warning us about
WTVA 9
severe
News
weather
today.
throughout the
Dependable
state. We're going
coverage
to
of
start
local
off
news
with
anchors Morgan
meteorologist
Berger
James
and
Bryant with the
Pesa
latest on the
and
storm.
Severe Weather
Well,
Authority.
Alex, what an evening it has been. Our last tornado warning just canceled for Drew County. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning for Drew into Deshay County. Tornado watch being dropped for much of the state. The remaining severe threat is far southeast Arkansas. There's severe thunderstorm warning goes from Monticello eastward. And then we're going to be watching another storm that's moving into southern Union County that could, down the road, impact Ashley and Chico counties. So we're going to be watching that as we go through the next couple of hours. Also, flash flooding a possibility back into Calhoun and Ouachita counties, northern Bradley County as well. Overall, the severe threat is beginning to wind down. We have had confirmed tornadoes today, one south of DeWitt, a couple others in northeast Arkansas, maybe one in Lincoln County as well. We'll have to wait for damage surveys in the morning, but certainly something for us to watch. We'll keep an eye on this storm coming out of Union County that's moving into Ashley County, Chico County as well. And then that storms to the north back towards the Little Rock metro area are not severe at this time. So all this stuff right here, if we're getting a couple lightning strikes back towards Cabot, the frontal boundary is about to sweep through central Arkansas, begin to push all of this out of here. As we look outside right now, temperatures are still in the 60s. It's raining, and it will continue raining for a little while longer. Futurecast shows it nicely. All of this begins to get across the Mississippi River, except for Ashley and Chico counties here. I think that'll happen sometime just after midnight. Tomorrow, we begin to clear out. I think tomorrow going to be a very nice day. Temperature statewide, warmest obviously in southeast Arkansas, still 72 in Monticello. I think that temperature will drop as it has now been raining for the last couple of hours. And temperatures tonight, we're going to go down into the 50s. And look at high temperatures tomorrow. It is going to be a beautiful day, and we deserve this. 67 for Little Rock tomorrow, a couple of spots in South Arkansas, get close to 70. Noticeably cooler. It will be breezy as well. We're working to bring you damage pictures and storm reports coming up here in just a bit.
Let's go! That's big dogs right there, baby!
Hey, man, we're not done yet. I told you we was going to do this. I told y'all we can't leave without it.
Yes, guys! Oxford moving towards Glenville, getting closer towards Barr at that time at 10:47. Right now tracking that tornado warning that is in effect until 11:15. That was radar indicated at this time, getting closer towards Sardis right now. So if you are in any of those locations, make sure you are in your safe place. And that safe location is going to be in a sturdy building, lowest level of the floor. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Kind of looking at velocity right now, seeing really where this is located, getting closer towards really just around that Sardis area there, around 55, moving over towards Abbeville. This is moving at 35 miles per hour. Let me make sure I did get that timing right on that speed. Yeah, 35. Right now tracking out that tornado warning, moving through parts of Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate counties right now. That is in effect until 11:15. We are going to continue to see a lot of lightning with this as well. So even if you are just seeing heavier rainfall there, getting closer towards maybe Hernando, but as we are seeing that continuing to push into parts of northern Lafayette County, which is just in our viewing area, we are going to continue to see that tracking through the area. Could be bringing along with it gusty winds, even if you are not seeing that tornado, and sometimes that can do just as much damage as a tornado. Looking at a little bit closer, maybe seeing some more of those roads that it's moving towards. Sardis in between Como right there along 51, 310 right there, moving into Greenville. You need to be in your safe place, as that is going to continue to track north and east there around 35 miles per hour. As that does continue to push into parts of Lafayette County, you can continue to see where around 55 it is crossing over right now. So if you know anybody that is in the Greenville, Sardis Lake, even College Hill, Abbeville areas, go ahead and call them, tell them to get in their safe place right now, because we do see that tornado warning in effect for those areas until 11:15 right now. We are going to continue to track a lot of this overnight and into your early Sunday morning, taking a little bit of a wider perspective on that. We do continue to see a little bit more of those thunderstorms down towards Clarksdale, moving into parts of Batesville, Oxford. That right there is just a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but we could be seeing a lot of those heavy winds, a lot of that heavier rainfall right now. Just kind of restarting, we are going to be seeing that tornado warning in our area in effect for parts of Lafayette County, just north of the Oxford area. This is north of town there, but as we do continue to see that moving into parts of Fayette County, we do see that in effect until 11:15 right now. Getting a little bit of a closer look, some more of those streets, that is going to continue to push along. You can see there around 310 right there, Highway 310, close to the Greenville area here in the next few minutes. As I get a track on that, that is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour right now. Moving towards the Glenville area there around 10:52. Seeing around Sardis Lake 11:04. Laws Hill 11:08. So if you are in any of those locations, you need to be in your safe place right now. That is going to be on the lowest level of your floor. You need to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. And if you know anybody in these locations, go ahead and give them the call, give them the heads up, because they may be asleep. With some more of these overnight storms coming through, you need to make sure you do have multiple ways to get alarms or alerts to your area. As we do continue to see this tracking closer towards parts of Lafayette County. Once again, this is north of the Oxford city limits, but just barely. So anybody there in Abbeville, Sardis Lake, Waterford, Holly Springs, you are under that tornado warning that is in effect right now until 11:15 for your evening. This is radar indicated tornado warning, and this is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour right now, pushing out a lot of those gusty winds. That is starting to cross over 55, getting closer towards Aiken, Sardis Lake area, Abbeville, Waterford right now, as we are going to continue to see that moving into the area. Right now, I'm going to let Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon step in to track more of this out for you.
And Chelsea doing an excellent job on this so far here. I mean, these are one of the really hard ones to kind of track overnight, especially when you're trying to adjust to, this one's transitioning. There's a lot of wind in this. The tornado potential is something we're still trying to work out here. And I think to kind of reset things for a moment here, Chelsea, just to clarify, this is still Doppler radar indicated.
Yes.
There's nothing beyond that with this. And it's been a while, but it is night. It's been a while since we've been able to confirm one on this evening, correct? In fact, even back into Arkansas, has this one produced officially?
I think this one has only been radar indicated.
Okay.
I think the only ones that we've had tonight have been up into parts of Tennessee.
Okay, that's what I thought, and especially, when you're talking about the ones moved into West Tennessee. But this is in one of those traditional, what meteorologists refer to as radar holes, because it's quite a distance away. I mean, you're looking quite a distance away from Memphis there, a long ways away from the site in Monroe County. But we do have, I think, maybe just a close enough shot. I'm going to try to switch this over to our radar there in the airport at Memphis Airport. Now, it's not going to look quite as good on this mode, but we should, on the wind mode, be able to have a slightly better shot. Okay, you can see there where this is at. This is actually the circulation on that one's kind of curled up here towards Senatobia. Watch the last couple frames here. Kind of like wraps up that direction there. But the fact that you've had a couple of these, I'm going to take this even slower if I can. And we get a lot more scans out of that airport radar, so if you look here, there's one there, kind of another one right there. There's really just a couple of these circulations. And so that's one of the things that comes in contrast sort of to what we've talked a lot about. Over the last 2 weeks, when we've said tornado, it's been accompanied by the words long track violent, indicating, you know, EF2, EF3, EF4 or greater tornadoes. And ones that stay on the ground a long time. Now, this is a completely different script here. This is brief tornadoes, and certainly there's going to be some damage associated with that. But at this point here, you know, I think they're certainly up here closer to Senatobia. A couple. I mean, that's where you see a couple of those. Okay, so how does that relate to Lafayette County? Why is Lafayette County in it? Well, because if you watch this loop, and it plays fairly fast because, you know, we get a radar image every minute there from the airport radar. You can see how it kind of curls those up. There's an interaction here where it just kind of spins those kind of up and in. So it's near Sardis here that we could watch the next one of these kind of try to spin up and in there. So that's the reason you have Sardis, Lake, College Hill, and Abbeville in this warning, is because of that potential. This could try to kind of wrap that in there. So I'm going to pull off that closest radar for a moment. I'm going to see, you can I think see those dual circulations a little better kind of on this perspective here, on kind of the latest views as well. So you have a couple of areas there where we definitely have some of those going on. So then the question is, what about down here toward Marks, right? So this is what's actually heading more towards, say, Oxford or Taylor or some of those locations. And there are a bunch of little spins on the front of that. Now, none are as well defined as up here, and typically we would expect it more in the interaction up here closer to Barr and Senatobia. Those would be the spots we would be more expecting to see those. By the way, if you could, I'm gonna trade you back here in just a moment. If you will go over tornado safety rules and those sorts of things, we can get that up and going here. What I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna pause this for just a second here, and I'm gonna put on something here that what we call a hit windshield that will allow us to pull up some of that information here. So give me just a moment to be able to do that.
I should have one in there.
And yes, I'm going to put that in play again, and so that should pop up with that. So give us just a second here as we reorganize one thing, and then we're going to go over some tornado safety rules, that kind of stuff, and I'm going to make sure that the stream is working back here behind the scenes. I think there's one thing that we can try for that. So go ahead.
It is Facebook Live on WTVA Weather Facebook.
Perfect. Okay. So trade me. Let's talk wind on that, and let's get a storm track based on that speed there as well. So we'll go ahead and we'll adjust that real quick.
Alrighty. That tornado warning once again moving into parts of Lafayette County. Safe places to be at this time is going to be the lowest level of your home. In a enclosed room, you want to put as many walls in between you as possible. Unsafe places right now would be cars, trucks, mobile homes, large open rooms if you do have a barn dominium, open floor plan. Upper floors even not safe at this time. Rooms with windows. You don't want to have windows in there if possible. Make sure maybe grab a helmet, pillows, blankets, kind of keep anything debris from hitting you if there is any of that debris. Right now though, we are still tracking that warning out as we do see that moving into parts of Lafayette County, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Still continuing to see that moving through the area, really north of the Oxford city limits, and that does go until 11:15. Kind of still tracking that out for you, 35 miles per hour moving northeast, looking a little bit closer, getting a track on that right now, seeing that getting closer towards Waterford there around 11:12. Sardis Lake 11:01, so here just within the next few minutes. Lake Center 1122, Potts Camp holding together at 1128, moving towards Ashland at 1141, Blue Mountain 1156. Now this warning does go in effect until 1115, but there are places back behind here that are in that track that are not in that warning at this time. But right now this is still radar indicated, so we do not have confirmation that this is a tornado at this time. It is still just radar indicated, but just kind of looking at some of this right now, we do see a lot of lightning, a lot of that heavier rainfall with this as well, pushing out a lot of those winds, tracking back closer towards the Lafayette County area, getting closer towards Holly Springs here. So taking maybe the hell, you're already seeing a little bit of those heavier winds there, zooming in, maybe seeing some more of those roads. You can see that along Highway 4, 309 going towards north, 310 Glenville over towards Sardis Lake, Laws Hill. That's where we do continue to see a little bit more of that continuing to push out and track closer to the area. Looking at wind mode right now, still continuing to see that starting to rotate up. You see there along 4, 305 back towards Coldwater. But as that does continue to push out, still seeing a lot of lightning with that, a lot of wind. So as we are tracking this out, getting closer towards Glenville, Aiken, Wakefield, over towards Laws Hill, Sardis Lake right now. Still moving at 35 miles per hour northeast right now. Taking another look at that track, we are going to continue to see that moving over towards Laws Hill, Sardis Lake, Abbeville area. Tracking that towards Glenville, 1151, Sardis Lake, 1105, Abbeville, 1120. This warning does go in effect until 1115. Once again, this is radar indicated at this time. And for our locations in WTVA coverage area, this is really the northern tip of Lafayette County here. So not much of it's included in this, but if you do know anybody that is in northern Lafayette County in any of those areas, just go ahead and give them a call. They may be asleep. Once again, if you are planning on going to sleep, make sure you do have multiple ways to get alarms right now. You have that WTVA weather app, weather call, code red app that all will send you alerts to your phone or give you a call if you are under those warnings or warnings throughout the overnight hours. You can see some more of those alerts right there. NOAA weather radio, that will definitely wake you up if you are asleep. FEMA app, code red alerts. Once again, WTVA.com, WTVA weather app. We are on Facebook Live right now. You can also watch live. Is the live stream working, Matt?
Yes, it is.
Okay, live stream is now working. So for some of those people that may not have cable, may not be seeing us right now, you can tell them to go to the live stream, WTVA.com, or on the news app or on the weather app. You can also access those. We do continue to see this tracking into parts of northern Lafayette County and then also up towards Holly Springs right now. Until 11:15, this tornado warning is in effect right now. That is Mississippi Highway 6 and Jackson Avenue. Just saw a lot of lightning right there. This is on those MDOT traffic cameras in Oxford. That is going to be south of where that warning is, but that is close. What we are seeing right now on those MDOT traffic cameras, still seeing a lot of lightning. I said this earlier in those shows. You could be awoken to a lot of lightning, but this does go into effect until 11:15, and that is starting to track a little bit closer into the Lafayette County areas right now, moving really along that corner right there of Lafayette County, and then north and west is where we are seeing a little bit more of that circulation there on Storm Track Doppler, kind of looking at the velocity right there, trying to see what some of those roads are. Wyatt Tyro Road right there along northern Lafayette County line. As we are going to continue to see this tracking, this is radar indicated. We do not have confirmation that this is a tornado at this time, but it could be. So if you are under this box, once again, make sure you are in your safe place right now. That is, once again, going to be on the lowest level of your home or in a storm shelter in a center room. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Find pillows, blankets, put a helmet on if you are going into your safe place as well. Just give you all of the protection that you need as you are going into the overnight hours. Right now, taking a wider look, we are going to continue to see this does go until 11:15 right now. This is in northern parts of Lafayette County, also up towards Holly Springs, just south of Byhalia, as that does continue to track into parts of Lafayette County. Now, taking a little bit of a track on that, getting it closer into our area there around Harmontown at 10:55. So really here in just the next few minutes, if you are in that location, be in your safe place right now. Sardis Lake 11:06. Gilton 11:17, Abbeville 11:23, Pottscamp 11:28, Hickory Flats 11:43, Gracetown 11:49 if that does hold together. Still looking outside. Once again, this is not a confirmed tornado. It is radar indicated, but you are still under that tornado warning watch box if you are in northern parts of Lafayette County over towards Abbeville, Sardis Lake. So make sure you are in your safe place right now. Continuing to track that, we are going to continue to see a little bit of that rotation up towards Highway 4 and then over towards, not sure what road that is, Highway 4, and then 309 is what road I'm trying to see. No, that's fine. Highway 4, 309 there, seeing that rotation starting to curl backwards. But as that does continue to push out winds, even if we are not seeing a confirmed tornado, still a lot of gusty conditions, and with how much rainfall we have been seeing, or how much rainfall we are still seeing, that could loosen up the roots of some trees and knock those over just as easily, and sometimes winds can do as much or more damage than a tornado. But as we are going to continue to see that moving into parts of northern Lafayette County now near Sardis Lake, so if you do know anybody that lives around the lake, go ahead and give them a call. They may actually be asleep at this time. Wake them up, tell them to be in their safe place right now. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Chief Meteorologist right now, who will continue to track this out for you. Once again, tornado warning in effect, northern parts of Lafayette County until 11:15.
And we're just continuing to kind of go back and forth on this as I can see some information behind the scenes and allows Chelsea to kind of do the same at night here. It's one of those things we kind of we really have to juggle a lot of things, and we appreciate your patience. And so it's just one of those situations where we ask you to just be cautious with this. National Weather Service is going to typically issue these tornado warnings a little more easily at night. But regardless, I think the big headline that Chelsea mentioned a minute ago that's important is that the wind threat on this is every bit as important as the tornado threat. You might say, why? It's because the winds on this have potential to be in excess of 70 miles per hour, maybe even 80. And so you're adding 15, 20 miles per hour on that for the tornado, which is significant. But that's, that 70 mile per hour wind or greater could still cause damage. One of the things that we're looking at, there are a couple of spots there where we have some of those circulations kind of showing up as Chelsea was tracking. This part on the north there is where we have probably the tornado in that's kind of heading more toward kind of the west side there of Holly Springs. We'll get a track on the latest on that there up toward Byhalia and some of those folks. Moving that direction. We're going to go still about 35 miles per hour on that. So if you know some folks there that are going to be traveling in this general direction, about 2 minutes in the Rock Hill, Wakefield in about 4 minutes or so. Continue to move there toward Victoria, 21 minutes, Red Banks in 24 minutes, and about the Mac area in 31 minutes. And specifically for locations there in along I-22, if you know somebody that may or may not be traveling on there between Byhalia and Holly Springs, we're now looking less than 20 minutes, assuming it's still about 35. And honestly, I think that's probably going a little faster than that. But that is the speed which Memphis is tracking that. And what's kind of happened is you can see the circulation's merging up with where there's already a batch of strong outflow winds up there. So that's what we're seeing. So then it's just a little spin-ups on the front side of that. Let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Brown, who's been tracking things for you this evening and really all night long as we're tracking a tornado warning that's been issued for Lafayette County and a new one in the last few minutes here that does stretch up to Tippah County. It's the same circulation there that we're looking at that now has prompted that Tippah County warning. So we still have some time. And let's double check the speed that they're going with this, because at this time, looking at that still with the radar indicated rotation, they're now going northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that seems more reasonable. A minute ago, they had it at 35 miles per hour. Now up to 55 miles per hour. That seems much more reasonable. So let's go back up to 55 miles per hour. And let's do that for both of those tracks, and let's get you a more reasonable time here. So as we kind of bring that back in and give you an idea for Ripley, kind of a first heads up there as we're tracking this toward you, that circulation, we'll go to the wind mode to make sure we've got it right. And so that circulation there for Ripley and Walnut and Faulkner, I mean, we're still a little ways away there, 40 minutes or so Faulkner, Ripley at about 38 minutes, Ashland 26 minutes, Collegiate there in 47 minutes, and Potts Camp in about 16 minutes. But Holly Springs 10 minutes. It's right on you, Galena, and for locations of the Waterford area. This is a rotation that very well could be a tornado, and if not, it's damaging wind gusts there, pretty much right there over top of the Wakefield area. Now that is northwest of the Lafayette County area, and Lafayette County was part of this initial circulation. But the issue is this and that, and everything that happens along that boundary there, because what has happened is this kind of acts as a quasi-front. So as the strong winds come up here with the thunderstorm, you get this quasi-front that develops here, and so as a result, then your next spin that you'll track along that is back there. There's another one back up and possibly at the front end there. So it becomes this really complicated mix of these rotations. So I'm going to try to get it to just the radar site out of the airport there. It's done an excellent job of kind of picking up some of these smaller scale rotations. And the one we'd be looking at, I mean, there's a couple here near Wakefield, and then another one's developing there between Chulahoma there and the Waterford community. So that one would be the one that would move more toward Potts Camp. So we have a lot of viewers there that do watch us in Potts Camp. Let's see if we can get an angle to make sure that this doesn't catch us. I think at the very least, though, that's going to be some strong winds that could be up 65, 70 miles per hour or so. See if I can get you a track there. So still that 55 miles per hour for that. Could it be a tornado? It definitely could become one. And this is going to adjust some of those times, because rather than tracking the previous circulation that's back there, we're going to track the leading edge here that could develop into the next one. So Waterford at 11:03, Spraggins in about 11:06, Lake Center 11:09, Potts Camp 11:13, Hickory Flat 11:25, Blue Mountain at 11:33, Ripley at 11:36. This is Doppler indicated rotation and strong wind gusts with this as well. We do have storm spotters out in the field, including our meteorologist Joel Young, that will touch base with here in a minute from Lafayette County as he's monitoring things there. The reason we haven't gone to him yet, we're still ahead of things in Lafayette County, but with a couple of those back there towards Sardis, we'll have our opportunity to talk to him here in a few minutes. So what do we need to do here? And let's take this on a broader perspective. What has changed? If you missed our broadcast a little bit ago that we just pretty much completed on WTVA 9 News at 10, what had changed from that and our 6 o'clock broadcast is this. Almost all of our Mississippi counties involved in a tornado watch. That means conditions becoming favorable for brief tornadoes in particular, and that remains in effect for a good chunk of the overnight period. So unfortunately for those folks that have a tendency to worry, it could be all the way 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before this makes it all the way through Starkville and the Golden Triangle. So we have a number of hours ahead here that we're going to be tracking this. So for those folks, what do? I'll tell you right now what I believe you should do. If you live out here, Columbus, West Point, do you need to stay with us all night until this gets there? No, in my opinion. These should weaken more as they move south and east. That's not to say they won't produce a tornado for you, but the likelihood diminishes significantly. So if you have a couple of these, if you have weather call, if you have weather radio, you have 3 on this list, you can call it good. I would say that, you need to be prepared that if you get that alert that you can go quickly. So I'm not saying that I think you need to stay up with us all night long if you live in some of those spots. It should hopefully weaken before it gets there. But clearly we need to be somewhat on alert, but not necessarily staying up all night long if you're out here on the eastern part of this tornado watch. Just if you have a reliable way to get a warning, and you can, within moments of getting that warning, get within steps of that tornado safe place, then I think that's what I think you should probably do. So just a recommendation. If you're Tupelo, if you're in Pontotoc, New Albany, Calhoun City, Grenada, Coffeyville, this is going to be in the next couple of hours for you as it moves in. This is really this initial line here. It pushes in. Rotation will be on the front end. Behind that, it'll be a lot of heavy rainfall and wind and stuff like that. But at least the thinking at this point here is that hopefully these storms will weaken somewhat more as they move farther east. Again, looking at Storm Track Doppler radar, we have 2 tornado warnings, but for 2 counties as well. One of them just clipping locations there in Lafayette County. Another one here stretching out toward Benton County, Marshall County, and back up here into Tippah County. That tornado warning is the longer one here in effect until 11:45 p.m. I'm looking at a discussion back and forth with our meteorologist, Joel Young, and I think we will go ahead and call Joel and talk to him really quickly. So I think he's prepared for that, and I want to make sure that he is in perfect position for what we kind of have back there. So we're watching that closely here in a minute. So we'll get Joel on here. Hey, Joel, you're live on WTVA 9 News. From your perspective there in Oxford, sirens going off, that sort of stuff?
I'm not hearing any sirens right now. We are just south of where the strongest wind would be right now. There's a lot of lightning popping off to the north and west of my location right now. So, and that would be pretty much where the strongest wind would be. But right now, I don't have any sirens going off. In fact, my location, you can make the argument that the strongest wind wouldn't get to me until much later. I literally, if I were to drive 5 miles north, 5 to 10 miles north, I would say something different, you know?
Well, let's keep you in the safe spot here and, kind of protect the Oxford area. I know you have a lot of college kids that on a Saturday night don't always pay attention, so it might be a good idea to have some parents, buzz some phones there, and sometimes from time to time that'll catch an attention. But at this point, the worst part's just a little bit north. Joel, if you get something a little bit more, give us a call back. Will that work?
Definitely.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Joel Young, in the Oxford area, kind of watching things. He was up early on WTVA 9 News today. Long day for him as he's been monitoring things, posting to social media, that sort of stuff. And we appreciate his hard work that he puts in all the time, but especially on days like this. It's been kind of a long week for Joel. All of us. And all of you, obviously. So, report now, and I want to get this from our meteorologist, Chelsea Brown, if we could here. We do believe we're getting a report from some fire folks there near the Memphis area.
Yeah, they're seeing that in the National Weather Service chat of power outages, and that's going to be in the Harmontown community.
Okay.
And then on 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts also in the area.
Okay. So and then now what was coming through at 11:02 there?
11:02. Possible tornado on the ground near Barr community in Mississippi.
Okay, so near Barr. So there's Barr, as you can see, and that would have been, so the report would have been as that came through a couple minutes ago, right there, that would have been about the right spot. So Aiken, where that was at 46, and now, see, now that's pretty much up here, practically the I-22 at this point here. It's kind of moved up here, so it's very close to Holly Springs. No guarantee that is still on the ground. No guarantee for sure that it was on the ground, because at night you have to wait for lightning flashes. Now there's a lot of lightning to be able to figure out what's going on there. But certainly for folks there up around the Holly Springs area, that should be our assumption that this could be a tornado. And the reason why we're pointing that out is because that will obviously affect some folks there and moving along I-22 within about the next 2 to 3 minutes or so. So we're going to track that circulation there. We'll put it right about Holly Springs, the Waterford area there, track that toward Faulkner, Ripley, and some of those folks. As you can see, time frame there. Holly Springs, of course, about 11:10. We're at 11:05 right now. Potts Camp at 11:16. Ashland 11:27. Faulkner at 11:39. Ripley 11:41. Tiplerville there at 11:43. 11:46. And Walnut and Klebiet at 11:48, assuming it goes at about that rate. The definition, the way in which the National Weather Service in Memphis is describing this at this point here, is that this is a Doppler radar indicated rotation. And this is important because we have a couple of things going on here. This is along a squall line of strong straight line winds. Right along this entire area here, you have winds that could be up around 60, 65, maybe 70 miles per hour. And you get these little nooks where you get little bits of rotation there. That enhancement adds an extra 20, 30 miles per hour to the wind. And so that's where you might get 90 mile per hour winds from a brief tornado. And so the concern is that in some cases, people don't always take these as seriously as when we know for sure we have a tornado on the ground, the bright green next to the red. We need to make sure we're getting into a safe place. We gave you some times ahead. We don't want you to wait until those times arrive for you in Ripley, Faulkner, and Walnut. I think now is probably the time we should be getting at least within a couple of steps of that tornado safe place. And certainly in Ripley, you are in this tornado warning. It would be a good idea to get into one of those. The broader perspective of what has changed over the last few minutes here, as I widen this out and kind of give you kind of an overview, what we have with this line, and this whole line of thunderstorms is going to move in overnight. This is the reason why that tornado watch has been issued. And on this wider perspective, you can see there's a dominant storm here that's going to kind of go up here at eventually Corinth and Boonville. A possibility for you, probably more Corinth certainly than Boonville, as it works its way up here into southwest Tennessee up there. But there are other thunderstorms back out about to cross the river near the Greenville area. And then you have this area in the middle. And this area in the middle doesn't have the same kind of damaging wind threat, but that's where you can sometimes get some spots as you have the air getting in there, and you get little twists that also potentially produce some of those strong wind gusts and perhaps even tornadoes. So that's the concern we were looking at when we go to the wind mode there for the Oxford area. There's about 1,000 different places in here where you can see there are some interactions, none of which are a tornado now, but all of which have to be babysat and could potentially become one at some point in the future. So at 11:07 p.m., we continue to have a tornado warning in effect for, well, there's two of them technically for Lafayette County, but this north one is the one I think we have to respect the most because I think the initial one there, we're not completely clipping you out there in Oxford because of what's going out back to west of you, but certainly the primary concern is what's going on more toward Holly Springs and what is then moving toward Ashland and Walnut, which is probably 65, 70 mile per hour winds, and certainly watching this. So we do have at least folks out there with the North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters continuing to monitor things there. Don't have a ton of wind reports at this point here, but they do have storm chasers out at this point in Lafayette County. They have not seen anything yet. As long as we can say that, that's a good thing for where we're at, but certainly watching things very closely in that spots there. So we obviously will have information from them, from Joel, as this continues to move through over the next little bit here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching WTVA 9 News on air, as well as the WTVA weather and news apps and WTVA.com. Lots of different ways you can watch us, as we often talk about. And if your power does go out, as it often happens, of course, available. We'll on our live stream at WTVA.com/live. We're monitoring a tornado warning till 11:45. It's crossing through Marshall and Benton counties now. Some viewers can see us in those spots. Other viewers can't. It just really kind of depends on the satellite system. But we have a lot more once we get up here toward Ripley and Walnut that can. And so that's what we're tracking for those folks there. What has been a bunch of spin-ups on this that are attempting to try to produce tornadoes. And so a new severe thunderstorm warning out that's kind of an advanced heads up more than anything. We looked ahead of this a minute ago for folks such as Corinth. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until midnight that is extended for Corinth there. So why am I mentioning that when we have a tornado warning? Because we are talking about on either of these 70 to 80, maybe 90 mile per hour winds. We're in that zone even just for the severe thunderstorm warnings. They're strong enough, and the wind is what does damage, whether it's a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning. It's because wind impacts you that you have issues. And so the damage tag they describe on that is wind speeds to 70 miles per hour and the description of tornado possible. So even though it's only a severe thunderstorm warning, there is that consideration that there could potentially be a tornado that comes out of that. So that is the reason why. Let's track this whole line here eastward. And for specifically Ripley and Walnut, I don't want you to necessarily go directly off of these times, because we're refining the kind of the general risk to give a better kind of first look here for locations in Corinth. Just about midnight for you would be the arrival time. If that held together, Burnsville at 12:15, but in the near term, Selmer at 11:51, Chewalla there at 11:48, Ripley, again, loosely 11:35, probably a little faster than that, Hickory, Plaquemine, and Ashland. Let's get in closer and get a little better look at that. So as Chelsea mentioned with that report a minute ago there, related to, let's see if we can pull that up for you, related to that report of a possible tornado. I believe we could probably plot that on here. There we are. So let's make sure the time matches up with what we expected on that report. So near the Aiken area, The Bar community at 1043. Okay, so that does match up, I think, when that came through there. So we're a little bit removed from that now, but you can see how there was, right before that little icon pops up, that little notch. Those notches are what we are watching for. The more notches we see, and when those kind of pop in there, that's when gives us an idea of where we could possibly see these circulations attempt to develop these tornadoes. They're not typically long-lived, but obviously a tornado of a minute that hits you is something that we need to respect. So with the closer inspection here, let's get a new storm track on this. Close-ish, pretty close there to Ashland, moving toward Ripley and Walnut, as we mentioned. So the Potts Camp community, we're looking at 1116 for you, Ashland at 1119, Canaan at 1124, New Canaan 1126, Faulkner 1135, Walnut 1137, Ripley at 1138, and Brownfield at 1140. So Doppler radar indicated rotation. As we go back to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, you'll notice how there's this kind of finger of green that goes back into here, right? Extends back into there. And you look at just the rainfall mode, and that's not as evident. So that is how you get these little circulations that can be sucked back into the center of this storm, and that's kind of what's happened with this here. I'm going to switch this over to the radar site out of the Memphis airport there. There's a few moments as it's close that it's the better radar because it has to detect fine scale circulations there for planes and things like that taking off. And so that's the reason why this radar exists. And so it's really good at the wind mode here when you're close to the radar site. And you can kind of see. So I can see it back here toward Holly Springs. They're curling back around. So that's what I was looking for there. I think you want to, of course, protect from the first wave here, which is the strong winds and maybe trying to spin up a tornado. So that's going to be kind of your first heads up, right? So Ashland, Faulkner, that's what we're looking at for you. So Ashland, 1122, Faulkner, 1137. But then at the same time, what I'm also tracking behind that, if we clear that off, is the little circulation that develops. Watch how that moves a little slower there, right? Near Holly Springs, it moves just a little bit slower. And so those there, as that generally moves toward Ashland as well, one of the spots that we are watching. So we're going to keep that. I think 55 might be a hint fast, but I'd rather be fast than slow. So again, in Holly Springs, that part of this moving toward you, Ashland 18 minutes, Faulkner in about a half hour or so. This is the slower of the two circulations. There's kind of one on the leading edge. This one could be more developing. If there were to be one more significant, it could be that one back in there just because you get more of an interaction around it. But really that's splitting hairs. I think in both cases, you definitely should be sheltering, and you should be in that tornado safe place. That's something we haven't talked a lot about in the last few minutes here, so let's kind of make sure we can define what we're looking at here for a moment, which at this point here is rotation that could develop into a tornado very soon. That's the reason the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning in effect until 11:45. Tippah County in particular, Marshall County, Benton County, those three are the ones we're most concerned with. This initially started with a tornado warning for the Lafayette County area. That initial warning did not include Oxford. There are storms back west of you, tons of lightning with this. These are going to be strong wind producers, going to produce a lot of lightning as they move in as well. At this point, some rotation, but we're not all the way up to tornado warning levels, I would say, on most of that. As you can see, as that popped off, the reason for that, current time is 11:15. That first one there was supposed to expire at that point. So that is the reason why we're focusing more not on Lafayette County, but up here, Marshall, Benton, and Tippah counties, is because the threat is continuing to shift eastward, even though they have yet to cancel off the backside. The reason they haven't canceled off this is because you have all that tail back there, and so they want to kind of reserve that just in case something ends up spinning up. So all this jargon, what do you need to be doing? Obviously, we need to be finding a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor. This is what we always call when we say find your safe place. It would be a small windowless room, and take blankets, pillows, helmets, go there and wrap up until you can protect yourself, and of course stay there until we can give you the all clear. And that's going to be still a few minutes away. If you're not in this very, very specific zone here, in the northern part of our viewing area, what do we need to be doing at this point here? I'm going to bring that down. We need to be preparing and making sure, especially overnight here, that we have a reliable method of finding out about tornado warnings, or in this case, severe thunderstorm warnings as well, because the severe thunderstorm warnings will have winds in some cases in excess of 70 miles per hour. So, I mean, that's going to cause some significant damage, maybe even tornado-like damage. So the watch has been issued. So you probably, if you're out here in Corinth or Boone or Baldwin or Saltillo or New Albany or Ecru, you know, and your neighbor has a shelter and you don't, it couldn't hurt to, you know, at least get on the phone with them and say, hey, I might be coming over here to live. But that all good? And just make sure that you're all good to go. And when that warning is issued, if it's a neighbor, go then. And certainly we'll have to watch this very closely. We do expect to see brief tornadoes possibly out of this. So hard-soled shoes, something I'd probably keep handy. Make sure to keep your phone all charged up and ready to go, and have documents and that kind of stuff stashed away and put into a safe place, and preferably even with you, just to make sure that you have everything you would need in that scenario there. So going to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, kind of inspecting this more closely once again. I would say all along this leading edge here where you see this red, these are strong winds that are moving here through Benton County and approaching you in Walnut, Faulkner, as well as Ripley, Blue Mountain, Hickory Flat, Potts Camp. It's pretty much on top of you at this time here. Strong straight line winds that could have a few interactions there to try to produce tornadoes. I'm going to kind of go back here on the back part of this line and look back toward Lafayette County. And again, as we mentioned a second ago, the reason this is still kind of here is because of this line extending back and any kind of interactions you could have. At this time, I don't see any specific areas of rotation that are jumping off there as obvious, significant ones at this time. But that could change. I'm going to change radar a couple of times here just to make sure. Nope, I think we're okay at this moment. I'll say that. Hold on. Sardis Lake. I want to watch that closer. I'm going to look at this radar because this should be close enough. There's a couple little interactions there from the longer distance away. That looked a little worse than it did up close. I'm going to trust up close in this case over longer distance. Monroe County, which is a long ways away from this, kind of had this circulation back up there towards Sardis Lake. Excuse me, where are we at? Sardis Lake there. A little more impressive moving that direction. This one not as much. So, okay. Just wanting to double check at night. We kind of have to play it as safe as we possibly can. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and wind this, make sure we're not missing something else. And let's actually get a long-range storm track on these storms back out here in the Delta. So those, I believe, are moving in the neighborhood still of about 55 to 60. Let's see what we have. They're still going tornado possible on that. I believe that's Jackson warning on that, and they're going 55 miles per hour. Okay. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and get you a longer range track because this will move in. I mean, we're all going to see some thunderstorms tonight at some point. The question is just how long and how strong. So if I can take away that little tag there in the background. There we go. So it's going to be a while, but we're looking Water Valley close to about 1240. So more than an hour and a half-ish for you in Water Valley. Bruce, just about 1 o'clock in the morning. Ecru about 120. Pontoc 124. Nettleton 132. Tupelo about a 141. Fulton about 2 o'clock. Belmont 214. Red Bay about 219. Assuming it holds at the same speed and goes at the same angle. And then clearly beyond that, we have more thunderstorms back southwest that we're going to be watching. So it's going to be a long night for us. Our encouragement for you is if you're not directly in one of these right now, I would probably, not in a tornado warning, and you do have a reliable warning method. This isn't one of those nights I say you have to stay up with us. If we'd had tornado warnings on Thursday, those would have been long track violent tornadoes. These are going to be brief, and that's not in any way to diminish what will happen, but to say that if you live in a sturdy structure, that you can get to the middle part of the lowest floor and be okay. It's not a situation where you necessarily have to have a reinforced structure. Now, the exception to that rule is if you live in one of these what we call unsafe places. If you're living in a barn dominium there, a large open room, that might not be a safe enough place. Mobile home, I would say the same thing. We're talking about site belt structure, a slab, conventional foundation that is well built. That has an interior, small, windowless room. You should be okay in that setting in this case. But if you live in a mobile home or if you're going to find yourself in cars or trucks, that's a situation where you're clearly not. But if you're in a strong site-built home, you should be okay from these in your safest place in the middle of that tonight. So I'm not saying that if you're in Tupelo or Amory or Holka or Houston or Aberdeen, you need to stay up all night with us, because the thing is that the tornado threat does diminish the farther east that this line moves. In fact, as we kind of put up that risk here for you, as you can see, the primary risk is kind of up here in this zone, Corinth, Oxford, Coffeyville, really more Corinth, Holly Springs toward the center of this, and then diminishes as you go south and east. But the wind threat remains one of the bigger concerns here with this, because these will have wind damage issues. And where you see these white lines here, we show this a lot lately. We talk about the tornado threat, but when it comes to the wind threat, that'd be some wind gusts in excess of 65 to in excess of 70 miles per hour possible in this zone if these storms do what they're doing, like up there near the Tennessee state line right now. So current time is 11:21 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Chelsea Brown, who's kind of monitoring your reports on Facebook, social media, with the latest information on kind of what's coming in there. And Chelsea, I do want to bring you in here for a second just to see at night. We never want folks at home to go spotting on their own. Or are we seeing anything here from storm spotters or anything from any of our chasers or viewers for that matter?
Well, I haven't really seen much from viewers. In the last few things that I've seen in the National Weather Service chat was back earlier in the hour at 11:01. That was a possible tornado on the ground near the Bar community. And then also close to that area in the Harmontown community, power outages and wind gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour. So even really if you are not seeing that tornado on the ground, those winds can sometimes do as much damage as a tornado.
Yeah, and one thing to always mention when you get those reports and it's less than you expect, the storm spotter can only report for that instant at the time in which they are there. And so if sometimes you've probably noticed that when these come through, you don't usually have everybody in the county with damage everywhere. It's isolated pockets where you get wind damage along this. So if this is the damaging portion right there, and it's 2 or 3 miles away, you might get 20, 30 mile per hour winds there with a gust of 40, and then up here you get 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So the pockets of those strongest winds tend to be relatively isolated, and I would say that, well, and this is just outside our area, but Memphis is probably going to need to issue a tornado warning on this one up here in Tennessee in a moment. That one near the Salisbury area moving toward Middleton. Just because I know folks sometimes watch our stream from outside the area, I'm going to put this on for some of the folks there. They probably need to get, if you know some folks up here and live in Middleton or Hebron or Pocahontas up there on the just north of the Tennessee state line. I know a lot of folks in Walnut, that's right nearby. Call those friends, let them know you have a chance to possibly save a life in this case, because that's likely a tornado right there. I might as well check for debris while we're looking at it. Let's check the precipitation. It's reasonable that would spin up. That's not a tornado debris yet, but at the very least, that's 70 mile per hour winds there, moving near Middleton and eventually kind of tracking towards 64, so Selmer over there. So I'll get you track for that. Then we're going to come back into our area, but that tornado, that's likely a tornado at this instant. In fact, it's not our area, Chelsea, but you might ask Memphis what they think about that circulation.
Okay.
Okay. So Selmer, we'll look at about 25 minutes on that. So there's some spots there. Snap a picture. Give some folks that they live in those spaces a call to make sure they know that situation. So as we come back to our area, okay, never mind. I think no, that's Birmingham. Okay, never mind. Sorry, juggling a couple of things there. So directly in our area, the portions of this near Ashland do not look quite as impressive as they did even just a few minutes ago. Let's go and change our radar site here again just to see. Just to make sure. I mean, I'm still coming up with some fairly strong winds on this. Still straight line winds. Let's see if I can get that. 40, 45 miles per hour or so, just what the radar's picking up in some cases there. But that also has to do with the angle. This is looking at winds going away from the radar. Well, this isn't going directly away. It's kind of going at an angle away. So you don't get the true grasp of those speeds unless it's perfectly at the right angle versus the radar site, and that's not really what I would say we have at this instant here. So that straight line wind potential there is really the main issue at this instant, I would say, with maybe the potential this could briefly try to spin up a tornado. Okay, they did. So they just issued a tornado warning on that one up there. So good for them. So again, for those folks, you have the chance to save a life up there by making that phone call. Please do. If you're looking at these spots here, so Ripley, we're tracking that for you at about 11:37. Faulkner 11:39 in our area. Current time is 11:26 up there. Strong straight line winds the main issue. With this, perhaps a brief tornado spinning up, and there isn't always a lot of lead time. And that's kind of what I'm going to go back north on that thunderstorm and show you for a moment, is how quickly things can change. So that thunderstorm where they issued the tornado warning up here, you can see it kind of coming on and off. Let's see how quickly that went. So current time is 11:26. We kind of identified it here at about 11:19, 11:20 or so. And then if you go back just a few minutes, you can tell it's strong straight line winds, but the angle on that has changed, where that's not necessarily tornado at that angle. I'm going to see if we can jog our wind direction around a little bit here to maybe get a better idea, because what also is concerning, we talk about these little S's right there near Whittentown. That's not maybe a tornado at this instant, but that's another one of those spots where this is trying to jut out. And when this kind of juts out a little bit more, then what happens is you get the winds to kind of curl back in like that on this. So near Whittentown, we need to make sure we're in a tornado safe place. Faulkner as well. This could be one of those spots that's trying to wrap up a little bit more and could potentially try to produce a tornado. So we're now south of 370, north of, I believe that is 4. Let me double check that. Yes, that's Mississippi Highway 4. So between 370 and 4, west of Whittentown, we show a circulation beginning to get a little more organized. Now, before I hone in on that, and we don't mention up here in Brownfield or Ripley, know that this might only be 10 miles per hour faster than the rest of this. So this all could be 60, 70, and then that's 80 miles per hour. So the tornado does not necessarily have that much more preference over the straight line winds in this case, because they're typically only a little bit more enhancement with them. It can be significant. That's why we issue these warnings. Excuse me, that's why the National Weather Service issues these warnings, is for that potential. So let's go ahead and circle the area we're talking about so we can check out some other radar sites and make sure that we are good with this. Oops, let's clear that off. There we go. And let's check the rainfall mode. Yeah, you can see just a little notch there starting to show up. Let's go back a couple of scans to see if it matches. It does. So that's what happens. So sometimes, see how this is more north-south there? And if you go back just to about 21 after, it's more northeast-southwest. That change there is the process as this bumps out on the south where it'll try to produce a tornado. So if it's not producing a tornado yet, I think within about the next 4 or 5 minutes, it'll have a chance to do so. So if you know somebody who lives in Whittentown, lives near Whittentown, near County Road 419 in Tippah County, this is moving toward you, this is moving toward Faulkner, and Ripley, certainly we want to be in our safe place as well. The update there, extensive straight line wind damage possible with this. There have been unconfirmed reports of some mobile home damage back near the Como area. We're working to get some confirmation on that at this time. But I would expect that you could probably have 70-mile-per-hour winds out of this line. And so certainly that's strong enough. We have to be taking this seriously. Now, new scan in. Let's check the wind mode here to see how that's working. The new wind scan isn't in. That should get in here in a moment. But we can pick it out on reflectivity. You see how you have this little thing curling out there ahead? That is our circulation, that little nodule on the front side there, and that's moving toward Faulkner. So Faulkner, if we assume this is still going 55 miles per hour, Faulkner, Tiplerville, Faulkner, we need to be collegiate in that tornado safe place. So 9 minutes Faulkner, Tiplerville, and 12 minutes collegiate in 16 minutes. I'm going to refine this a little more, and we're going to put on a whole bunch of places. Pretty much everything that I can throw out here on Storm Track Doppler radar, we're going to make it pop on the map. So, say again, still 55? Thank you, Chelsea. Appreciate that. So this is pretty much everything we can get in front of this up here in Tippah County. I know there's going to be a lot of Unity churches in different places. We're talking specifically northern Tippah County here. So Blackville Church at 11:32, of course Faulkner at 11:40. We're looking Tiplerville 11:43, Ruckerville Church there 11:43, Bald Hill School near that location 11:41, Faulkner Elementary School 11:39, Little Hope Church 11:35. Strong straight line winds, at least potential that this could be attempting to produce a tornado. That's why the tornado warning has been issued. But sometimes the radar, sometimes in this case, you get the strong straight line winds that are just as rough as the tornado. And that's the reason why they've kind of gone with this at this time. Current time is now just clicked over to 11:31 as we are watching a tornado warning in effect for, in particular, Tippah County where we are watching this. There are other tornado warnings up into Tennessee. A new one coming out, I do think, back out here in the Delta. If it hasn't come out yet, it will be soon for this storm back here around Cleveland. They're going to go with a tornado warning with that. I don't know how far east. I think it'll at least get to Sunflower County there. Probably won't get all the way to Charleston there, but we'll have to see here in a minute based on that. So that should be out. No, they don't go. Okay, let's go ahead and bring Chelsea's mic up if we could for just a moment here. And I believe you're probably ready. Chelsea, go ahead.
The emergency manager in Panola County confirmed mobile homes flipped over in the Como area that's in between Senatobia and Batesville, I believe.
That was about 10:31. So that was this storm here. If you go back to that, and I'll see if I can plot on those storm reports again here. And as we back this up, let's see, I don't know if that's populated yet. It should be up here. There we are. And so mobile homes flipped over from that. So let's see what did it. Let's see if we're talking that's tornado circulation or something else. Yep, I mean, that's at the very least. Again, this is what we're talking about. I can't say for sure that this was a tornado. I would have guessed maybe a little more there, but this is the wind wrapping into that potential for a tornado. And so that's the reason why I just keep saying wind. And you might say, well, why is wind that important? Because the wind on this could be 70 or more miles per hour. If it hits your mobile home with the wrong angle, it's going to potentially have that potential, that possibility of flipping it. So, yeah, go ahead and let's bring Chelsea back up again here real quick.
With that one, they reported that as thunderstorm wind damage.
Okay, so straight line wind damage, you know, they'll figure out for sure what it ends up being, you know, with the damage survey. They'll go back and look at here. It does look like also in the Independence community, I believe that's this one up here, reports there of houses and businesses damaged and a tree on a house. That would be, again, now that circulation more likely to be a tornado. Now that was that little finger. Remember we were talking about there was a little finger that was kind of sucked back in there a little bit ago? That was that finger where we were talking about. It was kind of, the circulation was buried back in there. So that is what's moving through up here, northern Tippah County and more toward Walnut and Tiplerville and folks around those locations at this time. So we're far enough away from the radar that we're not going to see, we never see a tornado on radar. Let me clarify that for a moment here. We never see a tornado on radar. We sometimes get good enough rotation that we can pinpoint where that tornado, you know, generally should be, but we're always looking above the surface. And when we get farther away from a radar site, we have less and less idea of what for sure is going on down at the surface. And in this case, we're kind of high enough up that we just have to make some guesstimations. And the most important guesstimation is that this is probably damaging winds and it might be a tornado. And the distinction for you is no different. If you live in a mobile home, we have to be in a safe place because this could flip it. It has had a history of within the last hour doing just that for some folks in the Como area in Panola County. So Brownfield, it's basically in the next minute or two on top of you. Walnut, Faulkner, Tiplerville, all in the path of this. Collegiate at 11:43, Cypress 11:48, Lone Pine at 11:50, and Chewalla there at 11:54. I'm going to extend this to make sure we can kind of clip Corinth there and get you a time there as we continue this toward the Theo community at 11:55, Hightown 11:58, and looks like the Hightown area at 11:58, and Corinth at 12:07. Well, let's hear what this is. Hello?
Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhong with a Weather Call Mobile notification. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current location. Severe thunderstorms can produce dangerous lightning, large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain that can cause localized flooding. If you must drive your car, do not attempt to drive through water covering a road.
Why did I stop and play that for you for a moment here? Because I'm a meteorologist, so I should know what I'm doing. I was in a severe thunderstorm warning here at the TV station and didn't know it. You know why? Because I'm doing something else. So that's the reason we push Weather Call and these notifications, is because you have a life. And your life is not, even if you're a meteorologist, sometimes you're going to be doing something else. And so we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued now here for New Albany, for Boonville. It's straight line winds. They're watching that same stuff out there. And the reason they've issued it is because now we've had multiple reports. This is a long severe thunderstorm warning. Did you notice that? Hold on. This is Eastern time. I don't know why that's plopping in as Eastern time there. We'll have to double check that. Is it 12? 12:15. That's interesting that it would pop in as Eastern time. Is the rest of Central? Okay. I was going to say, to see that was 1:15, that'd be the longest severe thunderstorm warning I'd ever seen, pretty much. Okay, so the point is that they want folks all the way out here in Iuka and Boonville and Guntown and New Albany to know that they've had some mobile homes that have been flipped over out here in the Delta because of this. And so, yeah, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but those folks just had their house flipped over. So hopefully you don't have injuries. We have not had reports of that at this point here, but that's the reason when we talk about unsafe places, we mention a place that's safe 99% of the time. But tonight's not going to be part of that 99%. It's that 1% tonight that if you live in a mobile home with the proof that we've already had some flip back out in the Delta, we need to, if you're in this yellow box here, the severe thunderstorm warning, be making our way to a safer location than that. A friend or a neighbor's house where they have either a reinforced storm shelter or frankly just a site-built home, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape in some of those spots there. So watching things closely here, and so that's why ahead you need to have one of those alerts in case you happen to fall asleep or you're doing something else, which in many cases is probably going to be sleep. And so at the same time here, in advance of this, we need to make sure that we have some folks paying close attention. And so if you know folks are up here in Walnut, Tiplerville, and Faulkner, as Chelsea mentioned over and over again earlier, give them a call. The gift community out here toward Crumtown, Kossuth, this is generally heading your direction as well. But I see what looks to be like a little circulation there, County Road 341. That was the spot we were watching a minute ago there. The wind right there, this will update here in a second, just south of County Road 341, west of Faulkner. Strong straight line winds out of this, and a potential that could try to wrap up and produce a tornado. And even up here toward Walnut, I show a little more circulation there. I think there's mainly straight line winds, but the straight line winds have had a history of causing damage to this point. So certainly if you live in Walnut, hopefully we're in a safe place, Calebiat, Tiplerville as well. The circulation here this keeps prompting the tornado warning there, and we only have about another less than 10 minutes left under this tornado warning until 11:45. But the reason why we are doing this coverage is because that circulation there could potentially be a tornado, but also that the straight line winds have done enough in their own right. So it's one of those distinctions where, you know, we get all tied up on tornadoes. People are scared of tornadoes. It's understandable. And we don't necessarily need to be scared, but we do need to respect the wind that's coming from these tonight. And so that area where we have a circulation that, yes, maybe is a tornado, but is more likely to be strong straight line wind damage. And in either case, the wind is what causes the damage. It's not the swirling of the wind. That can have an impact as you get the wind shift from different directions. And the wind hits from one side and then rapidly the other, and it's kind of like breaking off a green branch off a tree. It takes some work to get it done, and you have to go all the different directions. Well, that's the reason a tornado is effective, is it hits you from all the different sides. So there is an added element to the strength with a tornado and the damage it can cause, but it's still wind 70, 80, 90 miles per hour, and that's the kind of tornadoes we're talking about tonight, but that's also about the straight line winds that we're talking about tonight as well. So less than now 3 miles and about 3 to 4 minutes there into the Faulkner area where that circulation is. Let's widen this out. Let's double check down here as we go back into Lafayette County and southern Marshall County there. The reason we're back here looking at it, we do still have this tornado warning in effect for those spots, but it's the wind in this that we're most concerned with. But right there, Chelsea, I'm going to use your eyeballs a little bit. So toward and away, right in here, just north of the Lafayette County line there. I mean, that looks a little more interesting. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Are you?
It looks like it's a little bit more, just that last scan there,
yeah,
a little more north-south. So let's see if the rainfall mode kind of goes with that. I could see that kind of jutting out. One of two things happens when that happens. You either get a tornado that tries to spin up, or this ends up being damaging wind gusts. So Cornersville, Myrtle, you're in the path of this section here that is getting a little bit more organized and a little bit more strong as it works its way that direction. So with the history we've had, that's the concern we have as well. And a couple little spots where we do have rotation back there west of College Hill, and that one we're looking at up there near Cornersville. Let's look at that close radar from the Memphis International Airport there. And it's not always the prettiest, but sometimes it can give us what we need, because it updates every minute. I don't quite see for sure exactly what I'm looking at there. I don't know that that's a tornado. I can tell it's definitely the circulation's trying. That pink return there is a bad return, bad data. Let's see if I can go and look at the rainfall mode. Maybe we can see something more there. This is a type of radar that it gets attenuated, meaning the rainfall has a hard time picking up the strength of the precipitation as well. But what it does still do is it does an excellent job with the wind. So even though it doesn't look as pretty on that or as clean on that, I'm gonna say that that's still enough. We need to treat that in Cornersville and Myrtle and northern sections there of Union County, like that could potentially be a tornado circulation. So here are some times that we're looking at as we track that ahead. This circulation is continuing to increase. If it's not a tornado, it's probably 65, 70 mile per hour winds there. So Cornersville within 4 minutes for you, Hickory Flat 10 minutes, Myrtle 13 minutes, Smalco there, and 15 minutes, Sherry and 17, Glenfield 18, Blue Mountain 21 minutes, Bluff, Cowanville, Molino, and Parks all within the next 25 to 30 minutes for you. Circulation increasing a bit more on this. These are not going to be long track tornadoes. This is not the opposite of what we talked about the last couple weeks, but this is the other side of tornadoes. The difference between the ones like in Alabama where they sat down and stayed down for 30, 40, 50 miles. In this case here, these are down for a mile or two. Now, if you're in that mile or two, it's a big deal. But if you're not in that mile or two, they can pick up fairly quickly. So there's at least that somewhat positive to the situation there. But Cornersville, you are in the path of this. You're also, for Cornersville, the concern I have looking at this here, this is a weird situation where I think someone who lives just west of Cornersville here probably has not gotten a weather call. And the reason is not because of the way weather call works, but it's the way these warnings are drawn. Because this does not include, the severe thunderstorm warning does not include this little notch here. And the tornado warning doesn't either. It's kind of a no man's land in between. So as weird as this sounds, you know, if you know somebody on 349 out there south of Bethlehem, west of the Darden community in Union County, give them a call, because this circulation might have hit a spot here where it hits a weakness in the system. Then the Weather Service doesn't draw the box around it, you don't get the call. So the Weather Service has to draw the box, and they've done it, but it's left this little hole here. So if you know someone who lives near Cornersville, give them a call. It could be a life-saving phone call at this point here, just in case. So our circulation has moved just a little bit east of that. It definitely is still there. I'm going to check another couple of radar sites around here just to make sure that we're lining this up perfectly. Yeah, we're pretty close there. Yeah, that's a weird situation that you actually catch the spot there in between warnings. But I think that's what's kind of happened there just because of the way they've been drawn. That's just human beings, you know, doing this, and they do the best they can. With the computer system. So hopefully they know that needs to be something they take seriously. Hickory Flat, and I would say all along this line, again, Hickory Flat back here toward Blue Mountain and Ripley up here toward Faulkner, strong straight line winds. There'll be a couple spots where maybe we can get some of that rotation to form. But strong straight line winds remain the big deal. And that's the reason why here in about 30 seconds, the National Weather Service, you're going to see this red tornado warning go off, and that's going to change the severe thunderstorm warning. The thing about this is the tornado confidence level 45 minutes ago was fairly high. The tornado confidence level now is fairly low, with the exception of Cornersville. Next scan, we'll have an excellent idea on Cornersville, but most of what we've had up here, the tornado confidence has left us a long time ago. So as that pops off the map there, we're looking at severe thunderstorm winds that could be up in excess of 70 miles per hour. And that's the reason, honestly, the biggest reason we've continued this, because those winds have already been associated with wind damage back out in the Delta, including the flipping of a few mobile homes near the Como community. So Ripley at pretty much this instant here, it's over top of you. Lone Pine 1149, Crumtown 1156, Gift community at 1159, Kossuth 1201. We're showing Corinth at 1208 based on about the 55 miles per hour. And the fact that time's gotten a little slower means this line might have slowed down just a little bit, probably closer to 50 miles per hour if that is the case at this instant here. But I'm gonna slide back here. I want to make sure that we know what's going on in this Cornersville circulation, because this is clearly the one that we've watched very closely. As I kind of watch all the colors joggle around, I'm looking at different radars here to get an idea. I think I have a better position here. I would still put it along 349 there, maybe just north of 349, moving here toward County Road 1. I believe that's County Road 1 there in far northwest, northwest Union County, where I would have that. So let's get a new track on that there for this circulation. I'm going to put one of those tracks where it lists every little thing that it can possibly find as it moves toward Myrtle there. So I think that's Amaziah Church, Ebenezer Church, both within the next 5 to 8 minutes or so. Hickory Flat in 11:53 there. Other locations in Hickory Flat. Myrtle at 11:56. Myrtle School 11:56, and Beulah Church at 11:58, so a little before midnight as we continue to watch this new scan. Let's see where we're at with it here. Oops, and I think I just popped this back one segment here in our computer system. But what it definitely shows is the other thing that probably needs to be mentioned at this moment here, which is that most of the area is under a tornado watch at this time. And we do expect that we'll probably be tracking these kind of storms for a number of hours. But at this moment, we have no more tornado warnings. So here's what I am going to do. We're going to check this again. We're going to keep on NBC, I think, for a little while here, just to make sure, until we're sure that that's not going to spin up another tornado, or we're sure that we're not talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. But we do have other severe thunderstorms back to the west and tornadoes that we'll have to potentially watch going forward. So let me slide this back down here and get this back into play mode on the storm that we're watching. And again, it is the strong straight line winds and the possibility of brief spin up tornadoes that have prompted this severe thunderstorm warning you see next to me, in effect until 12:15 in the morning. And I'm interested to see why, for whatever reason, this is picking up on Eastern time, but for whatever reason it is. So let's anyway, so we'll translate that back to 12:15 for the severe thunderstorm warning there. And then definitely not going to be all the way to Saltillo at 12:15 there, where close to where our station is. So let's come back in here, look at our little notch. Cornersville, strong straight line winds, at least some circulation there. That hasn't taken the full step to produce a tornado, though, at this point. So let's disengage for a moment. Let's make sure we're not missing something up here on the line closer to Faulkner. County Road 200, again, a little circulation there. That was that same spot that we were watching earlier. I think the rainfall does a better job of showing that little notch, and luckily at this point, even it does not do as good a job of showing it as what it did a minute ago here. Yeah, there's still a couple spots there where that's kind of spinning up, but not quite at the level. So let's walk down the line and see if we can send some folks back to programming. Bethlehem, Cornersville. Nope, that's borderline. It's borderline. It's not as strong as it was a minute ago. All this is kind of developing. Yeah, little notches here. These are all storms being ingested in. They're not strong enough. The rotation's not exactly in the right spot. Going west toward these storms, back out in the Delta, this tornado warning near Drew, strong winds on that one there. You can see how that's really wrapped up. And again, that one's probably more on a Water Valley sort of track, maybe Coffeyville based on that angle there. Water Valley, maybe even southern Lafayette County, back out here toward Toccopola and Pontotoc. It does pull just a little more north, kind of looking at that latest scan there. So let's go ahead and get you a longer storm track on that one. And let's get one where we have it 55, and we'll use what we call a cone track on that. So 55 miles per hour, and let's track that. There'll be a bunch of spots not in the area first, and then we'll get a whole bunch of locations that are. And so this is a fairly wide track, so a lot of folks will pop into this one here. But Water Valley and Coffeyville, about an hour from now, a little less than an hour for you. That could be tornado warnings for you in your future. So couldn't even hurt if you don't have weather calls, something like that. We recommend it, but set an alarm to check in on that if you just can't keep your eyes awake. Taylor about 12:56, Oxford about 1:03, Vardaman at 1:12. Of course, that would be more on the south side here. It's probably going to stay a little north of that, but there will be more thunderstorms eventually make it through there. Houston, Pontotoc about 1:28 there. This would be on a path that take it more toward eventually Tupelo about 1:46 or so. So we still have some time there. Aberdeen, Amory, Mantachie, all eventually there a fairly long time from now. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to send you back to regular programming on ABC, Fox, MeTV. And we're going to keep you here for a couple more minutes on NBC. And so if necessary, we'll cut back in on all these channels. I know it's kind of the middle of the night for a lot of folks. We apologize, though, still for interrupting Saturday Night Live and some of those other programs that are typically on at this time. Keep it here for the best coverage. And just know this, that severe thunderstorm warnings, if your phone gives you one of those tonight, treat that like a tornado warning, because it could be strong straight line winds that have proven to be strong enough to flip a couple of mobile homes back in the Delta. So treat straight line winds, treat severe thunderstorm warning as significantly as you can. Keep it here for the best coverage. Okay, for those of us continuing on NBC, we're going to reevaluate the part of this line up here closer to Crumtown. I mean, this is the part where we've kind of had those notches over and over again. I think the speed, I'm going to get an actual speed on this. I'm going to use our system and raw figure the speed on this, because I don't know that I fully trust the one the Weather Service has given us on this. I don't think this is quite 55. It might be. It might just, yeah, see, that's closer to 40. That, at least that part of this is moving closer to 40. So that's why these times in Corinth have been a little off. We've been going on the Weather Service 55. Let's drop it down to 40 miles per hour. And then, so at 40 miles per hour there, which will give you a more realistic time here. Corinth, now with that more realistic time, about 12:18. I know we've kind of been backing up that number a number of times here because we were expecting it to come in a little bit faster. We're now back to 12:18 for you. Crumtown, 11:59. Theo at 12:01. Collinstown at 12:02. Biggersville at 12:20. Farmington at 12:24. Strickland at 12:30. Strong straight line winds. The S shape you see here is the reason why we're concerned about that potential that this could try to produce a tornadoes, because sometimes at that S there, that little kink that you have, that's where you have a little localized enhancement in the winds. And actually, I think we have it there. 10 out of 10 times you send some people back to regular programming and it seems like it gets more interesting, unfortunately. County Road 202, that circulation, it's not strong, but the fact that you have it kind of pulling back in there, ingesting around that spot, that's enough at the distance here. We're a fairly large distance away from the radar site. That's far enough that it could potentially be a circulation, a tornado trying to get a little more organized. Go back to rainfall mode there. It'd be back kind of within it. Let's double check debris, which it's highly unlikely in this situation. It's pretty likely tonight we will not detect debris even if tornadoes happen. Typically these tornadoes are fairly shallow and they don't have a tendency to loft debris up. So whereas on the typical supercell individual thunderstorms, we can use that and really dig in deep and figure out and confirm that we've had a tornado touchdown. We're not going to get that kind of confirmation tonight, unfortunately. And hopefully won't get it because it doesn't happen, but I know that we probably won't get it even if it does. So right there on the panhandle of Alcorn County is where I would put our circulation there, just on the edge of the Alcorn-Tippah County line. This is going to move in a direction there where it is still heading toward Corinth. It is a Doppler radar indicated rotation. It might not develop into a tornado. It might just be a localized enhancement that gets you up at 65 or 70 mile per hour winds. We're going to keep that about 40 miles per hour. I'm going to give you the minutes until for locations up here around Corinth and Farmington. Corinth, we're now down to 24 minutes for you. If you know some folks that maybe live there, give them a heads up that this could potentially be a tornado heading toward them, or it could be strong straight line winds that have a history of causing damage. We don't usually get those reports until well after the fact, but something we're certainly monitoring at this point. In fact, Chelsea, if you get a minute, would you be willing to call up to Tippah County and see if we can find out something from the EMA there?
Yeah, I can do that.
There should be one of the red folders.
My phone's the one on Facebook Live.
Huh?
My phone's the one on Facebook Live.
Okay. You want to use mine?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Appreciate that. We're always juggling. Is your phone plugged in?
No. Facebook.
Is it? Oh, thank you. Does it have enough power?
Yeah, I had it charging.
Okay. So that's good there. All the things we have to juggle in the middle of the night here with those. So I apologize for the back and forth and the stuff like that we're working on here, and we'll hopefully get a little more information. Hopefully we can confirm nothing. That's obviously the goal, to confirm nothing from this. But a lot of times these emergency managers don't have a lot of information until a little after the fact. In fact, one of the things we can do here hold on. Depends. So I'm looking here from, so you'll notice this changing up toward Hickory Flat. This is Memphis radar. We're in this weird spot where I can just kind of barely move it and get back and forth. But that, let's make sure that that wasn't something. Or is it still something? I think that might have been a radar artifact, just because it was looking so far away. Sometimes it codes in a little weird. I think that's what happened there. Still, that circulation we were looking at, Cornersville and Myrtle, still does have some organization to it. Let's get you a storm track. Let's catch Cowanville in that. Dumas, Myrtle, just in case. Potential maybe for some wind damage out of this. Myrtle, 7 minutes there. Cotton Plant, 17 minutes. Cowanville had 25 minutes. Halltown, 33 minutes. Jericho and Alpine, 35, 38 minutes for some of those spots there. Strong straight line winds. Maybe some rotation that tries to produce a tornado with that. Make sure you don't have anything Lafayette County. I think we're good. And then obviously this one back west that we've talked a lot about. Still have some time before it gets there. The description with a severe thunderstorm warning that comes all the way up through Charleston and will approach Coffeyville, Grenada eventually. They're still going tornado possible on this. So they've decided not to extend the tornado warning there. They're just going to go tornado possible on the severe thunderstorm warning, which kind of treats it like a pre-tornado warning just in case. So there's something out there in case it has to ratchet back up. The reports from the town of Crenshaw that there's a tree on a house and power lines down. Emergency management officials heading over that way to survey the damage. That's James with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters reporting that. Appreciate that. Let's see if... okay, and Sandy with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, as mentioned earlier, damage with a tree on a house and businesses damaged in Sycamore Road and the Independence community in northwest Mississippi. So both those reports northwest of our area, but we, again, don't usually get these reports until after the fact, especially at night. So when we get them, we kind of have to guesstimate forward where some of these could end up being. There are a bunch of little notches here, right there. Hickory Flat, the one we've been watching, a couple big Abbeville back toward Techville. But if we, I think, go to the rainfall there, you'll notice they're also not quite in the right spot, but not exactly in the wrong spot either. So let's check the closest radar there. Let's go to the one out of the airport. I don't know. There's not enough there to count any of those as a tornado at this point. But those are just ones we have to watch pretty closely. Now, what we do have up here is they've gone tornado warning on our thunderstorm, on our circulation. Hey, if we could, back of the back, let's go back on the rest of them again. They've gone tornado warning on our Crumtown circulation up here that we've been watching. So they've gone that until 12:15. So that's a tornado warning now for Alcorn, Tippah counties until 12:15. Let me double check this. Yeah, it's just Alcorn, Tippah, and then of course McNairy County on the Tennessee side. But there's our circulation. We were looking there just a moment ago. You could make another argument for another one near 72, but I'd say this is the more likely one. It's because we have both of those there that we're going to go ahead and track the whole thing there. They have reduced it to 45 miles per hour on their movement as well. So I think we're kind of in agreement on that. So, of course, Crumtown, it's over you right now. Pretty much the next minute or two. Theo at 12:05, Kossuth 12:10, Winnesoga at 12:13, Allentown 12:15, Corinth at 12:21, and the Acton community at 12:27. Let's throw on as many locations onto this as we can. This is now after midnight, and when I list those most deadly, tornado situations that we're concerned about, and we list unsafe places. Any place is unsafe if you don't know what's coming. And you're not in the safest portion of your house. So there's going to be a ton of folks that come on here, and then we're going to drill down a little bit closer. But folks in Kossuth need to know this, so give them a call. Let me clear this off. This will be what we call the all squall. Okay. So that portion there, we'll take it up to Corinth. So there's going to be a lot of spots to kind of pop on this map. So Crumtown there, 11:59, Cedar Mound Church. This would be in Alcorn County there. We're looking at midnight for you. Lick Branch Church, Tishmingo Chapel Baptist Church. That is not in Tishmingo County. This is in Alcorn County that we're mentioning that there. We're mentioning that for you at 12:05. Kossuth, 12:06. Roscoe Turner at 12:10. Allentown, 12:11. Corinth at 12:17, Oakland School at 12:19. As we're continuing to watch that, a tornado warning issued for these locations. If you know somebody who lives near one of these, Giving a phone call, an extra alert, an extra bump from you could be that phone message that saves a life, so that they know that this is at least damaging winds. It could potentially be a tornado attempting to spin up there near the Crumtown community in western Alcorn County. I can say this, at this instant, it looks as though the circulation has now exited Tippah County. So if you live inside the Tippah County line, Tippah County, we can come out of that tornado safe place. But let's drill down here. We're really close in Kossuth. This is right up on you. I know we have a lot of viewers that live in the Kossuth area. I'll try to get my shoulder out of the way so we can see this. We believe this could be a tornado either generating or about to touch down at this instant here. We've kind of had this little notch that is formed from time to time, and still showing that there. We're also, I think, looking from Monroe County now. I want to go back to the Memphis radar if we can, to pop that on there. That probably has a slightly, let's see if they'll pop that on there. Is the Memphis radar not up? Are we having a data issue on Memphis? Let's check that. Make sure we know what we have available to us at this moment. So there we are. There's Memphis radar. Okay, it has it better. We're going to stick with Memphis then for a moment here. So there's our circulation just northeast of Crumtown, County Road 638 in Alcorn County, approaching County Road 620. And near the 620 Highway 2 split there is where we would have our circulation. This is County Road 600. So really pretty much moving directly into Kossuth. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. It could potentially be a tornado, and it's a situation where you need to make a phone call to someone who lives in Kossuth just to make sure they know. I'd much prefer them to be annoyed, and you can blame me for whatever you want to do that on that, but make sure they are aware that this could be a deadly situation if they don't treat it seriously. This is rotation that is continuing to organize on this. And could potentially be a tornado in the generation phase if it hasn't touched down at this point. And let's look at the debris mode here. I don't think we're going to show up any. We don't at this moment. But the reflectivity, the rainfall here definitely shows this little finger kind of circulating in there south of 620, pretty much right at County Road 620. And let's be perfectly honest about something. We are way too far away from the radar site to drill down and say for sure it's on County Road 620. But this is, a general idea. We're seeing the rotation here aloft. There could be a tilting in the updraft. Typically, the tilt's back just a little bit. So in this area here is about near Highway 2 in western Alcorn County, where I think we have a tornado in the generation phase at this moment here, or at least a 60 to 75 mile per hour wind enhancement. And that is the kind that from time to time can produce damage that is significant. So that's why we're watching this closely. So we're going to make 45 miles per hour our speed on this, and we're going to track this, and we'll try to get all those little locations onto this. So directly in this Kossuth, 1206, current time 1203. So we're now 3 minutes from Kossuth, from the main intersection there. This is a tornado potentially generating, if not on the ground at this moment here. Kossuth Elementary School at 1207, Pleasant Hill Church 1210, Pleasant Hill United Methodist Church 1210. This might be the same spot or at least near one another. AM Welcome Center at 1210 and the Roscoe Turner area at 1211. Rotation increasing, strengthening, and all the indications are that this could be a tornado in the generation phase at least. Let's see if the radar, yes, we need to treat this like a tornado on the ground at this moment here. I've switched it back to the radar site in Monroe County, and while the rainfall mode is not as perfect at depicting it here, you can definitely see those reds are getting brighter. So south of County Road 620, that's where we believe we have a tornado at this instant, and at very least it's wind damage, and in either case wind is wind, and that's what does can hurt you. So we need to be in a tornado safe place if we live up here in Alcorn County. That means that if you live near County Road 620, west of Kossuth, this intersection there, I believe, is County Road 500. So near the 500 and County Road 620 and Mississippi Highway 2 intersections where we believe our tornado is. So within the next minute and a half, it should be into the Kossuth area. This is potentially a tornado on the ground and certainly is a strengthening circulation. Have you called folks at home? Okay. Bronson here at the TV station is from Alcorn County, and so I want to make sure we've made some phone calls there. Even around here, sometimes it's not my voice that saves a life. It's your voice calling and saying, hey, pay attention, this is happening. They'll listen to you more than they'll listen to me because they trust you. So I would highly encourage you to give them a phone call and make sure they know that this could be a life-threatening situation if they are in a mobile home or a weaker structure and they're not in the safest place of their home or in a reinforced safe room. They need to be doing that. So I would put it right there at the intersection of County Road. I believe that's, I've said it enough times you'd think I'd have it by now. Where are we at? County Road 620 to County Road 619 and Mississippi Highway 2. You can see that new updated location there approaching Kossuth. And again, we're looking very high up here. Let's see if we get a better look at this again from Memphis. We're just going to kind of switch back and forth between these different radar sites to check and see. Yeah, see, Memphis has this farther ahead from its angle. So we kind of have to do sort of an average of the two, but I'd rather be on the faster one. So I'm going to go there in Kossuth, pretty much at the intersection of Mississippi Highway 2 and County Road 600 in Kossuth. That is a circulation that could potentially be a tornado. While we're on that, while we're on this, let's track this whole line here as this is now making it into the western part of Corinth. We believe that this is all probably a potential for wind damage. Maybe something else could spin up on this line as well. So while we're drilled in here in Kossuth, at this instant it's coming through you. We have to be at that tornado safe place. Hopefully we're there. Allentown 1210. Rustler Junction at 1214, Corinth at 1216, and the Acton community at 1218. But Corinth, we're now down to what? 10 minutes for you, best case scenario, and it could be a tornado that this is trying to produce at this time. It is strengthening, and so we need to play it very, very safe. What are we dealing with here? We're dealing with Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. That's issued when Doppler radar shows rotation that could at some point in the near future develop into a tornado. We believe that's what we've seen on this. We have not spotted debris. We have not confirmed the tornado with spotters yet, but the problem with nighttime spotting is we typically don't get those reports at night nearly as quickly as we would during the day because spotters are waiting for lightning strikes, and there just, frankly, aren't enough of those at night to really nail that. So there's a lot of guessing, there's a lot of maybes, there's a lot of possiblies, and all of those reasons are the reason why we highly encourage you to take this seriously if you live up here in Alcorn County. And in about 15-20 minutes, we can move you out of that tornado safe place and you can go to sleep and be fine, because once you're past this, you're past it. So let's widen this and make sure we're not missing something else along this line where we do have, there are a ton of little interactions along this line where the winds are kind of coming together and trying to spin something up. Let's give it a moment here. That spot that we were watching earlier near Cornersville finally picked up a little speed. It was near Cotton Plant. That's not something at this moment, at least not on that radar. Let's go to Monroe County, see if it has a different perspective. And I'm going to have to actually click on the radar and specifically choose that. When we're in the middle here, it makes it a little more difficult. Right there, nope, that's nothing. So I don't see anything back there that is concerning at this moment. Report from the National Weather Service now of a wall cloud being reported in the Kossuth area. From this, that is a lowering, a part of the thunderstorm that is closer to the ground because of the circulation, and that can be something, a sign, a wall cloud that precedes a tornado touchdown. And sometimes the lightning flashes don't give you a good enough view, and it might actually be a tornado. So that's what we're concerned with at this point, that we could potentially have one of those circulations very near Kossuth. So again, as we've said over and over again, we're past time now. We need to be in that tornado safe place if you live along Highway 2 now east of Kossuth. So that report coming in now 12:08, current time is 12:09. So I show just on radar this little appendage that sticks out there. That'd be the most likely spot I would show near County Road 510. But we're too far away from the radar site to have such precision here. So rather than be in so close, which kind of implies a greater amount of knowledge than we have of this situation, than the technology allows us to have, I would instead cast a wider net because of the nighttime component to this. And I want to make sure that we have Corinth and Farmington in this circulation, though it has headed a little more east the last couple of scans. Let's take a look here together. Yeah, that is moving a little more east. I just wanted a time there for Corinth within 9 minutes, Farmington in 14 minutes. But this is moving more east. So we might actually be talking about more Biggersville addresses here than Corinth addresses potentially. Current scan, stop there, County Road 512. Let's track this directly east, and let's put on every one of those spots that we can. So I would have it approaching US Highway 45. So Mays Creek Church, somebody lives near there. Historical means typically not going still. Biggersville First Baptist Church, Shady Grove Methodist Church, St. Luke's Church in Alcorn County, Shady Grove Mission, as well as Job's, Salem Church, and Oakland School, all in the path of this. All those locations are in Alcorn County. Some of those, I know there tend to be some overlaps on some of those names in other counties, so we're stressing Alcorn County is the location that we're looking at that. And for folks that might be traveling along US 45, Allentown, where I have that, we have a new location. I would say we're now 3 minutes away from US 45. About 2 miles north of Biggersville is where the circulation is showing up on Storm Track Doppler radar. We've had numerous reports of wind damage behind this line, and we think that should still be a possibility with this. I'm going to again kind of jog back and forth. We'll check different radars here. Columbus, a little slower than Memphis. I'm going to go with the Memphis location on this. So let's circle where we think it is. Let's come back down here, street level, and let's get a few county roads back on here for folks that, if you need to do some calling. Certainly if you live in the Allentown area, or if you associate yourself with Allentown, we need to be in a tornado safe place. Alcorn County Road is 522. Of course, this is, I believe that's County Road. I need to come in closer so I can see it. County Road 512. So County Road 512 east of Allentown, just north of that, Old 455, Old Highway 455, County Road 510, Alcorn County. We believe this to be rotation that could produce damage, could perhaps even be a tornado. No guarantees that's the case, but it's definitely a possibility that we're watching. Chelsea, if you would you switch me places here for just a minute here? I want to check a couple things here behind the scenes, if I could. So I'm going to switch spots with Chelsea as she's tracking this tornado. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this instant, but we do believe it's possible that it could take that next step. And frankly, at night like this, we don't know for sure until after the fact, right, Chelsea?
And right now that circulation is really just north and a little bit east of Allentown, right a little bit where that red circle is. So it's really in between Corinth and Biggersville, but we're really in between that Monroe County and Memphis radar. So if you are, say, in the Biggersville area or really south of Corinth, be in that tornado safe place right now. And if you do know somebody that is traveling along Highway 45 or supposed to be traveling along Highway 45 near the Corinth area, you need to go ahead and call them and warn them of this. Just realized you have that different mouse up here and it's weird. You
can use the other one. The other one's sitting on top of there. My injured arm.
And right now just kind of taking a little bit of a wider look. Now this does go until 12:45, this tornado warning for parts of Alcorn, and they did extend that into parts of Tishomingo County as well just a few minutes ago. Tornado warning is going to be really close to getting closer towards Highway 45 here in between Corinth and Biggersville, and looking at that, we do not have this. This is radar indicated right now. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground. But even if you are just seeing gusty winds, which we have seen many reports of wind damage, this does cause as much, sometimes in some cases more damage than a tornado. So take this seriously, especially going into the overnight hours, because if you're trying to go outside and see, it is very hard to see in those spotters, that little few that we do have out there in many locations right now. It's hard to see at nighttime. Right now this is moving at 45 miles per hour according to the National Weather Service. So if I take a little bit wider and get a track on this, tracking it really from Corinth a little bit further south. Seeing a few times there, Biggersville around 12:16, so here in the next minute or so. Farmington around 12:22, Kendrick 12:27, Glenn around 12:29, and that really just tracks to that Tishomingo County line. Let me get a little bit of a longer track for you. What do you have this set out? 40?
It should be 40, yeah.
Okay, let me go a little bit up. Tracking that really just over that Tishomingo County line there around 12:30. This tornado warning does go until 12:45 right now. And this is still radar indicated. We do not have a confirmed tornado on this right now. But once again, getting a little bit of a closer look, right along 45 there, just west of 45, just south of the Corinth area. So if you are in really southern regions of Corinth, be in your tornado safe place as well, and as well in Biggersville, because we are far enough from the radar in Memphis and also in Monroe County that it is hard to see the exact location on this, but that does go all the way into parts of Tishomingo County. So Burnsville, Iuka included in this tornado warning now, and then along Pickwick. So if you do know somebody that is in Pickwick this weekend, go ahead and give them the call, give them the heads up, because they could be asleep right now. But once again, still tracking this tornado warned storm in parts of Alcorn County now. And right now, according to the radar, it's really in the southern regions of Corinth, South Harper Road there. You can see a little bit of that rotation on the radar there. But as we do continue to track this, getting closer towards Farmington here in the next few minutes, getting closer towards 72 there, going from Corinth south of Farmington. If you do know anybody that's traveling in Alcorn County or even into Tishomingo County, go ahead and give them the call, give them the heads up. Right now, still tracking this and looking a little bit down the line. I'm not seeing anything down the line much. That's looking more linear. Do you see anything, Matt?
Not a lot down the line on the rest of it there. It's fairly linear at this point. I mean, it's that same thing. When it gets more north-south or, northwest-southeast, we know it's really kind of spinning up. I think right there along 45 south of Corinth, I think that's definitely the spot that we have to watch the closest right now still.
Okay. Let's get another track on that.
And I'm trying to get some damage pictures that we've gotten in here up and ready to go on the air. So that's what I'm working on here in a second. Chelsea, you're doing a great job.
All right, thanks. 1222 Farmington, so here in the next few minutes, make sure you are going to be in your tornado safe place. Strickland, 1224, Glenn, 1227, crossing over that Tishomingo County line around 1230. So once again, just kind of going over some of these safe places and places that are unsafe. You want to be, if you do not have a tornado shelter, you want to be in a bottom level of your home or whatever building you're in. You want a sturdy structure. Mobile homes, cars, definitely not one of those safer places. Get pillows and blankets and bicycle helmets or motorcycle helmets if you have any. Protect your head. Your body can take more impacts than your head can if you do have any of that debris kind of funneling around. According to the National Weather Service report of a funnel cloud near Corinth, Highway 45 and 405, and that's really right along where we have seen a little bit more of that rotation.
45 and what?
45 and 405.
Okay, let's see here if I will pull that down with the X there. So 45 and 405. I see 408. Hold on, give some moment here to try to find that. I see 515, 512. I think we know about the general area there. And by the way, the reason you just got two weather calls you heard came on my phone. The first one was the fact that the other severe thunderstorm warning ran out, and then they just issued a new one all the way to basically the Alabama state line until 1 a.m.
1 a.m. and that is in Central Time now. I don't know why that other one was in Eastern Time.
However they coded it when they sent it out by accident.
But still this long line of storms right now that will be soon moving into parts of Boonville, New Albany, Baldwin. Still really gusting out a lot of those straight line winds. Have reports of damage from these storms that were actually out in Panola County. Have continued to see some more of those reports as it is tracking closer to our area. So really needing to take this seriously as we are heading into your overnight hours, even if you just are in a severe thunderstorm warning, because these could just cause maybe trees to fall, possibly on your house. So just make sure you are staying aware and make sure you do have multiple ways to get those alarms if you are planning on going to sleep. Right now, still tracking that tornado warning into parts of Alcorn County right now, moving just south and east of the Corinth area, south and west of Farmington, really right there along 72. north of the Jobs area, as we are continuing to see that rotation right there where that circular red circle is right there, continuing to see some more of that moving through in between Corinth and Jobs, really in southern parts of Corinth, still needing to be in your tornado safe place right now as that does continue to track closer to that Tishomingo County line. Tishomingo is included now in that tornado warning as well. And this is, once again, radar indicated. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this. Reports of funnel clouds, wall clouds, but nothing on the ground at this point. Once again, in between Corinth and Jobs area, as that does continue to track closer towards 72, in between Farmington and Glen, getting closer towards the Strickland community. So if you do know anybody in the Strickland community, give them a call, heads up. Many people asleep. It is after midnight now, so looking at time frame on this, Salem Church 12:21, so that's right about now. Strickland 12:25. Alcorn Central Elementary School 12:26. So here within the next few minutes, just make sure you are staying weather aware. 3 miles away from Highway 72 is where we are seeing really that radar indicated rotation there. Once again, radar indicated. We do not have a confirmation on this storm that it is having a tornado touchdown. Trying to rotate right now with the funnel cloud and wall cloud from the National Weather Service. Reports of those at this time. But even if it does not form a tornado, this has caused wind damage. This storm system has caused wind damage in the past. Just kind of checking reports from the National Weather Service chat. As that does continue to push through, really bringing out gusty winds, getting closer towards Farmington, down towards Strickland, Glen area there along Highway 72. Right now, that circulation you can see there, County Road 301 right there, just north and east of the Jobs community. And that is really right along County Road 400 is where that radar indicated rotation is. Right now, I'm going to swap out with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhahn, still continuing to track out.
Okay, and if you would help me here, well, we'll try to get in contact with Tippah and Alcorn counties here in a few minutes, but I know that we're not going to probably get much back.
That's one of the EMA directors we don't have a cell phone number on.
Okay.
I just looked in our thing.
Okay, we'll have to double check. Okay. Well, and sometimes we're able to get a hold of the law enforcement. They'll go ahead and get us, so we'll hopefully try to find that out here in a minute. But as you can see, where Chelsea is tracking that County Road 400, where that circulation is still showing up at this time here. Yeah, go ahead and grab. Sorry, Face ID. So County Road 400, County Road 301, we should be getting a new scan in here any second now that would advance that. That has tightened up a bit more here. Let's look at on here just to see what it'll give us on the wind change, 40, 45 miles per hour. That's a little tighter than it has been. We're looking fairly high up, so we don't always have excellent eyes on this. So I'm going to check the location out of Memphis again, just to kind of see. It's a little broader there. We're definitely best looking at this out of location in Monroe County. So that's easily one of our strongest circulations. It's just widen this to make sure we're not missing something along this line. The only spot may be northern Lafayette County, but again, you just have this trailing storms back here. So that's not a tornado at this point. It's really this leading edge right there up here south of Corinth. That's where we're watching this. You know, and one of the things that we have to consider in this situation is the fact that we have you know, it might not be everybody getting damaged, but it's damage that looks like this. This is just north of the, let's get the exact information on this. Give me a second here. So 45 and US 72, that's up in Selmer, so it's a little north. But the point of showing this from Chris sending this in is that the power line's knocked down. You know, this happens, and then you end up in the next thing that we've realized is we've have some, you know, power outages, and then people can't watch us, and they're you know, so they don't, it knocks out one of their abilities to get warnings and get that information, which is why it's important, if you know folks that live in advance of these circulations on a night like this, that you give them the phone call, and you're the one that could potentially save their life. This is about to cross US 72 southeast of Corinth. We're in here very close near County Road 2, let's see that, County Road 305 and the County Road 220. Just south of that is where we have our circulation right now. It's going to track here pretty close to Farmington, south of Farmington, and eventually in the path of this we show County Road 200, County Road 259 up in Alcorn County. All these in Alcorn County that we're tracking there. So we need to be pretty close, at least within steps of our tornado safe place for folks up here. And I would certainly probably be in that tornado safe place now, a reinforced structure, because this is at least 60-mile-per-hour winds with this circulation there. And it seems reasonable that we could have damage from this. We don't find that out until after the fact. Unfortunately, when we give you damage reports, there's nothing predictive about that. It's just confirmational. So wider here for a moment. Let's reset and let's talk about what we have. We've had a ton of weather calls that have probably gone off from this rest of this line here, Boonville, New Albany, back to the west. That's, you see here, Baldwin or north part of Tupelo there, Saltillo, back out here, locations north of Fulton, Tishomingo County, all included under this severe thunderstorm warning. It's straight line winds from this. Okay, straight line, big deal, right? Well, straight line winds earlier had toppled a few mobile homes. Now, this is not as strong as what we were tracking back there earlier. The leading edge is where we expect to see that kind of activity. As we kind of widen this, you can see the true leading edge is kind of up here, and it is a little less impressive, but you can see those clustering of wind and even a tornado report that they've had kind of up out of that patch. And I think that was actually some of those reports were from the earlier storms earlier on this evening. Yeah, those were. So we don't have the official storm reports, but that leading edge is up there. And so it's part of that the storm in Alcorn County is connected to. And the part of this line we have to watch most closely would also be back here toward Lake Mohawk and east of Dumas there, where the winds could just go the wrong direction perhaps at some point, but we're good on most of that. So our most pronounced circulation is the one we show here right along US 72 south of County Road 220 to the west of County Road 218 in Alcorn County, southeast of Corinth, south of Farmington, moving out here toward County Road 226. I believe this is County Road 944. So County Road 944 moving in that direction there. Rotation that is not quite as strong as it was, say, 20 minutes ago, but it still is. It's still strong enough that it's probably wind damage, but certainly something right over top of the Strickland area. So if you know someone that has a Strickland address there, they need to be in their tornado safe place. Let's track ahead here. This is going to be our track that shows all the different spots with it. And I'm going to take it just a little farther so I can catch the Dosky area there. So Dosky we show at 12:38, Strickland at 12:27, obviously 12:28 now. It's just clicked over to a new minute there, so it's already there. We're past due now. Hopewell Methodist Church at 12:30, Shady Grove Church. There's a number of these Shady Grove churches that come up. This is the one, I think that might actually be in Tishomingo County there. Centerpoint School at 12:34, 12:34 also Grissom Chapel, Mulberry School at 12:31, and the Dosky community at 12:38. Doppler radar indicated rotation, still watching very closely for locations there in Alcorn County. Checking with our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, I'm not seeing a whole lot coming out of that at this moment. Of course, nighttime spotting is dangerous, whereas during the day we will go around, we will drive, we will try to find out that information. At night, it's a completely different story. It's just you have to be very careful. You're waiting for lightning strikes, and that can be a very dangerous kind of situation for folks. So we usually have our spotters stay stationary most of the time when it comes to nighttime spotting on nights. So that's certainly where we are with them tonight. So the reports tend to come in a little slower, but certainly something that we appreciate all the hard work that they put in on nights like this to keep all of us, my family safe, your family safe, and everyone's as well. So I'm checking in on one of our discussions with them. We have a bunch of different ways we kind of keep in contact with one another, and so I'm trying to check one of those at this moment. And I do think that we have at least a couple of pictures here coming out of Alcorn County. Oh, here is that is the Alcorn.
I just called, he didn't answer.
Okay. Hopefully that's not didn't answer because he's busy, which sometimes is the case. Certainly like this is their busy moments. Yes, go ahead.
The Sheriff's Department, I called them. The only thing they had was a power outage in Theo.
Okay, power outage
but they
in
only
Theo.
knew of one.
Okay.
Tippah County said they have not had any reports of damage or power outages.
Okay. So
And that was from the Sheriff's Department as well.
perfect. So that's excellent to hear. Tippah County, no reports of damage or power outages there, to repeat what Chelsea said. And then Theo community, there was a power outage from out there. Let's walk back here and let's see if we can confirm that back from something going on. And that was probably the straight line winds along that that caused that. Well, I'm going to check here to see if we can check on some power outages. Do you know how to pull poweroutages.us up on 3?
I can on 3.
Yeah.
Yallowbusha and Lafayette are now under a severe thunderstorm warning again.
Okay, perfect. Yallowbusha, well, not perfect for them. Thank you for the information. That's what I meant when I said that. So Yallowbusha and Lafayette County, and this is that batch that previously had the tornado warnings on it when it was in the Delta, and we were giving you that advanced heads up. We're now closer to you at this time. Let's look at the wind mode there. There's still some circulation. I don't see in that discussion they are not going tornado possible on this, but it is that still circulation in this case that can enhance the wind speeds on it, and so that's what they are tracking on that. So let's give you, I'm going to double check what they're saying for speed. And on that, they're going with a forward speed of, let's see if it's going to come up. There we are, 60 mile per hour winds on it, and a speed of 55 miles per hour. So they're still taking that a little faster in some of the other thunderstorms. So I'm going to bump this up to 55. We'll get you a storm track based on that. And there will be rumbles ahead of this. I'm tracking the strongest wind portion of this. So the strongest wind portion of that, Cortland at 12:32, Tillatoba at 12:37. Current time is 12:31. Scobie there at 12:42. Water Valley 12:53. Coffeyville 12:55. Yakna around 1:07. Dogtown at about 1:15. Denmark at 1:11. Strong straight line winds. Tornado chance isn't 0 on that. I'm watching it closely, and at some point something else could try to spin up. There's also, I would say there's also a flash flooding risk, and we're not going to get really into that when we have still rotation up here. But you'll notice how over the course of this hour, there's some spots here that really haven't seen any of this move at all. We already had heavy rainfall, some spots up there today. So I would say there is some of a flash flooding issue potentially for some of those spots there if that rainfall continues at this rate. And the easy thing that we try to say over and over again, it's not always easy to obey, is turn around, don't drown. We don't want you to take water over roadway not seriously, because it can be a decision that could be life altering in its own way. Still showing circulation here, but I would say more at this instant. There are a couple spots there that we're watching. This looks more like straight line winds, like almost like a downburst sort of signature there. Let's see if the rainfall mode lines up with that. We're looking really high. We're looking about a mile up into this thunderstorm at this point. So everything we're looking at is extremely fuzzy. And from this angle, I would put our circulation, if it were still there, which, by the way, it is substantially weaker than it was. I put our circulation right there north of 72, just about a mile and a half west of the Mississippi-Alabama state line. That's where I put it there. Pictures coming in here from Brian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. This is looking toward Biggersville from Mitchell Hill Road. Brian Goss with this picture. Coming in a few minutes ago here. Appreciate James for getting this on there for us. Brian sent us this picture. Has to wait for lightning strikes to kind of see it. Number one thing, obviously, that you can see on this, there is no connection between the cloud and the ground there. This would have been when the storm was closer to US 45, and Chelsea was tracking that a little bit ago there. Little separation between the cloud and the ground, a good sign there. What Chelsea's also been looking at are those power outages and the way that is rolling in, and not all the power providers do provide us information back there. Chelsea, what do we have on power outages?
Right now on power outages, you can see most of that is really along that Mississippi up towards Tennessee state lines, where that has already passed through the area of reporting those power outages. Maybe right now they're still trying to filter in some more of those power outages if there are any more. But most of that is out towards the Delta, up towards Marshall County, Tate County, Quitman, really out of our area. But as this does continue to come through, those gusty winds could be affecting your power as well.
Absolutely.
So, if it does affect your power and knock your TV out, we're on live stream. We're also on Facebook Live right now on the WTVA Weather Authority page.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Chelsea. Appreciate borrowing your phone to make sure that we're on there like that right now as well. She mentioned it live on the weather and news apps. If you need to power that phone here.
It's still got 36% right now.
36%. Okay.
It's fine.
If and when the time comes.
Okay.
There's a power cord right there. So continuing as of 12:35 p.m., I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here alongside our Chelsea Brown, who's been in here since the afternoon monitoring things. A tornado warning remains in effect for Alcorn, Tishomingo counties. This is unlikely to be a long-lived tornado. So what are we dealing with here? Maybe brief spin-ups. We've had no confirmation of tornado touchdowns with this thunderstorm over the last hour. What we have had is a potential that it's produced a few power outages. And anytime it's power outages, you assume you have some strong wind gusts with it. It is in an environment where we can see brief tornadoes. So this is not in any way what we were talking about potentially for Thursday of last week or Wednesday the week before. Those were long track, long-lived, violent tornadoes. That's not what we have here. But that's not to diminish what we have here. But clearly it's in a different category of expectation. So what do you expect? That if this hits you, there could be some wind damage. And if you're in a vulnerable structure, it could be worse. So if you live in a mobile home or a barn dominium, you know, one of those metal buildings that people fit out, those aren't. It's clearly mobile home is a step or two below that, but you want to be in a site-built structure that has strong walls around it and an interior room in order to be in good shape. I think most site-built structures, even those that don't have a designated, tornado safe room, you're probably going to be okay from this thunderstorm. So if you live in Dosky, north of Burnsville here, Pine Flat, Grand Harbor, up here toward J.P. Coleman State Park, and you're ahead of this and you're under this tornado warning, if it's a site-built structure, you're probably fine if you're in the middle of that. This is unlikely to be a high-end tornado, but wind is wind, and we don't want to necessarily diminish damage, but we just want to put in perspective from the way we were very, very, very concerned on likely loss of life situation versus this where it's probable we will have damage. And these storms do have a history from time to time of causing wind damage, power outages, power lines down, and back out in the Delta, a different version of this, but it did flip over a few mobile homes out that direction. So that's why we want to emphasize the unsafe places versus safe places at this moment here. And what we're looking at, what we're defining this as at this moment, is a Doppler radar indicated rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado at some point. The circulation there, I think, is just a little ahead of where we have it at this moment, pretty much right. I would put it over top of the Alcorn-Tishomingo County line at this instant here. So let's go ahead and bring the definition off for a moment. Let's advance forward our circle. Let's check back to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. And we're looking extremely high up into thunderstorm, but even then, this is nowhere near what it was even when it was back here toward the Jobs community south of Corinth. Watch with me, if you will, the way in which this has behaved over the last 20, 30 minutes. Clearly brighter reds, and it's about the same level of green. It's heading more east than south than headed almost directly east. Doesn't really have any north component to it. It's almost directly east. It's that for a while there it was kind of heading northeast originally, and now it's headed more east. Sometimes you see that turn to the right, as we would call it, which in this case would be kind of a little bit more of a south component, a little more east and a south component. Sometimes that's an intensification. On this one here, I don't know that I can necessarily say that is the case, and it looks like it has weakened substantially. Let's walk down the line, make sure there's not someplace else that is in a different scenario here. A couple interactions there around Rienzi. Let's look at that near the intersection of County Road. What is that, 560? Let's look here a little closer. Wind mode near Biggersville. I would still say probably that's straight line winds, and I don't know that it's even necessarily for sure damaging straight line winds out of that, kind of as we jostle this around a little bit. Let's come back here. Let's look north of New Albany. A couple little interactions there, but in this case, we're not talking about, I mean, that's heavy, that's some stronger winds there, but I don't think we're talking at this instant about enough rotation that would be for sure tornado. And back here toward the Burke community, so we're watching that. We have to watch every one of these little notches. I'm not really convinced on that either. Maybe something will change on that, but luckily I think we aren't quite as strong on some of the spots there. I would say now, and let's double check this. Yeah, they have gone ahead and they have canceled our tornado warning up here. No, they haven't. I'm sorry. They expired it. It's a trick of the trade. So what they've done is they have expired it, which means they have no intention to reissue this tornado warning, but they also, because there's a little rotation there, they don't want to necessarily cancel it early. They don't want to imply that the threat's all gone because there is still a straight line wind threat up here. So they're going to let this warning go here in a couple minutes. They're going to expire that, and I don't see a lot of rotation on that there. We're fairly high up, so that kind of hurts our ability to see it. But where we are not too high up, well, where we are still high up, but we still have a lock on what we're looking at here, is out here west of Coffeyville at Oakland and Enid. This is just west of the county line out there. Back out in the Delta, and yeah, near Pope and Oakland there and Young's Camp. Strong straight line winds out of that moving eastward. I'm going to check this. Hold on. Let's make sure we have the right speed on that. Yeah, 55 miles per hour. So Oakland, we're now to, 43, 3 minutes from you. Strong straight line winds. From time to time, this has had rotation with it. Watching this very, very closely there. We'll have to see very closely to see if something here changes on this. We're looking at Enid Lake at 12:51, Gatewood at 12:58, Coffeyville, Water Valley a little bit after 1 o'clock for you. Strong straight line winds. There is some rotation with this. I'm going to check a couple of the radar sites. We're going to go over here and we're going to check the Columbus, Mississippi radar site and get rid of Memphis for a second. I don't have a good lock on that. And it does not look like we have a great lock on it from the other Memphis radar sites. We're going to stick with the one up there in Tennessee. And some rotation, yes. I would say more, and this is the deal with this. Up here, southwest of Batesville, near Pope, is probably the strongest part of this, moving toward Shufford there, and eventually probably Lafayette County, if that can hold in. And so we'll have to watch this interaction that we have here, because I do think that is strengthening. Now, I did get a little blip from the National Weather Service in Huntsville. This is not included in their area, but they're noticing an uptick on the lightning with this. So let's try to specifically check out the lightning. And let's go the last 3 minutes. And we're going to increase the size of the bolts so they're easier to see. And the reason I'm doing such a short period of time, just the last 3 minutes, is sometimes a jump in the number of lightning strikes can be a sign that that things are strengthening. And honestly, I don't agree with what they're saying there, because if you watch this up toward Corinth, see all these lightning strikes you have over that period there when we were getting those wall clouds, when it was a little bit more organized. And now notice how it thins out a lot more when it gets over here toward Grand Harbor. Now, I think this is probably still in a weakening phase unless there's something I'm missing. Now, Rienzi, let's watch that. The part of this back here toward Jumpertown and Rienzi. Let's see, there's a decent amount of lightning there, but let's do a comparison here to what we have kind of back out here. Where does your eye go to? Because I'll tell you right where mine goes. It goes right there to this storm west of Coffeyville and southwest of Oxford. That's a lot of lightning. So if we're analyzing a jump in lightning strikes, that's where my eye is going. And so that's what I'm concerned with, that could be an increasing damaging wind threat out of this. And the reason we look at the lightning is because it illustrates a more tumultuous atmosphere, which causes more separation of charge, which then causes more lightning strikes. Circulation present in the north end of the Boeing line segment, but remember, remains too broad at this moment. Discussion from the Weather Service there as they're watching this. But the concern in my mind is we're going to shrink those lightning strikes down a little bit more, is that, see if we can get a nice medium size. There we are. So you see how this is now more north and south? That vertical bow sort of shape there typically is associated with some stronger winds that could be up around 60, 70 miles per hour. So I would say that we're looking at this from Charleston now, now into the Oakland area, moving over top of, I believe that's Enid Lake there, toward Water Valley. That's, I'm right about that, right? Right. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Past midnight, and my lake knowledge apparently goes away. So Enid Lake there, a Long Branch there, west of Water Valley, strong straight line winds, and it's certainly into Oakland now is where I would have it as well, as I'm kind of jostling between a couple of radar sites there. The fact, though, on this, when we have this kind of circulate back, we call these lined end circulations typically a strong straight line wind threat with those. So that would be our concern that we could have with that. Let's look at the wind here. And certainly I can come up with some spots along this line, and we're looking super high up on it. But some spots where it, has, hold on, am I on straight line? Let's get the straight line winds. Clear that. Let's see, yeah, 70 or more miles per hour aloft. How much is that making it all the way down to the surface? I mean, every click there was over 70 miles per hour. Some of that's making it down, and typically it has more effective job of doing that when you get these line end segments like the one that I'm kind of highlighting there. Let's reset things here for a moment. Current time is 12:45. Our last tornado warning has expired. That might not be the last one we see all night, but let's give kind of an overview for folks here where we stand at this moment here. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, and a lot of times I'd say just severe thunderstorm warnings, so it's easy for us to have that discussion. But the thing about what we have out here tonight is we've had just severe thunderstorm warnings that flipped over some mobile homes in northwest Mississippi. Now, I don't think that that's what's going to happen out of most of this line. Looking at the latest data here, I think most of this, it's 50 to 60 mile per hour straight line winds out of this that's moving into Boonville right now. We'll look closer at you. But back toward the Coffeyville area, there's more potential. This could be 70 mile per hour winds that could at some point try to spin up a tornado on the north side there. Because that is the kind of acceleration we got up here when we had that damage up north. So I'm going to quickly come up here to Boonville. Because we have a fairly decent population center that's being hit with this. I mean, we have a few other storms near Wheeler that are merging there just to make sure that those mergers are not causing an extra bit of circulation. There's some little notches there that we're watching, but none that look too terribly over the top at this moment here. So a good sign as far as that is concerned. We do have, I think, a shot of a wall cloud that was there in Alcorn County. We now finally have a shot. This coming in from Brian again with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. Not a super well defined one, but again, we're waiting for lightning strikes at night. It's a lower hanging area. I don't know that there's enough there to say we had a tornado, because I think most of that outline you see there, that is the tree and the pollen falling from it. But there's our wall cloud that was there. So watching that at this point, we think that that feature has dissipated. That was on the northern part of this earlier on, but certainly watching that fairly closely, just in case something pops up. The description, though, from the folks at North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, what did not look like it was on the ground at that point there, but certainly a scary-looking cloud for sure. And it's easy to an untrained spotter and even a trained spotter sometimes to think that is a tornado, but thankfully not the case. That circulation has diminished, and the reason we're not in here super close on Iuka is because those storms continue to kind of weaken. So I'm going to get you a storm track on this whole portion here that's moving closer to 40 miles per hour, and then we're going to get in and we're really going to dig into the folks out there in Yalobusha County. So 40 miles per hour. Boonville, Baldwin, all the way there. And we'll get those out of Tishomingo County, as you can see there. Iuka about 1258, Hobo Station 105, New Site 111, Tishomingo 115, Cherokee 124, and then out of our area after we go past that. Let's look at Yalobusha County, and then we'll make a determination after that if we're going to send some folks back to programming. Not that we have a lot of riveting programming after midnight at 12:48 a.m., but nonetheless.
Just retimed that at moving at 45 miles.
Say again?
Just retimed that moving at 45 miles per hour.
So 45 is how fast the Oakland one is?
The one moving into Yalobusha County.
Okay, 45. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So let's get that at 45 miles an hour. So from Shufford and Enid Lake there until Atoba, where we have it now, we'll get you a time in the Water Valley, and we'll catch Coffeyville on this. This is easily our strongest part of the line here, and every one of these lightning strikes you see there is a cloud-to-ground lightning strike that has occurred within the last 3 minutes. So that's quite a bit of lightning out of this. So Water Valley, 12:59 for you. That's 10 minutes. Now, what should you expect when this moves in Water Valley? I mean, you can ask folks in Oakland. It's probably straight-line winds. It's probably going to cause some power outages, and it could potentially cause some wind damage. Tornadoes are not impossible out of this, but they're not necessarily, I'd put it in a likely category there. So Coffeyville, 106 for you, 12:59 for Water Valley, Taylor Community at 101, Velma at 103, Paris at 113, Yakna at about 114, and Denmark at 120. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to catch a track on this that does clip Oxford just in case it goes that far north, so we get kind of an idea there. I should have Oxford in that. Maybe it's just slightly out of it. I think it might be just slightly out of it. Let's extend this farther then. Let's catch a few other folks in advance of that. So if that held together there, eventually Thaxton, we're looking at 134 for you. Ecru at 146, Pontotoc 153, Sherman at about 201. The Tupelo area to the 215-ish. Midtown Tupelo by about 220. That 45 miles per hour, what it's moving at this moment here. By the way, we mentioned this threat also earlier, flash flood warnings. because of the potential for all this heavy rainfall to cause some flash flooding. And then I'm going to look closer here to New Albany, but let's show that new flash flood warning coming out a few minutes ago there, and it does impact some folks. I'm in Chelsea's workspace here, so sometimes it's hard to. There we are. You're fine. We all behind the scenes are able to kind of set things up the way we like it. And since Chelsea was one that started this coverage, we're under her workspace. And I'll see if I can get it to not get the severe thunderstorm warnings for a moment. Nope, it's not going to pop that on. Okay, so let's get a time.
Yours is on too. If you want me to tell him to go switch it.
Nah, we'll leave it on here. So at least for now, we'll leave it on here. I might switch to 2 here in a minute. Well, that flash flood warning until 2:45 a.m., but it's this purplish box there for all the rain that's been seen in there. Likely that we're seeing some rivers and stuff like that get a little higher overnight. Think about that if you're going to bed. And by the way, we need to do some all clears because we know we have people that wait for those specific words. You're all clear in some spots. Let's do that here for a brief moment before we kind of get a little more meaty as our coverage has to ramp back up for some of these spots. So all clears for a moment here. I would say if you live in Ripley, all clear. Walnut, Corinth, all clear. Holly Springs, all clear. Oxford, north of Oxford, all clear. Not Oxford proper yet. The north part of this line still has a couple spots with a little broad rotation in them, so I'm not really willing to go there yet for you. And really, that's about it at this point that we can go completely all clear. Maybe northern Tishomingo County, north of Burnsville there. I'd say most of Tippah County, and again, Benton, Marshall County is all clear. Otherwise, we continue to have a tornado watch that remains in effect for a good chunk of the overnight time period. And we expect that we will have thunderstorms that move through almost all locations in our area overnight. They should gradually weaken as they move from northwest toward the southeast, but that'll clearly take some time. We're going to do a shift change here for a moment. Chelsea, are we psyching you out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to get Chelsea home before this gets her. So appreciate all your hard work today. Been a long day for you.
Do you want me to start a Facebook Live on yours?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's, if you'll grab one of the iPads over there, we'll start a Facebook. We're going to restart a Facebook Live with that here in a minute. So we can make sure that we get that going because I have to get her phone. I want to come up here to Union County for a moment. I'm going to look at New Albany because this storm is a little more organized than some others. There is a little rotation with it. I don't think it's enough that we're talking rotation getting to the ground, but out of a due diligence and just being safe, let's go ahead and track it just in case there. So we show New Albany at about 12:59, North Haven at 1 o'clock, Cownville 1:04, Halltown about 1:13.
Okay, I'm about to change, so there's going to be just a slight change.
So there'll be a slight delay here, a slight change when we go from one of these to the next. Apologize for that for the folks on Facebook Live, and we'll get that figured out. You might have to change the angle on the chair so you can lay it flat up against the chair, I'm guessing. Thank you, Chelsea. Appreciate that. West of New Albany. Now, let's figure out this return here. And we're going to check a couple different radar sites to see what we're looking at here, because sometimes this can be a little deceiving. I show up both of those. Is that a downburst then that I'm dealing with? What do we have here? So typically it's easy, red and pink, you tornado. But this is along the beam. When you're looking for a tornado, you're looking for it, side by side. I mean, technically those two are side by side. So, I mean, I would certainly be in a shelter if I lived here in the New Albany area, just in case. It does not perfectly line up where I'm sure that that's a tornado, and I think there's a pretty decent chance it might not be, but we've had wind damage out of these tonight, and I do think that could be wind damage. And I do know that we have kind of on the northwest side here of the New Albany area once you get out there north of 30. I'm trying to remember which road that is. The Brownfield Road, there's a road right there, Glenfield. The Glenfield area, I know there's a bunch of mobile homes out here, pretty much right about where you're at. Hopefully we have a safe place that we can get somebody there. But there's a couple little interactions there that we're watching. I don't know for sure that that's a tornado, but the fact it shows up on both sides, I would think that there's a wind potential there that could be significant. So right there. There's also one back out here toward Concord, and the fact that one's kind of popped up next to another. Sometimes you get the same change in the atmosphere, a shift in the winds aloft, that little ripple that can sometimes have an impact like that. And curious if that might be what's going on here with this. So the two circulations that we're watching there, going to have to keep a pretty close eye on that. Are Bryce Jones in here now with me? Bryce, your microphone working all right?
Should be.
Okay, we'll check that here in just a second with the, go ahead and try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear him? One more
Can you hear
time.
me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay.
Okay, we're good on that. Want to verify that. Appreciate that. Appreciate Ben in the back room there helping us out as well, obviously. Near nonstop lightning out of these thunderstorms from time to time. Certainly something I guess you would expect out of thunderstorms this time of year. I'll get you shot. This again coming from Brian with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. Well, I'm not going to be able to get that one to connect, it doesn't look like. But I think, as you can imagine, as many of you probably are experiencing, a lot of lightning out of these thunderstorms. Checking on some of the power outages, because that can become a cumulative issue from time to time. If the power outages start to stack up, then you have to be concerned that people aren't getting the information maybe they need. I think we're still doing okay. The majority of power outages in the state, we have about 3,700, and they are primarily back kind of in Marshall County, Benton County, back toward the west. But this out there closer to Greenville, that is associated with the storm that's moving through Yalobusha County right now. So watching that closely. Alcorn, Benton, Tippah, Itawamba, Prentiss, and Lee County. New severe thunderstorm warning issued, I believe now, and let's double check that. Issued, so that's 12:56, so that would be replace the one we have there until 1:45. But they're going with the phrase tornado possible on this. I think they're looking at these little ripples that we're watching as well. And while none of these is for sure a tornado, there's a bunch of little areas in there where I would certainly say it's a recommendation that you should be in a tornado safe place. I'm going to come back here to Coffeyville, and this storm we have back here very near Water Valley. You're already starting to get some wind in Water Valley. Certainly it's strengthening a little bit more just to the west of you back there. Good? You think it's good?
Yeah, I think it's good. I'm just making sure they can see the times on that.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chelsea. Have a good night. Be safe getting home. Okay, so this is my weather call. We listened to one of these earlier, but as you saw, the warning popped on there, and that's about how quickly it comes in. It comes in pretty fast. Within a minute, usually it comes in. So Water Valley, though, we are watching strong winds. I do have an area, a little circulation right there on 32. It's not strong, but it could be an enhancement of the wind that could be up around 70 miles per hour or so. So just west of town there in Water Valley, heads up. We only have a couple minutes before this gets in. In fact, assuming this is still going about 45 miles per hour here, let's get that. Let's make sure that that's right. I'm going to get our discussion with the Weather Service up, double check the speed. They are still going, they're going 55 on this. So they're going 55 miles per hour, which is a little faster than the 45. So depending on which part of this line, it's moving a little faster there. It's obviously pretty much there in development in Water Valley now and moving toward Pine Valley. So Water Valley, 1 a.m. the time. We have 2 minutes. This is showing a little bit of rotation with it. Let's look at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar to check. A little enhancement. It's nothing that is for sure a tornado, but clearly I would be in a tornado safe place if I lived there in the Water Valley area, just in case. Let's not take any chances with this. It's just north of 32, just west of town. Moving your Old Fry Road just north of Mississippi Highway 32 should within about the next 2 minutes to be the Mississippi Highway 7, an intersection of that and Mississippi Highway 315 north side of Water Valley. I don't know that this is a tornado, but I do think it is damaging winds with that are moving in. So damaging wind gusts approaching there in Water Valley at this moment. That storm has intensified just a little bit more for you. Let's track it for locations in Coffeyville. That part does not look nearly as impressive, but we'll get you some times there as well. And times in the Coffeyville we show about 103. We need to bounce back and check Union County again. I'm wondering if we're getting some kind of a Bryce, if you look at meso-analysis and see if there's something changing aloft right now, if there's some kind of speed max or something going overhead. I feel like we've got a couple of these that have gotten more organized just in the last like 15, 20 minutes here. Like this one we have near Cownville. It is not We don't have as bright of colors as what we had just a minute ago on this. But we have a couple of these circulations. This one kind of looks like it could be wrapping back up around near the Molino area there on the Tipa Union County line. I would say it seems reasonable that you could have some wind gusts up around 65, 70 miles per hour there. If that's not even, I mean, it's not impossible if that's trying to rotate up and produce a tornado. Let's look at the rainfall mode here and let's see if that is hard to say. See, what we have going on here is we have multiple levels affecting at the same time, because you'll notice you have some things merging at one speed, and then you have these ripples kind of moving at a slightly slower speed as they go through it. And so it's the interactions as this is coming at one speed and that's coming at a different level, then it quickly spins something up. The likelihood, I want to be 100% honest with you, the likelihood of me seeing a tornado, catching damage, and being able to relay that to you before it's impacting you at this point, I think is dropping. And it is because any tornadoes we're seeing now are so brief that they cause damage with fairly little warning. And so that's why I think we have to start treating these severe thunderstorm warnings and the times we give you related to those like a sheltering situation. Certainly in a sturdy structure, if you live in a site-built home, if you're middle-ish of that, you're going to be just fine. These are unlikely to be high-end tornadoes. And frankly, in most cases, they're not going to be tornadoes, but they will rock. And from time to time, it's not impossible if you were to get one of those 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts that you could see one try to roll a mobile home. But again, not high-end tornadoes. I don't think that necessarily changes your preparation much. We need to make sure we're in a sturdy structure near the middle, in the lowest floor. Have some blankets, pillows ready to go, and stay there until we can try to give you the all clear. And unfortunately, there's a lot of folks that are still kind of ahead of this line. Let's go back to Yalobusha County and check that. That had a more well-defined area there of strength. This is still a fairly broad rotation entering Water Valley. I don't know that we necessarily have a ton of hail with this. Let's check lightning. I'm going to see if we can cut this back and see if we can check for a lightning jump. I'm going to increase the size of our lightning bolts again. And we're going to decrease the amount of time that we're looking at it. By standard, I have it set for 30 minutes. I want it back to 3, because that will allow me to then see more of where the lightning is at just this instant. Kind of catch there near moving toward Velma. That that's actually between Velma and Coffeyville. That batch there has a pretty good little enhancement there. That's getting a little more interesting on that. So the two things we're looking at there, I still think the rotation here is fairly broad, but it is tightening up a little bit more near Water Valley. And then that straight line wind there near Tillatoba moving toward Coffeyville. So we really have kind of two impacts there. But notice how this green area the last couple minutes getting a little brighter green. Let's check. We're going to hit some other radar sites around. Let's hit the radar site out of the airport in Memphis. And we might be just too far away to... Hold on. We're right at the edge of its range. I would say we need to be near a tornado safe place if you live there in Water Valley, the Paris community in Lafayette County. And there's a new tornado warning coming out on the north part of this, I think. Hold on. Okay, so they're catching the Cowanville stuff there. Okay, so we're gonna have to be jumping here back and forth. Unfortunately, it looks like we're so. I apologize for that, because I'm going to get the Water Valley track here, and then we've got to go to that tornado warning. So we're still going. I'm going to make sure we have it about 50, 55 miles per hour on the Water Valley, because I think that's about to pop a tornado warning as well. So let's go 55, Water Valley, moving toward Yakna and Thaxton, and eventually east of that, Yakna, about 17 minutes, Paris 12 minutes, Springdale 2 minutes, Water Valley, it's over top of you, circulation increasing, watching that closely. We have a new tornado warning. We'll be back to you here in just a moment. So tornado warning has been issued for locations up here in eastern Union County. There we are. We probably have a tornado on the ground with this. Hold on. Yeah, that's likely a tornado. Okay, so this is that area we were watching just a minute ago. Remember we said it was wrapping back around? Well, now it's probably done it here. So I believe this could potentially be a tornado right there near just northeast of Cowanville. Near the intersection of Mississippi Highway 370 and 264. I know there's a church right at that intersection I've seen driving around a few times. Let's get all of the little churches that can pop on here, and let's make some phone calls here for some folks. We're now at that time of night, 1:04 a.m., where we need to be taking this seriously. So Mount Pleasant, Pleasant Ridge Baptist Church. That was it. I should have remembered that. Mount Zion Church, both in the path of this over the next few minutes here. Locum, if you know folks that live near Locum, a tornado warning in effect for you. This has spun up quickly, and it is strong enough. I mentioned earlier that we might not be able to pick out tornado debris. This one could be strong enough that maybe we could at some point. It doesn't show up very well on the rainfall mode, but definitely does on the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar. So that's where we're looking at with this, that circulation there that has really spun up and really kind of got organized. We talked, it was the difference in kind of wind speeds there where it tries to ratchet that up, and that's what we're dealing with this one here. So let's get a longer track on this, a tornado warning in effect until 1:30 a.m. The speed on this, they're going 45 miles per hour on this. So a couple of these have different speeds. We'll go back down to 45 miles per hour. And this is heading in the direction of Boonville, so I know we have a number of weather calls going off there as well. And I need to look closer, see if they did they clip Lee County with that one, or did they go around it? We'll look here in a second. So Locum, 1 minute, Geeville, 10 minutes, Blackland, 14 minutes, Frankstown in 15 minutes, Osborne Creek, 16 minutes, Boonville, 21 minutes, Thrasher in 26 minutes, Hills Chapel School in 29 minutes. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Let's define what we're looking at here. So we are looking at a situation where rotation has developed and strengthened very quickly and could develop into a tornado, could have already developed into a tornado. As we mentioned earlier, there might not be a ton of lead time with this. And I think we find ourselves in that situation because our circulation is not what it was even 2 minutes ago. Right there, when it's south of Molino, we were watching it right here. Right here, this is the scan where we went away to Water Valley and went to look at that. And now, as you can see there, from 12:59, current time is 1:06, you go, boom, probably a tornado along Highway 30. Boom, little north of Highway 30 and County Road 156, 370, and now it's broadened out. I don't know that this is a tornado. It's still probably wind damage there. But I would say that, you have to watch kind of that whole section there now. That's how quick this can happen. So let's go 45 here, and then we've got to go back to Yalobusha County. Even though Yalobusha County is not a tornado warning, it might be one that ends up prompting one in its own right. So Halltown 107, current time is 107, so it's over you. Now Alpine Community 108, Jericho at 111, 118 Geeville, Frankstown 122, Osborne Creek at 123, and Boonville 126. This has been briefly something that wrapped up. Looks like it could have produced a tornado. I did not have confirmation of tornado debris on here, but that should not be the happy sign it always is because I don't know that it would loft it up high enough to show tornado debris. I'm coming back here. We're switching back to this radar site, and we're looking at a few things here back around Lafayette County, a few little interactions. And the one near Taylor does show a localized enhancement of those winds. Are a little stronger there north of Water Valley, but I also think that might have weakened ever so slightly as well. Let's pull off the radar site there. See how that's wrapped back around? See how that's wrapped back around there? South of Springdale, north side of Water Valley there, that circulation could be enough that's trying to produce a tornado as well. Let's track it as such. Let's make the assumption and track that forward. Paris, I show 13 minutes for you. Strong rotation on that certainly has increased somewhat. So severe thunderstorm warning for you until 1:15. Tornado possible. The description that I would go with on the from the National Weather Service on that one there. Bryce, have you seen anything on the socials with folks? I know it's that time of night where we don't really get a whole lot from folks, thankfully, because they should hopefully be asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything.
Good sign there. I do have from Iuka, while we don't have a tornado or anything that we've gotten, we definitely have a, let me think who this is. Let's find this. So Brian Stewart sending us this picture here of one of the many other things that we are watching with this big bad lightning strike, and that has caused power outages from time to time. That number of power outages does continue to climb. The combination of lightning and wind certainly an impact of that. Appreciate that picture. Of course, you can share yours, Facebook, Twitter, weather at WTVA.com, all good ways in which you can do that and send those pictures in. So current time is 1:09 a.m. We have a tornado warning that's been issued for locations in Union County is where the circulation near the Locum and Molino area, and I would say put it just east of Halltown. Briefly, we think we might have had a tornado spin up there near Molino and Locum and the Pleasant, I think it was Pleasant Valley Baptist Church. Now, probably just a little north of that location, but radar's not perfect, so we can't say for sure. But this interaction right there near Halltown and the Mississippi Highway 930 kind of intersection there, I put it just east of that now is where our circulation is. It has tightened back up a little bit more. And you can see a little color change while the National Weather Service Memphis is kind of asking the same questions we are. What is this capable of? When we look at this, I show 73 mile per hour wind change there, and right behind it, about 64 mile per hour. So which one of those is valid? I think the one back behind here is unlikely to be, but this one we see up here, and we'll pull that off because it's changing over the rainfall mode, so it's trying to figure out how hard the rain is. But I'd say tracking along Highway 32 toward Geeville there, north of Jericho, we need to make the assumption this could be a tornado in that spot there. So let's circle it to make it as obvious as we possibly can. So you can see there near Highway 30, moving toward the Union and Prentice County line. Answering that question a minute ago, they did not include a Lee County a line, I think right there near the Bethany area. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, the Lee County line there. So they just left Lee County out, which is why we have not heard sirens here in Tupelo. Tupelo, Lee County runs sirens for the whole county when that's the case, but they have not done that at this point here. And now they issued tornado warning on the other thunderstorm there, so we'll look at that here in just a moment. Let's get you storm track. Let's get you one that goes all the way to Boonville, Hills Chapel, gets a few folks in here for a moment. Geeville, 6 minutes. Frankstown, 11 minutes. Wheeler, 12 minutes. Osborne Creek, 13 minutes. Boonville, 18 minutes. Thrasher, 24 minutes. This is rotation that previously was stronger, but could still be a tornado attempting to develop. If it's not a tornado, it's 70 mile per hour winds. That's enough to flip a mobile home. Make sure you're in your tornado safe place. I'll pop those rules up because they're going to apply just as much to the next spot we're going to be. Let's go back to Yalobusha County. As we go back to Yalobusha County here and southern Lafayette County, we have a tornado warning that's been issued there for this circulation here. Let's go back to the wind mode. It has tightened up enough as we show south of the Taylor area. I know we have Jeff Moat with North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. We might find out from him. He's got his live feed up. Hey, James, I know you're listening at home. Could you post that in Teams so we could pull up Jeff's live feed here in a minute, if we could, please? Jeff Moat, one of our storm chasers there in the Taylor area of Lafayette County, and he's out monitoring things. We'll get an update from him. Sturdy structure, middle of the lowest floor. If you live in either of these tornado warnings, find a small windowless room, wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. So who's included in this? They're still going on this one 55 miles per hour. So we have to adjust our track back to 55 and track this forward there. I'd have it very near Taylor. Yakna, you're in the path of this in the next 9 minutes. It's over top of Taylor right now. Denmark in 14 minutes, Dogtown 17 minutes, 19 minutes, Lafayette Springs, Tuckapool in 20 minutes, and Thaxton in 24 minutes. We're watching this for the potential of this to try to produce a tornado. If you could, in the chat with the storm chasers, ask them if they could post that in Teams so that we could pull that up on the air, or at least get it to where we can pull it up one way or another, try to get his stream. Sirens going off in Boonville. Mark with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters noting there with that other circulation that we are watching. This morning, as we look out far enough, this does go all the way to include Pontotoc. So I'm going to get Pontotoc in the track here so we get you an idea how long it is until it gets there at that 55. If it were to make it to Pontotoc, we'd be looking at about 32 minutes for you. New Albany, kind of on the north side here, in about 36 minutes. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that's probably wind damage. Could it be a tornado? That remains a possibility that we are watching here at this time. So obviously, pretty much now it's over top of Yakina within the next couple minutes. Denmark within 11 minutes. Let's go street level on this, and then we've got to get back up to the Halltown circulation. That one's gotten stronger. So we're specifically looking here south of Oxford, on the south side of Oxford. In fact, if you would, I'm going to give you this. We'll get Joel up. After and get a call into Joel. We'll find out what he's got. He should be just a little north of this, so we find out if tornado sirens going off there in the Oxford area. But near County Road 418 and Mississippi Highway 9, and that split there with 7 is about where I'd have my circulation at this point here, just a little east of the Taylor area, along 328. That's where our circulation is. It's really the north side of this tornado warning that we're watching. Yakina now, 6 to 7 minutes, still holding on at that time there. Altus in about 10 minutes, Denmark in 11 minutes. Let's come back up here to Halltown. And up here to Halltown, that Doppler radar indicated rotation there continues to be fairly impressive. Cannot guarantee that we're not dealing with a radar artifact here. The way this is, so your strongest winds are really on the inflow side of this, right here. So they're out here in the inflow. And so then you have this, so you can get a brief spin up on the front side there from time to time. Being that it's night, let's not take any chances. Hopefully Gueville, if you live near Gueville, hopefully we're in that tornado safe place at this moment. The lowest floor of a sturdy structure where we need to be a small windowless room that hopefully we can wrap up in blankets and pillows and protect ourselves from that potential for flying debris. So 2 minutes Gueville, Frankstown 6 minutes, 8 minutes Wheeler, and 9 minutes in Osborne Creek. So that is a tornado warning that has prompted that. I'm watching that closer. Tish power out here in the Cairo community, northeast Prentiss County, heavy rain. Okay, northeast Prentiss County, this is heading in that direction there. That's not a good sign that we have power outages in the direction that this is heading. So let me drop this off here so we can see Boonville on that map. And there were other couple spots here near Blackland where maybe there's a little rotation. But clearly the most pronounced one is back toward Gueville. I'm going to track all of these. I'm going to keep a speed of 45 on these. There, and so if you know some folks that live out here near Burton, Hills Chapel, altitude community, let's give them some phone calls, because if the power's out, that means they can't see what you're seeing right now. So let them know these times. Take a picture of the screen real quick. If you know somebody lives out there, I know I have some friends that live out there, and I know they're probably watching this time of night. You know, give the parents a call out there. Boonville, we're looking at 122 for you. Thrasher, 123. Wheeler, 125. Altitude, 132. Hills Chapel, 137. Holcott, and 142. And about 146 there for the Burton community. This is rotation, and it could potentially be a tornado in the generation phase. We're not going to be able to confirm tornado debris until after the fact, unfortunately. And hopefully we don't get it at all. But that's what we are watching for you. And this is defined at this moment as a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. I'm going to come back to unsafe places, but for a moment here, if your power goes out, we've had power outages. We are streaming live on the WTVA News and WTVA Weather app, Facebook Live going down there. No, you can't hear on Facebook Live as well as you can on the apps. That's why we always recommend it there. But we need to be making sure that we are not in an unsafe place. So we don't need any storm spotters out there that are not fully trained and that do not have night experience. So for folks, cars, trucks, mobile homes, we need to avoid those. We need large open rooms to be away from those. We need a lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room, a place where we can wrap up with blankets and pillows and protect ourselves from the potential for debris, because this is a very real possibility with this storm near Gueville and the Wheeler community. So tornado warning continues for you until 1:30 a.m. We've got to bounce back west and look to the near the Yakna area. A lightning jump here, not a good sign. Tornado safe place, Yakna, Denmark, Altus, and Lafayette Springs, the Delay community, Dogtown, Takapola. This lightning cluster you see there, associated with more turbulence in the atmosphere. That turbulence could be winds mixing down, strong straight line winds. It also could be an interaction that produces a tornado. See, boom, boom, lightning right there at that spot. You can't even hardly see the red and green circulation there. So we need to be in that tornado safe place southeast of Oxford here where this is. Oxford proper, not in this, but Mississippi Highway 334 is Altus. We're looking at 7 minutes for you. The Denmark community, if you live near that, in 9 minutes, and our time continues to tick down there. Yakna, we're showing in no more than 2 minutes for you. This is rotation that has increased, and from both the Monroe County site, and I'll pop this wider and it'll go over to Memphis for a second. It's perfectly placed there, just west of Yakna on 334. So we need to be in a tornado safe place. This could be a situation where we roll over some mobile homes and do other things that we don't want to think about from this. So lowest floor of that sturdy structure, a site-built home should probably be okay if we're in the middle portion of it and it's a fairly sturdy one. Checking our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters here. I'm going to see if we can get Jeff's video up here. Give me just a moment. There's not going to be a whole lot to see on this, but we'll pop this full and we'll hope it doesn't rotate the wrong direction here. As you can see, it's pretty dark. Still waiting. Let's see. Let's pop ahead here. Let's see if this is, get it back to where it's live. There we go. A lot of lightning on this, as you can see, and it's gone kind of sideways on me. but as you can tell, almost nonstop lightning there. So that's that lightning jump that's always concerning, that sometimes is a preceder to the tornado touchdown. So definitely need to be taking this seriously. This will cross Highway 6 278. Let's adjust this forward. That's probably not the location. It's probably right there, almost over top of Yakna. If it continues at this current speed, within 5 to 6 minutes, near the Denmark community is where it will cross Highway 278-6. There's also another area of circulation just south of that. I mean, this sometimes happens on these straight line wind events where we get multiple spots. We're looking at both of those as areas that could be circulations trying to spin up. So as we track this eastward, let's catch some folks on there. Lafayette Springs, Yakna, it's over top of you now. Denmark, 106. Dogtown 130, Lafayette Springs 132, Takapola 134, Thaxton 138, Buchanan 145, Possum Trop 146, North Pontotoc High School, and Ecru, of course, about 150, 151, and we're looking about Cherry Creek at 154. That is Doppler radar indicated rotation. We've got to go to the other storm now. I'm going to look down here toward Coffeyville just to make sure that that's not another one. Let's track that just in case. Again, straight line winds probably the main issue with that batch there. And unfortunately, I think we're probably still tracking that at the 45 one. But you get an idea there, about 136 Bruce, Schooner about 130. Of course, Tyson and Ellard, it's close to you at this point here. So as we continue our tornado warning up here closer to really Prentiss County, where we're watching very closely. We're now very near Wheeler and 145. That's where our circulation has kind of continues to show. Very near Highway 30, where Highway 30 intersects from 145. We're talking from New Albany, coming along Highway 30. If you're coming from New Albany along Highway 30 on Highway 30 there, where it intersects with 45, that's where this circulation is, just north of that interchange at this point. It does look on the latest scan a little less impressive. First time that's really been the case, but it's right over the Frankstown exit there near Wheeler. Where we're watching that. So be very, very careful. We need to be in a tornado safe place. We need to make the assumption that this could be a tornado in the generation phase, or certainly something that's a wind damage risk there. So new track, Frankstown, it's over you. Wheeler, we're in 2 minutes for you. Hills Chapel School, 14 minutes. Altitude Community, 16 minutes. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. I can't do better than that on confirmation tonight, thankfully. We have not been able to do better than that. There's just not a whole lot of reports we're going to get from the field, though we do have a ton of spotters out there giving us information. Not seeing anything in the lightning strikes yet in the Cairo area. Still watching that. Appreciate Taylor for that report there. 50-mile-per-hour winds confirmed there, Pine Valley-ish area in Lafayette County with the other storm that we're watching. Look up here closer to Boonville. Look at these little ripples. This is really a mess to try to figure out at this point here, simply because there's so many little interactions. What's happened is there's been some kind of shift in the winds aloft. Notice how you'll all of a sudden get all these little ripples. See all those bright red ripples that show up there? There's been some kind of enhancement. Did we figure out on mesoanalysis what that might have been?
I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that happens where it's just a difficult thing to see this time of night in general. I'm gonna check power outages here, see how those are progressing, see how many more we have. About the same number of power outages at this point, that we do have a few more starting to show up in Yalobusha County. At this time, I show 113 customers out of power in Yalobusha County, of those tracked there. So Baldwin, just north of Baldwin, where we have our circulation right now, near the Wheeler Frankstown exit there. So let's track that latest movement. Hills Chapel, of course, we're now Wheeler 1 minute. We're still showing there. Hills Chapel 14 minutes, altitude 16 minutes, Burton in 22 minutes. Let's go back to the Yalobusha County storm, and let's reset here for just a moment and kind of give you an overview of where we're at this time. I'm going to pop on all of the various watches and warnings so we can kind of talk overview, and then we're going to drill down here again. So we have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. So that's why we're kind of going back and forth to try to do our best to give you the best coverage on each one of those, and then a number of fairly large severe thunderstorm warnings. The yellow areas have wind gusts, or at least that could approach 60, maybe 65, perhaps an isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So far, the National Weather Service in Memphis, where we've seen those near 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, have been going with tornado warnings. So that's where both of these come from, is that tornado potential that probably is more straight-line winds. And in either case, that wind is wind, and the wind can cause damage, and that is what causes the damage in either case there. So let's go back here to the rainfall mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. Current time is 1:25 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Bryce Jones, tracking tornado warnings, storms trying to spin up tornadoes. 2 warnings, one in effect until 2 p.m. That does include sections of Pontotoc, Union, and Lafayette, Calhoun, and Yalobusha counties all in that one. And then we have one here that's primarily Prentiss and Tishmingo. I do think it clips Alcorn County there until 1:30. So let's look back here at the western one for a moment. And I also want to look back here toward Tyson and Coffeyville, moving toward Calhoun City. Let's look at the wind here. I don't have as much of an interaction there. We're going to get that on a storm track here in a second. Let's track this whole batch here. On the rainfall mode, we're going to track this whole batch, which is supposedly moving, we'll say 50. I'm going to go 45 miles per hour. I don't think it's got that 55. I don't think it's really heading to that 55. And so this is all straight line winds, especially this north part there. It's moving toward Pontotoc. 144 we show for you. We're going to double check that speed. Bryce, if you could, you're using the arrow tool. We will double check the speed on the movement of that, because they show that moving east now. They're going 65 miles per hour. So I don't know if that's just the part north there. That seems fast, but if you'll double check the speed on that, look, see how far it's moved over the last hour, or 15 minutes times 4. And we'll go from there. Let's come up here north. Let's look at that area that they're talking about here, east of Oxford, near Toccopola of Dogtown. That's where our circulation is, near Yakna. Still showing up right along 278 in the Denmark area where we were tracking it before. So let's look ahead on this, where this could be going. Now approaching Lafayette Springs there. I'll go ahead and up it back to 55 on that speed, and we'll see if we can verify that 65 they're going. So Possum Trot, Nixon, Ingomar, all in the path of this. We'll be checking in with Joe with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters there for the latest on what he's seeing. And so Thaxton at 8 minutes now, Lafayette Springs, 3 minutes for you. We'll come in closer here in a moment. Flatwood, 12 minutes. Hortontown there in 14 minutes, Possum Trot 14 minutes, Bald Hill in 16 minutes, Ecru in 18 minutes, Cherry Creek 20 minutes, Nixon 21 minutes, Beacon Hill 23 minutes, and Wallerville in 24 minutes. A strong straight line winds at least, and a circulation that's as strong as any that we've seen tonight out of these thunderstorms here near Denmark, and as you can see just south of, I believe that's Lafayette County Road 277. This is the Lafayette Pontotoc County line here. This is moving toward Lafayette Springs. If you live in Lafayette Springs, you know somebody that lives near Lafayette Springs, give them a phone call and make sure that they know that they need to be moving to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. With the way power outages have worked tonight, and you can see all of these lightning strikes showing up here, it's more than possible that there are some localized power outages that are causing the potential for folks to maybe not get the information they typically would. So lowest floor of a sturdy structure where we want to go, small windowless room, wrap up in blankets and pillows, put a helmet on to protect yourself from that potential that maybe there could be some flying debris with this, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm bringing in our Bryce Jones here for a moment with that information we were talking about a minute ago. Yeah, Bryce?
Slate Springs we were asking about, I got that at about 50.
50? Mm-hmm. Okay, I keep going. Okay, the Slate Springs one? Mm-hmm. Okay. So Slate Springs is 50. That seems more reasonable. Unless this is clearly going ahead that much faster. Let's check and see here if it's bowed out that much more. I have them about, I would go about the same speed. Maybe this is 55, but okay. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bryce. So that's the track there that we were talking about. Let's slide up here. Let's check these thunderstorms up around Wheeler and Hills Chapel now. That's where this circulation is on the rainfall mode there. I mean, it's not super duper obvious. Still showing up there near County Road 1251 is where we show it right now, near County Road 1251. I'm going to see if I can bring in, I'm going to have to take this out of play mode to do this. I'm going to try to get our live radar out of our Huntsville sister station on here. It's not always my favorite tool, but it will give us potentially the look we need on this. So give me just a moment here while I do something behind the scenes. It's going to take a second. So certainly altitude community, Hills Chapel, if you live near Highway 30, near County Road 3371 in Prentiss County and County Road 2371, I'd highly encourage you to be making your way to a sturdy enough structure inside of, hopefully inside your home. It's probably too late to try to go someplace outside for sure. Let's find a small windowless room, someplace we can wrap up with blankets and pillows in case you find yourself in a situation where you're dealing with flying debris. At this moment here, though,